can still do it. They've proved that they can perform off spawn. Vico, Malabuka, too good of a team to not top 3, especially since their situation hasn't really changed too much in terms of contestation. And Sky and Scroll, you have to put them in there. They're going to be in that top 3 for me. And Acorn Bolts as well, of course. Dharm and Dimash, very, very similar lists, I suppose you could say, in that regard, because you can't ever count out Acorn. And Acorn in that upper bracket, then you have 2 bad games. They had some pretty unfortunate zones as well. A lot of those zones were pulling down to that south. So it just seemed like they got better throughout the day at actually dealing with those south zones. So as an EU fan, if I put my EU bias hat on, I'm kind of scared of Acorn and Bolts. They could be lifting that trophy at the end because they are just that good, and Acorn is just that good at leading.
Guys, I'm so hyped. I just heard the call. The games are ready to go. Let's get ready, Fortnite fam. This is the first game of the finals. Jacob PR, the best taco, and Levin 2K. Over to you.
This is it, the moment you guys have been waiting all weekend for. Championship Sunday. One team will be crowned the best in the world for this moment. 15 global championship spots and over $1 million in prize money.
Yeah, I mean, we're making eye contact right now, but Levin, all of these teams, they're aiming to go straight to the top with you, big fella. And I mean, it's exciting to think about the fact that they've had a couple of days now to prepare, but for some of these duos, the ones coming out of that lower bracket, they are going to have a little bit less time to adjust, but they still gotta make it happen.
Absolutely, but I think when you look at the way the games played out yesterday, so much to learn. I think there's so many duos who, I think coming into the competition, we might not have even really been expecting much out of them, but they have showed up yesterday. It's about doing it today, though.
Yeah, and honestly, coming to this 3-day format, day one, nobody gets eliminated. It kind of leaves you thinking, where's the entertainment going to be? It was entertaining as can be. Any other event we've seen so far. Day 2, where 25 teams were sent home. Heartbreaking moment, but again, it was cinema. And now we're here, 8 games instead of 6. And what does that do? What do you think that does to some of these players?
I mean, it's a long haul. I think the big difference is we've seen so many tournaments over the years where day 1, you get the opportunity to reset, you get to watch some games back, jump into the next day. It's a completely different meta tournament feeling. You only get the halftime break today, Jacob Tackle. I mean, it is not much time to play with.
Yeah, and that's part of the difficulties behind it, right? Because typically you'd anticipate having that little bit of extra time for review, maybe a fill-in slot, you know, even some of the other pros willing to help assist. But now you have to question, was it worth me actually helping out some of these other teams? Because what if they decide, hey, my off spawn isn't going well, but I know what makes yours better, so why not challenge it?
Yeah, and that kind of makes me wonder, you know, we've seen superstar teams take over games and begin to run away with it. And now with 2 extra games, there's kind of that comeback potential. It's almost that mental stamina a lot of these teams and individual players are going to be forced to really deal with at the end of the day. But I got to maybe ask you guys, we saw some predictions on the desk.
I knew it was coming.
Got any predictions for us here?
I mean, I feel like there's so many amazing teams who their off-spawn situation looks favorable. They look like they could make great runs. I'm going to pick one from each region I'm really looking forward to. The first one from EU, I think Vico and Malabuka are looking good. Sneakily looking good in a way that I think a lot of people now are starting to look and say, that day 1 performance, Vico said he was nervous. They played with so much ease and it was so impressive. And then on the NA side of things, Taco, I'm liking Cold and Rapid, man. Cold and Rapid. There's something about the aura about them that just inspires you.
It's something about the way they've been playing through 4 fields also. And when you think about a lot of the off-spawn contention that's taking place around them, they're one of the few teams on the outskirts of the map, but they still have an easier path inwards in comparison to those other duos surrounding them. Their surge opportunities are looking much more favorable. I'm right there with you. Cold and Rapid, 100% highlight for me. And now I'm just going to sound like a copycat because Vico and Malabuka would have been the sly underdog team that I'm kind of looking at too for EU, because so many people, I think, just have that dependency on the Peterbot Boyo storyline, them potentially being uncontested now at Swiftly. It's hard to ignore Shark and Teeny and everything they've been able to accomplish through the years so far. But Jacob, ultimately, it's hard to really dictate what happens throughout the journey of 8 games, and we just know that all of these duos are expecting something different.
Wir werden es laufen, mal gucken. Wieder andersrum.
I was honest, instantly answered Cold and Rapid right out of the gates, and now watching all the action through the last 2 days, it almost had actually scratching my head because you mentioned Vico, Malibu, Shark, and Teeny. They made it here a contested land, and now they're being able to play like themselves, a little bit more freedom. And then you even have Acorn and Bolts. I've never seen Acorn look so calm, cool, collected in my entire life. Bolts looking confident as well. This one's gonna be hard to predict.
Yeah, I mean, Acorn and Bolts, I think the way that you put it, Levin, in that interview was really said best. Everybody seems to just cap these guys. It's always, yeah, they're going to be top 3, but it's going to be the 3rd place. Yeah, they're going to be top 5, but it's going to be the 4th or 5th place. It's never number 1. And all I can think about is reflecting back to even chapter 5. So many people have always counted Acorn out, but historically speaking, he delivers in the moments that he says that he's going to.
And what a day and time it would be to really show the world that they are winners. No better stage to do it on than this one here. I think the interesting conversation when it comes to contested versus uncontested teams, though, is as much as we know historically you want to be uncontested, it gives you the best chance of success. We've seen some of the players on the stage have unbelievable performances while being contested. Shark and Teeny, we talk about them. Ooh, are they going to get surprise contested? What's going to happen there? I think even if they are, we see what they can do to some of the best players in the world while being contested at one point.
And part of that, I think, is also just building off of the fact that it's the time of elimination. Those that are able to find those quick frags off spawn, they're going to be the ones that ultimately establish their surge off rip, and then they can just pick their movements after the fact. And that's what we really saw out of Shark and Teeny in day 1. Sure, game number 1 didn't exactly go their favor, but they tried to play it through a different method. The moment that they actually got up close and personal, you saw what happened after.
Yeah, and it kind of leads me to kind of like the next question about, we are talking so heavy about that first place. That's what we paid for, $1 million prize full of course, with the 15 global championship spots. So if you find yourself in game 7, game 8, probably out of this for that first place, you still have something to fight for.
Absolutely. And I think the interesting thing about us having 8 games here for the first time is we always, in a 16 format, have this understanding of when do we start to panic? When do we have to really turn
komm,
things
Alter,
around?
es gibt
When are the games really and truly running out
nur noch
for us
2
here?
Spots mit fetten
At
Kuchen.
this point,
Achso, ja, ist ja vorbei, Community-Ding, ne?
things aren't going well. You still have 4 more games.
Also es gibt keine Besonderheiten mehr, ja.
And get some points on the board, and so it's a learning experience for us.
Du musst dein Headset schon runter machen, damit ich dich höre.
Wohin, Mann?
Ja, es ist egal, es gibt keine Besonderheiten mehr.
When it came even just the top 25 throughout the past 2 days of competition was you're realistically looking at maybe 1, 2 lobbies. That's all that's necessary to fill that.
Die Besonderheit ist, dass ich spiele.
Error is that much higher, and we've already seen just how quickly paranoid.
Ja, echt jetzt?
Was denn? Christian, wie schön. Ah, guck mal hier jetzt hier. Die Marker ist auch wieder da. Oh, wozu, die haben die grüne. Wir gehen zum nächsten. Es gibt ja auch keine doppelte Punktzahl mehr an Dings oder so.
Ich habe nur noch 4 in Munition.
Sind welche da? Da ist einer, ne?
Oh, scheiße, keine Munition mehr.
Beide.
Wow, ich hab Munition.
Das ist ein Bodenwerfer. Die andere Seite schon aufgemacht.
Nee.
Die Waffen, die du nicht magst.
Willst du den Bogen?
Entweder nimmst du den Bogen oder
Nimmst du den?
der einen Schuss.
Den habe ich doch neu geholt.
Der einen Schuss.
Benutzt.
Ja, gut, nein, die anderen Pfeile hast du, glaube ich, in deinem Inventar drin, aber egal.
Ja, danke.
Ne, alles gut.
Noch hier.
Das war Raketen, ist so cool. Wollen wir fahren?
Ach, da vorne, ja. 29 Pfeile. Ja, warte, gib ich dir.
Wollen wir den holen? Halt. Nein, ich habe den Bogen nicht mit jetzt.
Du hast den nicht mit.
Nein. Ich habe dafür das andere Ding mit. Boah, das ist hier eben auch passiert.
Boah, danke, dass du die ganze Munition nimmst.
Was brauchst du denn für Munition?
Einfach eine Pistole, ich habe nichts anderes.
Pistole habe ich 0 Schuss. Alter, die hatten selbst nichts. Guck mal hier meine Munition hier an. Ich habe jetzt gar überhaupt nichts.
Ja.
We know just how key these guys are going to be as far as impacting some of the top players in this lobby. Reason and Noah looks like they're going to swerve. They don't want the smoke on spawn. They want to give themselves a better chance of having a good first game.
And this is part of just trying to win the mental battles. You don't want to be immediately eliminated. If you recognize we got beat to the punch, we're better off just trying to establish ourselves elsewhere. But it's going to be tough working with sticks and stones. We'll see how they come back. Chap, another team in a heavily contested area of the map. This south section over by New Sanctuary has been very busy all weekend.
Yeah, we're already seeing a couple eliminations right off of the board, and it looks like Flipsy was able to get that first
Sind bei mir direkt. Beide. Einer ist noch. Beide.
Das ist doch jetzt. 77. Ja, 33, jetzt geht's.
So,
Pfeifen gerade.
geht's dahin.
Gestorben.
Ja, hier oben im Berg waren welche.
King just came
Oder da unten kommen sie. Da unten kommen sie.
Ja. Ja.
In the NA Central Finals this season are down and out in game one.
And here comes the third party coming in. Regis, remember, this is the team who got to be a part of all these exchanges. A surprise third party Ronaldo. They're going to do a lot of the heavy lifting for
Boah.
Die sind gut. Hat er dich getroffen, oder?
Ja. Oh, nochmal.
Komm rüber. Einer ist am Berg, glaube ich.
And they're going to continue the hunt. We're seeing the effects of latte landing. Nalu, even when you think you're worrying about the
Können auch hier hoch, ne?
Ich bin doch auf dem Berg.
Yeah, this one's going to be tough. Even if you start off uncontested, doesn't mean it's going to remain that way. Kira and Karama are trying to come over and crash the party. But Focus and Thomas, they got some early game shots. That's going to help their early game surge. Give them a little bit of freedom. But you can see that they instantly get some game shots. They don't want to fight this unless they absolutely have to. For Focus, it's about the little victories that they're looking to stretch into a mile.
For Thomas and Focus too, they just know how this one tends to play out. Triple contested is just not worth it. Somebody else is always going to come into the mix. So Sky
Sind bei mir.
scrambling around, battling
Oh mein Gott.
for any of our major champions for EU and NA.
And it looks like it was Yonzo and Josh that played Spoiler. Scroll and Sky, they have played their
Wo ist
game
der?
so consistently.
Bei mir sind beide.
Beide.
Ja.
Von oben oder unten?
Unten. Oh Mann, nein. Ja.
An old playbook strategy.
Oh fuck, bin rot.
Along the map, but Tina left Sandy from the right hand. Nada and Victor B being one of the only teams standing. Elimination go hard to Victor B.
So, eine immer noch mal wichtig.
Ja, eine halbe Stunde wollte er da sein.
Ja, dann.
We see so much action kind of popping around the map,
Huh?
but Pete and Pollo, all they're really after is trying to see what else they can build.
And it's going to be a very pivotal game to see where Peterbot's mentality is at. We saw on day one, game one, he jumped into a fight too eagerly, got rattled a bit. It was the same story back last year in Lyon at the Global Championships. Will he learn his
Schnell die
lesson on
weg
the
ist.
stage here today?
Alert from underneath. It doesn't look like it's going to work. That's Kiduo and Werex. They get pushed out. Mini Pio and Fakun, they're going to go ahead and take advantage and take control of all the pieces from underneath, forcing them further and further back into those tunnels, cutting off one of the only exits towards the top side of the map. And that's going to make them make a decision here. Do we want to continue to fight for the spot inside, or do you want to try to travel through one of those tunnels?
Camping out the teleporter or the porta potty can
Ah,
lead to
yeah.
some positive eliminations
That's
or
okay.
any other players that might be struggling, looking for an escape from contention elsewhere. But it's still a difficult situation because when you're in the tunnels, other teams are going to know it and they're going to wait for the moments that you start to leave.
Here at Frigid Fortress, you hear the crowd getting wild. Taco said it herself, go big or go home. And honestly, coming into this one, you know, I was like, they could win. I'm not sure if they're my top team to win, but after Vico said it on day one, I was a little nervous. You saw how he played on day one? That didn't look like he was nervous. Now they're here in Championship Sunday, uncontested. Let's see what they can do.
The key with this duo is we know individually they will have great solo performances. If they can piece things together and bring that synergy, it's going to be a scary sight for the lobby.
Well, Kira and Karama, they didn't get what they were after. Trying to see they get some elims onto Focus and Thomas over by Riptide, so they ventured back towards Battlewood Boulevard. And remember, Sky Scroll, that was a duo that helped out Akira and Karama making it here in the first place. So it comes as no surprise that maybe some of those strategies might work against them here today.
Absolutely. That is always the risk when you're as successful as Sky and Scroll have been. Teeny looking for success of his own here.
Just kind of looking at the mini-map, wondering where is Shark even at? It's almost like that Peter Box-esque situation where he's lurking by himself. Maybe he's just trying to get damage here. Not a full elimination, but he's going to get an opportunity here as he turns the corner. One shot onto Demas, and that's what you call a little success. You get the damage and you just keep it moving. Finally, we see where Shark was at, on top of the wonky land wheel. No surprise.
You absolutely take that exchange. For Demas and Dam, it's a pesky little fly on the wall situation. Shark will be more than chuffed with that 45 tag.
But I think it was a great way that Shark and Teeny split the responsibility of approach. You let Teeny do all the sneaking around, and you've got the bird's eye view off that Surge Tower, so you know that you don't have to worry about actually being challenged right away from a third party. Minori and Darkos, though, outskirts of the map. Liam and Jace, they had ample opportunity to showcase exactly what kind of fighting capabilities they were able to pull it out in yesterday's competition, but these are some big teams coming into play here on the global stage.
Two teams that we're going to be seeing interact with each other quite a bit today. Both of their destinies potentially tied hand in hand. For Liam and Jace, Jace in particular, this is going to be the toughest lobby he has ever played in. Hasn't played.
Nein. Was hab ich gemacht?
I know we haven't
Wir
seen the
wollen
full map yet, but I don't like where
Vollbild.
that one's going. Up towards Wonky Land, up towards the mountain on the north, and this is
Untertitel.
where, if you're a team, Taco, I would imagine you're going to have to start preparing for the end game and what's to come.
Kino-Modus schick aus, ne? Kino-Modus ist auch okay.
They're trying
Oder?
to see if they can shut out Nalu and Rainy from even making that approach. They want to see if they can try and utilize some of this early storm tank. But if they can get the damage done, Rainy will be dropped the moment that he tries to go for the escape. So that's going to be the first elimination confirmed here. And for poor Nalu, despite having 2 elims himself, things just got too scrappy. And now he's just trying to see if he can outlast where Yakko and Panzer are.
And this is clearly a big part of Yakko and Panzer's strategy for today. You saw Panzer was playing aggressive towards Nalu earlier when he was in Latte landing. This is more of the same from this duo. And I would not be surprised if this becomes a repetitive story between these two duos today.
I do like this decision from Yapko and Panzer to disengage. Zone is moving all the way towards the west. You can just stay in front of a lot of the teams. You can turn around and do exactly that, what he's doing. Backtracking, getting Surge, and just keeping it going in a progressive manner over towards the zone. But you got to be careful because it's not only Nolly that you have to worry about, it's Cold and Rapid as well towards Painted Palms.
Problem there for Yapko and Panzer. I don't think they realized that Cold and Rapid were actually sneaking about. Coming all the way down from 4 fields. Paradise Palms might be eaten up here shortly, but for Thomas, that early delay from Akira and Karama over by Riptides has clearly impacted the way that they wanted to actually move around the map, and they are being held yet again by the same gentle mates. Akira and Karama realize focus is out. This is a solo. If we can get the additional points, all the better.
222 below the damage threshold. Exactly what I was thinking. You're going to need some damage to close that gap. What are you doing? It all comes to an end the second it happens. A playmaker from Thomas, but Karama shuts it down.
A big wake-up moment for Akira there. Very fortunate. Karama did not lose his cool.
You just have to think that those initial shots from Thomas, they weren't warning shots. He was letting you know he meant business. The way that things have started to develop over towards Sandy Strip, a little bit of a slower move. Minori and Darkos are not trying to rattle the hornet's nest here. Chino and Pablo.
That's how we're starting today's highlight reel. It's going to be a fun 8 games, people. Sky and Stroll looking to begin that journey to recovery. Both players back in the game, both players looking to put themselves in the type of spot we've seen them in so often. Up on Surge, good when it comes to their loot, trying to get some heals back, and a late rotation into the safe zone when needed.
Yeah, that's got to be a good heads-up play by Sky, not only to get his teammate back, but he able to get eliminations, but they're getting jumped on right now. 400 above. Troll's trying to answer the call. Underneath, he's going ahead and taking a little bit of height advantage, not trying to give up any advantages in a fight like this. They're the only two teams this far out of zone. You see the fizz miss. They're going to use it to disengage, but Sky turns back, gets one knock, gets the elimination as well. That siphon is going to keep him alive.
I mean, you said they got jumped on. They were the ones doing the jumping. Quickly regained control of that fight, and now sitting in another dominant position.
That was all just about the recovery point. We knew that they were going to need some form of a comeback after starting off shaky. And now you get the reboot, you get eliminations to go with it. A pure refresh that's going to allow them to make this dead side rotation later into the zone.
Fizz with the shockwave, they realize, hey, we've already stayed a ton of time in the zone, rightfully so. Sky had to get Scroll back into the game, so even though they're above the damage threshold, they want to try to minimize the amount of storm damage they're taking so it doesn't become a factor later on.
Dude, showing up big time here between himself and Badil. Everybody's been seeing it out of Badil, that's for sure.
Whoa.
So many solo clutches, but Drew, you gotta remember, he's willing to throw some shots too.
Chino and Pablo. Last we saw them, they were chasing down Kanal and Victor V, the NA West champs. Now we see them 500 above the damage threshold, positioned well inside of the zone. But now Scroll finds himself in a tough spot. Sky is down. He has to try to return the favor, and he's able to take down LB Works. But the pressure is not slowing down. Multiple teams and players firing off in this direction. But the blessing is here, Taco. Scroll drops the slap pizza, and he's healing up inside of the zone.
I thought they'd have a chance to do a deeper west side wraparound, but it seems like they tried to just cut straight to the center of that next zone. Too much congestion has now led to more problems.
And he'll stay alive, Taco, but at what cost? He's lost his teammate, he's lost most of his builds, and he's not working with much as far as the heals go. Scroll is going to have to bring out a solo masterclass if he has any chance of getting serious points on the board here.
Cold and rapid underneath. 96 above the damage threshold. We saw how messy it was at 4 fields not too long ago. They have to rotate in from the eastern side, and great damage on Yapko and Panzer. They're immediately answering that Storm Surge question.
Problem now, though, is will Yapko and Panzer be able to even answer back, or will they just get lobbied? It's not just Rapid and Cold, it is the entire teams, all of them located on the south side of the map. And Yapko Panzer, they are down and out for the count. Free elimination there for Cold, and he's got to be feeling real nice about it. But now poor Liam, you hear the audio cue of these bodies being eliminated right in front of you, and yet you have to make that same rotate.
Fortunate enough that Cold and Rapid, they set their sights on that next zone. A long rotation they will have to make, but one that will be possible, especially if they can find the right timing. These guys ain't gonna worry about that though. Wow. Sitting in a pretty position to just take shots at whoever they please.
Get to see the other side of the coin though for what was happening. Yapko Panzer dealing with Vico Malabuka on top of Cold and Rapid. I mean, the ending was practically inevitable. Great shots from Vico Malabuka, and I know that he claimed nerves, but he also said to all of us when we happened to bump into him, I play best when I'm nervous.
Uh-oh, as we tune in to the Kings of NA, Peter Pot is down, Pollo's alive, and I'm not sure he's in a position he can even work for the revive. This zone is just eating him alive. The longer and longer he stays back there, he has to shockwave out now. Top 27, no placements in this game have been getting, and he's barely above the damage threshold. Pollo spotted out by multiple players towards the backside of zone. He has the farthest journey to go. Can he make it?
Pollo is no stranger to making magic happen on this stage. But here in game one, there is still so much top competition standing in between him and a good placement.
And Scroll is going to be one of those competitors, even representing as a solo. Reed, Cooper, will he be able to make it to their body loot? No, Hicks is going to shut that one down. Unfortunately for Scroll, we'll have to close off the wall, and we get to even see where Reason and O'Reilly are trying to find some of their success. Kareem syringe getting dropped, not realizing that that layer was already occupied.
The Germans are getting comfortable already in game one, and they're not going to stop. You see them moving towards the front side of things. They might even want to try and play height this game if they really, really are feeling it. Regardless, Reason and Noah are here to play in this endgame.
Wow, Scroll in the feed gets another elimination on the Ozone. This is one great solo run from game one to start to kind of build that confidence. Tiggs at the top of the mountain. Messiah, Scary's there as well. Poyo finds himself elevated but taking damage. Everybody's going to have a rough time traveling through this zone. Drew and Vidal, 84 below. They're feeling the pressure as well. Shockwave coming out, but Storm Surge is active. They need 127 damage, and they need it now. They can only take about 3 or more ticks, and it's going to be Ju who makes the play, gets the shot, and gets him above.
They can also hope that just one more player goes down, because even at the just above threshold point, they still just don't have enough. These monumental moments where they need to show exactly how far they can take it. But Rapid, Cold, doing a great job controlling a little bit of a less occupied layer, and they're always looking to punish the backside of zone.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what approach do Rapid and Cold have to today's games. We saw a surprise hype play from them day one, game one, and now a surprise hype play from Poyo here as a solo, looking to just use this position to potentially find a refresh, someone whose box he can jump into and get a refresh. Reason has gone down and Noah will quickly follow. The lobby is really starting to shake up here.
Through the fire and the flames, we carry on, because only one can be left standing at the end of the day. Vico, Malabuka, they're climbing up towards high ground as well. As soon as somebody realizes that Poyo is a solo, they're going to get the green light to go. Ju finds the elimination on the mini Pio, but instantly it's taken down. Not able to really utilize the siphon. They're all trying to make it up, but there's a new king on high ground. Pump has made his way above.
But Scroll just sitting inside his own box. He's not had too many instances of catching that breath of relief. He'll utilize a lot of his heals, but now Cold and Rapid, a duo as strong as ever. They've been hanging out on that secondary height for a while here. But from the front side position, TD and Shark have decided height is theirs for the taking. Looking back now, they've already overcome.
Uncontested has never felt so good for Shark and Teeny. We know what they can do if somebody lands at their drop spot. Let's see what they can unleash here. They already have the high ground. Teeny, 4 eliminations and immediately putting pressure down on it.
Müssen die Qualität ein bisschen umändern.
High Team Acorns being forced down. Everybody's being squished
Kommt besser, ne?
Closer together.
And you can see on the lower side of the table, Dom and Deemish, they're trying to establish
Holy
something
shit.
that will give
Holy
Shark
shit.
and Teeny a run for their money in this game. It's about these two duos and everybody in between who will drop down or fall into this trap. Cold and Rapid, they need to be careful now. The pressure is being applied and they can't handle this player right now. They need to get off of it, and Cold will do just that.
No other options but to forfeit on Hyde and Cold. It cost them everything. They're out of here. Scroll still has a solo. What business does he have in this lobby? 3 eliminations and so many placement points. He is racking up the count.
We are witnessing probably one of the greatest solo clutches of all time, but can it last? Shark and Teeny are finally dropping down. They know this game is so close to being finished, and they want to be the last one standing. Pressure on the Shadow and Virgo. Kurama and Akira, they find Scroll, they take him down, they end the legendary run.
They have been menaces since the start of this game, and they will look to continue that streak now. Deemish and Dom, they had control, but then they lost it, and now they've regained it again. Shadow and Virgo sent back to the lobby, and the Kira will fall as well.
Darman Deemish is here to remind everyone who's actually in control when it comes to the low ground front side. Chino looking back. Chino takes out Darn just like that. Chino might be able to bring this one home, but still, as a solo, what's left?
Wasn't able to get any of the match, so he gets taken down from it. Shark, Teeny, the future is here. They take game 1 and put themselves on top.
Bruder, stark gespielt, ne? Sehr, sehr stark gespielt auf jeden Fall.
Everybody wondered if the young Shark would step up on the stage, and he absolutely will. What does he have to say about it all, Frankie?
Shark, your first VR in a grand final. How does it feel?
Normal.
It just feels like a normal day for you. Teeny, I know you've experienced this before, but what's it like doing it with Shark?
It's amazing, it's easy.
It's amazing, it's easy. You got the timing exactly right as to when to take height. Was there a point you thought it maybe looked too messy?
Easy.
No, it looked perfectly clean. The game was full on easy mode. We pulled every zone and yeah, just one game.
Did you get lucky though when the zone pulled down the mountain?
Yeah, we did. We got lucky with zones.
Do you need to get lucky again though in order to win more?
No.
Okay then, Shark, I'll just ask you one more thing. Is there anything you'd like to say to this crowd here in Düsseldorf?
We will win this.
You'll win this, okay. I think Düsseldorf heard you loud and clear. We're gonna head to a break. When we come back, game 2.
Shark und Team. Erste Runde gewonnen. Crazy. Da bekommt man schon Bock irgendwie wieder aus so zu spielen, ne? So ein bisschen. So ein bisschen, Bro, Alter, jetzt einfach diese Werbung, ne?
Trinkst du etwa meine letzte Müllermilch?
Müllermilch. In vielen unwiderstehlich leckeren Sorten.
Lukas ist raus aus seiner Komfortzone. Er hat für seinen Körper einen Barttrimmer benutzt und alles kratzt.
Das ist schon echt
nächstes
crazy,
Mal den
ne?
Gillette Labs Body Trimmer. Unsere sicherste Trimmertechnologie. Für weniger Reizungen und
Digga, das ist einfach noch 2 Stunden, 2 Minuten da Werbung.
Gillette Labs,
Das
unsere
ist das schon,
sicherste
das ist schon.
Körperrasur.
Das ist schon dann echt crazy, ne? 2 Minuten noch Werbung. Oh yeah.
Der Renault 5 E-Tech elektrisch. Jetzt ab 169 € monatlich mit 0,99% Finanzierung. Zuzüglich 6.000 € Elektroprämie.
Red Bull verleiht Flügel.
Anti-Obst. Ich bin Gerd Müse. Verstehen Sie?
Ich bin Gerd Müse.
Ich habe eine
Mega.
super Idee für eine gemeinsame Werbung.
Für Gerd Müse?
Super günstig.
Du willst super günstiges Obst und Gemüse vom 7-fachen Preissieger?
Dann geh doch zu Netto.
Dann geht zu Gerd Müse.
NRW.
Sauber.
Easy.
Großartig. Stabil.
Weil wir vom öffentlichen Gesundheitsdienst regelmäßig die Hygiene kontrollieren, für den Infektionsschutz sorgen, uns um die Gesundheit der Kleinen kümmern und bei Sucht und psychischen Belastungen unterstützen. ÖGD.
Sie sind privilegiert. Sie werden hofiert. Sie sind die Loyals. Sie sammeln Punkte in der App und genießen viele exklusive Vorteile. Fürstliche Mahlzeiten.
Man bringe mir den Big Mac.
Feinstes Merch. Service am Tisch. Werd auch du ein Loyal. Jetzt App laden.
Papa öffnet die Govi-Lights-App. Sonnenuntergangsglow. Es gibt ein Licht für jede Stimmung. Warm zum Entspannen. Lebendig zum Loslassen. Fokussiert zum Arbeiten. Oder Einschlafen. Die Menschen kontrollieren das Licht. Ich das Sofa. Govi Smart Lights. Licht, das verwandelt.
Mit dem Ford Ranger PF ziehst du ganz entspannt 3,5 Tonnen Anhängerlast und fast eine Tonne Nutzlast.
Game 1. And I feel like I'm watching
Okay,
a
es geht weiter.
stream.
Geht weiter, es geht weiter.
Shark come out and get a victory royale in game number 1. This is not a drill. This is really bad. Of course, it's really good for them, but man, what a way to kick off game number 1.
Saw Skyas and Scary going up on high. The Spanish fans are going crazy, but look who was lurking in the backside, Teeny and Shark. This was a really important game for them to get right, because not only were they on...
We saw a dude that was kind of just chilling up on the higher ground. Shark and Teeny are seemingly like, but the mist comes in, the overdrive comes in, and all of a sudden they go up like 20 layers, and they're contesting the higher ground. Just a super sick play for them. Happy to see the guys doing well. So many duos, like so many duos.
What?
Just had little things here, pop-off performances. I want to let you on a secret, though. Of course, Shark Team got themselves a victory royale, but they are not currently in first place. That's actually going over to Darm and Deemish. This is why we had to talk about them at the start of the show. Again, again, I don't want to use the word dark horse because that's not what this team is. This is a tier 1, up in front, in your face, triple digits after game number 1 team.
I mean, a 10+ elimination game felt like something we hardly saw in the upper and the lower bracket. And technically speaking, right, those lobbies should have been a little bit easier than the finals that we have here today. First game, the guys who were kind of calling themselves underdogs, the guys that kind of entered the scene just last year, are in first place. 11 eliminations, controlling, running the low ground. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, I just spoke about it for Shark and Teeny. They needed to make the most of this game as well, but for slightly different reasons. Yes, we know they land towards that northwest side of the map, but in a different way they needed to make the most of this game. The reason why these guys needed to make the most of this game was that Sky and Scroll were just down to an individual Scroll. These guys are so good on the low ground, and typically on low ground, it's Sky and Scroll running the show. These guys have to play a couple of layers above, but because that low ground was free for them, they could then show what they could do. So for a different reason, they really needed to make that game count, and what a way to do it. These guys are going to be fantastic on low ground, and if Sky and Scroll also again continue to fail to make the end game as a duo, they'll be running the show.
I gotta see those standings one more time, man. So many different things. That was just game number 1. Teeny Shark, remember they got that VR second place, but look right behind him, Chino, Pablo, Wingo. Chino kind of put in a situation there just to be by himself for just a moment, but you know, man, Viv, I'm looking at this, and you said a name. You mentioned a name, Any-Miner. We were both going crazy, Sky and Scroll. So let's think back to the start of this game, right? Gets lurked on by Zoe, suddenly has to reboot, and then Scroll goes on the run of his life, Viv.
What a roller coaster of emotions for all of the Sky and Scroll fans out there. Yeah, the reboot was absolutely clutch, right? We know Sky was kind of left to his demises as a solo, but potentially the most MVP move of the game was him going ahead and rebooting Scroll, because like you mentioned, Zeke, after he was left as a solo, it just didn't stop it. This is an incredible performance. I was kind of mentioning after the reboot came in and these guys were a duo, I was like, man, if they do well this game after how bad the early game has gone, just go ahead and wrap it up, because it feels like these guys are just going to win the competition, because this by no means should have been a good game for them.
I think the way to sum up that is, you know the meme where it's like, it's so over, we're so back, it's so over, we're so back. That was like the way that game was going down off spawn. We're so, it's over. Okay, it's all right, we got the reboot. Oh no, one of them goes down, it's so over. Oh no, Scroll is solo clutching, down to 1 HP, down to 1 build. Oh no, it's so over. Oh no, he's found a refresh. It's like he just had the answers to every single problem throughout that game, and that's why this team are one of the favorites to win this competition, because although we know how fantastic they are as a duo, a common theme when it came to them winning FNCS in Major 1 for EU was their solo clutching ability, and look out for that from both sides as well. Both of them are so good individually that you could put either of those guys in Scroll's shoes right there and they would make the same plays happen.
What I love about that point, Minnie, is the fact that, like you say, on EU, now we've taken a step farther, the farthest step we can, international competition, and they are still showing us why they are favorites in EU. Viv, I gotta come to you really fast though. Cold and rapid. Schmove it in that last game. Game number 1, strong start, of course. Still needs some work to be done, but still, I love seeing them. I love seeing how confident Cold was as well.
I love the way this duo plays, right? Because a lot of the times, some of our favorites, they're high ground teams, they're low ground teams, but no, these guys know how to get into the mix and some of those mid ground layers, and it's just on the back foot of being able to find so many eliminations, right? Obviously, this is going to be a low elimination game. I can almost guarantee you we're going to see them kind of have one of those pop-off games where Cold picks up like 7, Rapid picks up 7, but this was a good, solid first game. Remember, they land all the way on the east side of the map. They had to kind of travel all the way over to the west side, a little bit of a tough pull for them, but still great to kind of find them in the top 10.
Yeah, ultimately, you saw right there, they had no bills in that final situation. Both of them had to make those solo plays. It was someone I spoke to on the Telestrator yesterday with Vico about how important those solo plays are when you don't have bills. Running around in those end games, there's so much fizz miss, there's so many of those overdrive grenades flying about. It can just be a case of, can you find a refresh in the right moment? And for them in that game, they couldn't. But if they can, we can expect to see these guys in that top 5 and sure.
guys. I want to continue to pick apart these standings. Let me have them again. I'd love to just continue to talk more and more, but it's crazy how much was packed up into that just game number 1. As we continue down the leaderboard, Shadow, Virgo, Epic, Whale, and Pump just above Cold and Rapid. Dude, we even saw for a moment in that last game, Pump was like, hey, hold on, maybe I should go for that high ground.
Yeah, this was good from these guys, and I think it's going to play into Shark and Teeny's favor as well. The Epic, Well, and Pump actually had a good game. Remember, the whispers were sort of like maybe they might get contested. So if Epic, Well, and Pump didn't have so good of a game, Shark and Teeny might then have been contested. So it's good news for them. Good news for Epic and Pump as well. They're a team that can pop off, that have experience on LAN, and it's nice to see it all come to fruition.
I can't lie, though. The list of names that we have talked about so far that were kind of touching or holding that high ground for a moment during that game kind of scares me a little bit for any of the teams that are kind of be looking to play for that. I mean, at one point we had Pollo, who was looking to hold it as a solo. I don't know how the heck he's doing that. Nico and Malabuka, they look kind of poised to take it at one point. We talked about Epic, Well, and Pump. We saw Scary up there. We know Shark and Teeny kind of went for it. And, you know, I feel like we kind of came into this weekend after watching Sky and Zero dominate from the low ground over on the regional FNCS. We were like, oh, I think that a lot of the focus for some of these teams is going to be on the low ground. It kind of feels like we're going back to that chaotic high ground meta that we know and love.
It could just be a game 1 thing, though, right? A lot of those teams out there, we don't have like a defined height team. This is our team that we're going to see on height. A lot of those teams will probably be thinking, why can't that be us? This could be something that we do, right? So that first game, they might be trying to stake their claim upon that high ground. Of course, we saw Shark and Tina. We have seen them doing that as well over on EU, so they're no strangers to that position. It's just a showcase of how many teams are capable of going for it and holding it, so it's going to be very interesting.
I love to see as well Fukun and Mini Pollo in 9th place representing Asia. We're sitting in the top 10. Let's keep bringing that heat right now. Also, Vico, Malabuka, a little bit of slower start, right? Currently in 12th place, but again, I don't want to get too crazy, right? That's just game number 1. Obviously, 8 games is the first time we kind of had like a format like this, but it's a little bit of slower start than maybe we're used to, Mini. Maybe we're used to seeing this. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a difficult one for these guys. Again, you know, they probably would have liked to have made the most of this game, considering it was the Northern Pole. So it's like, yeah, they were looking pretty good. They had a good Storm Surge going into this end game. They were picking up a lot of those eliminations. They crucially couldn't pick up those refreshes. Look at those eliminations so far away. And ultimately, this is what we were talking about earlier and yesterday with Vico. No builds. You have to try and make these plays happen. And if it doesn't go in your favor, Vivid, that's when things can start to crumble.
Fortnite's so hard, man, because like we turned into these guys POV wise, what was it, like 9th zone? It looked like they were like playing like second height. It looked like they were kind of poised to once again, you know, win that game, but you tune into them just a zone later and they have run out of resources right there. Remember, top 15 is what is going to qualify you to global championships. And I cannot believe I'm saying this because we kind of brought up the point that some of these smaller regional teams struggle to break into the top 15. We're talking about top 10. Looking down here at 11th place, we got Alex and Reckless also kind of joining us in the mix.
So happy to see these guys there. Of course, they just about got through in that low bracket. They were that 19th team that qualified on through. And I was speaking to Alex yesterday night in the hotel, and I was saying, you just about made it through. How are you feeling about tomorrow? You've done it so much. And he was like, yeah, we got some strats cooking. We got some things under wraps. We haven't shown all of our cards yet. And he, being the face of OCE, like he likes to talk about, he needs to make these plays happen. And of course, looks like they're working out so far.
Yeah, man, that's a strong start. Even in 14th place, right? We saw a little bit of Scary as well as Sayaz. They were kind of starting to compete for that high ground. Didn't quite go their way, but again, that's just game number 1. Even got a couple moments there with Akira and Karama. Dude, there's just so many names packed up into a single lobby. After game number 1, how are we feeling?
Feeling good. I mean, what kind of flies under the radar for this duo specifically a lot of the times, double controller. Kind of rare in Fortnite nowadays, right? It's kind of been difficult, or at least, you know, not so common for controller players to kind of find themselves any success in Fortnite competitive, but we always see those breakthrough performances. Karam and Akira picking up a top 4 that game. Obviously, they're going to be feeling kind of good about that, and I feel good about it too. Remember, they're kind of expected to land all the way to the south side of the map with that zone pulling all the way to the north side. You got to imagine that we can see them do much better than that as well if the zone was a little bit easier for them. Also expected to be contested, so I have to keep an eye on whether or not they're actually going to be able to play all 8 of these games out.
Yeah, French favorites, these guys. I mean, a lot of the French fans, you can see them on the screen, you can hear them most certainly as well in the crowd. They are a team that a lot of French fans are having their eyes on, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can continue that. Like you mentioned, Vivid, they are looking to be contested. Not quite sure what happened in that off-spawn contest in game 1, but now they're up in the leaderboards. I'm sure we'll have a look at that. And it's good news as well for Shadow and Virgo, who I mentioned at the beginning of the show.
True.
If these guys of Akira Kurama don't do so well down there at the south, we have seen them landing to that South Frigid Fortress as well. So for Shadow and Virgo, opportunity on that stage as well.
And I love that rounding out the top 10. Acorn and Bolts, we interviewed him at the start of the show. Confidence like crazy to be in the top 10 after game number 1 is very impressive. Obviously, we still got 7 games to go. Don't get crazy, but there's still a lot of job or work to be done, rather, but I like seeing them in that top 10.
Yeah, I would imagine Acorn right now is probably kicking himself because, again, we kind of talked about all of the teams that land up north. They should be loving a zone like that. We know Acorn land just north of Wonky Lane, so it should have been a pretty similar game to kind of like Shark and Tina's performance right there for them because they didn't necessarily have to move far at all. So 10th place, again, probably kicking himself for that, but we know Acorn always got something ready.
Yeah, especially in Major 1 as well. We've sort of seen historically with Acorn winning Major 1. This Major 3rd place in Major 1 over in NAC, so maybe it's sort of like a little bit of an asterisk. Yeah, we won Major 1 Summit instead. Maybe they were saving it for the Summit, so really great start from those guys. I'm not too concerned if they do get some South zones as well. They have that massive launch pad that's at their drop spot as well, so I'm sure they would have been looking back at how they could use that in the VODs, but this is a team we expect to see in plenty of these episodes.
I love that. Can we just double back for a moment? This 8-game format, obviously being in a situation where the first time in possibly a while, possibly ever, we're seeing 8 games. So many players are used to like the 6 games, you know, and even with the 6 games, it's difficult, right? You drop a game, you're like, oh, that much harder to kind of climb up and reach those points. How do these 2, which just sounds so small, just 2 extra games impact the lobby?
I actually think it's going to be a time thing more than an actual like quantity of game thing, because there are tournaments around all the time. You know, when you're kind of like in an open stage, you are allotted to actually play like 10, 11, 12 games, whatever it may be for that specific tournament. So they know how to kind of play numerous amounts of games. However, those types of tournaments are usually restricted to like 3 hours. And if you think about 6 games over the course of the LAN environment as well, it's usually kind of about 3 hours. I think just the time, right? It's going to be a long time up there on the stage. I actually saw when we were kind of walking back out here to the stage, there were a lot of players already kind of taking quick little breaks as well. So after the first game, man, these guys aren't really feeling too comfortable. They've got to get their minds right.
Well, my mind is right, and it's ready for game number 2. So casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Zeke. And honestly, if game 1 was any indication of a type of tournament we are going to see, we are in for a treat.
I can already picture the booth watch party getting absolutely ballistic. That guy's just going nonstop. Anywhere, international teams. Because all he can think about is EU right now.
You should have seen my reaction when I saw that whole top 5 was EU. I mean, things are heating up, and we have even more action on the way with game number 2.
Insane solo clutches, huge elimination games like Garmin Demas just had. We've had a cinematic first game already, and I'm definitely in it for more. In that last game, we kind of saw Cold and Rapid, not necessarily contested, but a good portion of the lobby already rotated on over.
They made it evident, though, their intentions are for hype, but we'll have to worry about that at a later moment, because right now, Chad Flixie, they're about to get the party started here at New Sanctuary.
Already Flixie getting the first drop spot ready, and he gets that first knock. Down goes Tinka. Now it's a 2v1 situation here. Chap and Flixie, instead of getting full aggressive, trying to find where that last elimination is, they're trying to work together, get some materials, get some heals, because they know the solo is not too far behind as Resign goes down.
And for a team who have had plenty of slow starts to tournaments this year, this is a great first 2 games for them as far as the off-spawn situation goes. Quick wipe twice in a row.
It's going to leave a lot to wonder for game 3, but now Pump, Epic Whale trying to have similar success, and they find it. 2 quick eliminations to kick things off. Now opens the door to see what they do next, because they're definitely going to be looking to try and apply some pressure over towards other parts of the map, thinking Wonky Land, but maybe even lurking elsewhere, pushing further north.
Yep, contested drop. That's how Epic Whale got the first elimination onto Hero. Sees focus across, and they now kind of use their numbers to go ahead and get that elimination. And Epic Whale and Pump have been on a journey from Wonky Land to Riptides to now this split drop here.
And as we tune into Cooper and Reek, you will notice 2 eliminations between them. They took down the Asian duo. Rainy, Nalu landed on them, and we'll be regretting that as they will watch the rest of this game on that stage.
Uh-oh, we're tuning again. Rajan and Noah Riley, not even the best loadout here, looking like they were trying to take the fight. A contested drop means you're not going to get everything right out of the gate. Surviving with 9 HP. He is blessed here with a second chance at life. But you see, there's 2 teams directly nearby. We know 2 teams are north towards Latte, and with so many more towards the west. I'm not sure where Noah and Reason are going to get their loot from.
He can't afford to even take another tick of damage, and Danikush, Diggs, they were bound to see those white tags being applied, so more pressure definitely still to come as Kazi, Nemo, trying to see whether or not they'll have a better story here over by Riptides. Cammy and Hottie jumping into the mix very early on. A little bit of a spoiler even. Their intentions were clearly to mess up Focus and Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see, of course. We've seen these guys fighting in this area all season long. We've seen Focus and Thomas make lurk plays like this all season long, and this might just be a successful one as the fight ensues, as Focus and Thomas come hooking in. They're ready to take control of the fight. Hari not prepared for the damage above, and it might just be Focus and Thomas's fight to win. Hari no match. Cammy will go down. A great start to the game for Focus and Thomas.
That's exactly what Focus and Thomas needed to, but the message had already been sent. The rest of the lobby now, they have it read, because Thomas is just finding so many crucial moments very early on. He's got that rhythm going strong.
That's one thing you kind of learn over time. Don't poke the bear, you'll awaken the beast. I think Thomas and Focus knows they need a decent game here to go ahead and place towards the top leaderboard. Poyo is down. Peterbot left by himself. 1v2. We've seen the exact opposite in the last game. Poyo was able to kind of clutch up decent placement. 28 points. Peterbot now with the pressure on. One of the greatest of all time. Has to prove why he still is one of the best, but he's getting pressured from all around. 2v1 situation. Dropped down to 65 HP. Even with a full chug and some splashes, he's still outnumbered.
And now we will learn which version of Peterbot are we going to see in this competition today.
He's already in 17th place after that first game. Not where anybody thought one of the uncontested teams in this game would end up landing. But no, Sif and Izzy, they're going to let the dust settle. They're going to let Peterbot possibly get away as a solo.
But how do you give Peterbot this much grace? You have him isolated as a solo. You are strong with your duo, and yet they just don't feel like the juice is worth the squeeze, because they recognize Darm and Deemish already on the move.
And we always talk in EU about how there seems to be a lack of respect between people, but even here, Izzy and Nosif respecting Peterbot. They know what he can do when you give him enough time and space.
Now gone over to Battlewood. Kind of saw the ending portions of this fight in game 1. Venom and Curve were sent back to the lobby early. Akira and Karama, they used that as a confidence boost to propel themselves for the rest of the game. And I don't think Venom and Curve will get lurked on and make that same mistake too many times.
We heard it live from Venom himself just the other day, though. Most of what he intends to do in a finals lobby, he hasn't brought to light yet. Could this be another one of those methods? Only time will tell. But for right now, Curve, Venom, they've had so many of their plans kind of ruined just having to constantly engage with these teams south of the map.
A team who doesn't need to do much as far as adaptation goes. They've been successful all season long, playing their game how they want to play it. And with Scrolls, 32 points, 52 point solo clutch, I should say. In that first game, it will give them the much needed boost and momentum they need to continue. Hopefully, as a duo, Jacob. But if needed, we know they can do it alone.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing, is a lot of players will probably find themselves in a situation where things didn't necessarily go their way, and it's really about how you answer the call, cold and rapid. This time around, unlike last time, Taco, they get the zone pulled on over, which means they have more time to work with.
You would think so, but another duo that I wouldn't be surprised to see make their way on over towards this Four Fields direction, Chino and Pablo. How has that triple contest at Sandy Strip actually broken out? And that's why we see Cold in this Surge Tower, honestly on the lookout, because he's fully aware of the fact that the dust hasn't settled yet over by Sandy. He can see Chino's Surge base in the distance.
And the great thing is they won't have to move for much of this game. The zone continues to pull to the east. They are prime position to continue and have another great endgame.
Yeah, and I think everybody's kind of feeling the pressure of that game number one. Storm Surge really dictated how teams were able to play. If you're below that damage threshold, you almost had to be a magnet to a fridge and push yourself against the first team that you saw. And so now, with one game already under their belt, you're seeing teams kind of play a little bit more passive. 85 alive here in Zone 3. That means it's going to be dangerous when it comes to Surge.
And you see Swizzy and Pixie, a duo who many will be hoping to hear plenty from today. Just a moment ago, it looked like they were trying to set up a little lurk play. But this is a team who understands how to play within the congestion. We've seen them do it all throughout the season. Look who's back fighting. A bit of a rematch between Focus, Thomas, Kurama, and Akira potentially. Focus, Thomas, though, they'll be happy with how their game started, not desperate for damage in the same way Akira and Kurama might be.
Not in the slightest, but they're more than happy to still pay Kurama and Akira a visit, just because of the fact that we saw Thomas not happy with the fact that their early rotates in game one, a little bit spoiled by the fact that they were challenged and held over at Riptide. So now Akira, Kurama, ball's in your court. But now they're knowing that Thomas is in front of them. They still have to play catch-up.
This is a tough, tough situation to be for this guys. Not only do you have to catch up when it comes to damage and surge, you're gonna have to figure out how to get yourself back up to cap mats. They are far, far off the pathway to having a successful game right now, with Zone continuing to fall far from them. It's an uphill climb.
This is a battle I didn't expect to see this early. First and second place, respectively. Shark and Teeny going against Storm and Demas. They're taking the fight towards the north side of the map. See damage, shield being taken off, HP. The longer you stay in the zone, the more likely you are to just get one shot knocked. And I think they realize that. Teeny making sure to grab the splashes, 12 overall. They just need to get in the same box, and health won't necessarily be a worry. Meanwhile, Shark is still putting down pressure. He's trying not to let Darman Demas do the same thing. He doesn't want to get them healthy enough to fight back, and I think Teeny knows it as well. That's why he's putting pressure on both of those walls, trying to break in, and finally getting that elimination on the Darm.
It's exactly what they've been trying to stall out for, but we'll even get a chance to review here, see how exactly Darm was even in that position to begin with, and Demas just fully caught off guard. Teeny lurking around the rock. He is notorious for these types of plays. He frequently finds those opportunities amongst other teams' loop paths to cut them off and find them when they're in a moment of slippage.
And last time we saw these boys here, though, Peterbot and Pollo, it was in a bit of a pickle. Peterbot stuck by himself, further out from where he is now. Pollo was down, but it's good to see that Pollo is back in the game, fresh off with a reboot. And because they are uncontested at Squibbly, there's a lot of time for them to get the loot and the loadout that they need for the rest of the game.
Time. It's not something Akira and Kurama have much of right now. Veno seemingly realizing that and looking to pull away, not give these guys what they want, and that is a fight. Veno and Curve need to make good of this game. We saw just how quickly things can turn for you when you are potentially fighting people off spawn. You have to make every second count.
And Veno's always been one known for liking to play through the storm into later zones. The only thing that might threaten them here in this matchup, if they don't run into QNDX and Phantom, is Storm Sickness itself. Can make things a little bit more complicated later on, but scenic views elsewhere. Chap, Flixie, very content right now, postured on a hill over by Builders Barracks, and they'll be the cutoff point for so many of those teams trying to make an entrance through the west.
Yeah, for Flixie and Chap, honestly, their journey to get here, they were going towards the new Sanctuary uncontested throughout the course of the tournament. They won. Romero started to contest them. And not only that, kind of beat them off the spawn, forced them out of the POI. But Chap and Flixie, they went ahead and made the proper adjustments in order to qualify here for Sunday.
Yeah, they started off the game super aggressively after winning their Ospo fight. They ran straight over towards Werex and Kuduro, and they took Werex down. We'll see if that aggression continues throughout the day.
It's a tough spot right now, though, for Reason and Noah Riley. It is never a great sight when you're having to depend on these forms of mobility, but still, even entering a little bit after the fact, the main thing is just going to be trying to avoid Chino's line of sight, and that's already been scouted out. Reason trying to hug this cliff face as closely as possible, but Noah Riley, he'll be here trying to stop some face. He's first up, gets an opening shot, but it's just not enough. There's still 3 below on Surge.
At least it's a start, but that one is going to set them back just a little bit. Hobby going ahead and firing back, letting them know you will not pass, or at least not safely. They're trying to continue to move in, but it's getting rougher and rougher. Sandy Strip, this part of the zone is so stacked that it's going to be hard, even if you get the eliminations to stay alive, but they're being persistent. They know they don't have the heals if Storm Surge activates, but Noah Riley goes down. 2v1 situation, and Reason will follow him back to the lobby.
Tried to do his best to hold things out, but it was a grim situation to begin with. Still, Ju looking to turn the tides here. Kinuo eliminated, and now Vadil and Ju have a little bit of an opening here. It'll likely be intentions of white lining straight from 4 fields inwards, but more importantly still, as the partial zones begin to develop, Ju and Vadil, they are stacked right now with the loadout.
Yeah, and they're in a great position to enter the zone without much resistance. Ju has been on fire so far this weekend, and that streak will continue. Gets one, gets the other, and he's feeling it right now. Vadil was bigging him up, and rightfully so.
Sometimes you just gotta believe in yourself, believe in your duo. Chino, Pablo taking that rotation away from Sandy Strip, but leaves them overly exposed. Even though they're almost 300 above the damage threshold, they now become Bobby sprayed, focused out. Chino taking a little bit more damage, but they're able to breathe here in this moment. Still 256 above.
But look at what's surrounding them. Swizzy, Pixie, Victor V, Kanata, Malabuka, and Vico. There is nowhere safe currently. Every single edit that's made, you have to be quick with your shots because the damage application that you might receive in return, it could just be your demise.
Yeah, they had to invest 6 metal boxes just to make sure they didn't get lobby sprayed there. So a tough position to be in, but one that they will survive. Mumsy won't be surviving this though. Too much to deal with here in game number 2.
Sometimes being below that damage threshold just could be so daunting. You really have no answer, especially if you don't have heals to keep it going. 47 above though for Acorn and Bolts. Not necessarily a strange position to see him in, especially where the zone has been going, but they need to be careful. Right next door, Peterbot and Poyo, and they are below the damage threshold. That means anybody can get it at this point in time because they need an elimination.
Still not enough damage to where one tag wouldn't make the difference, though. That's the best part. Question is, how aggressive do they want to take it? How confident are they feeling in their fighting right now to overcome?
I mean, we know these two can turn it to 100 at needs be. And so if things really do start to get dire, I would not expect them to get too passive. Only 5 shots in the shotgun barrel for Poyo. But he only needs 1, we know that, boy.
And right now, it just kind of looks like a solid strategy. They're close to the zone. They're trying to out-heal it. They're hoping, praying even more teams have to rotate on by, and there goes that first find. Diminished. He's going to go down. Even if they don't get elimination, they got at least 1 tag, but they're still below 13-2. It's not looking good so far, but they're so patient. They realize they cannot get desperate in a situation like this because all it takes is 1 moment of weakness to cost you everything.
It's just the repercussions of that first engagement. They tried to exchange big blows, but they ended up losing a good chunk of their surge along the way. And when you find yourself net even, it makes every single moment matter even more so because you're just constantly teeter-tottering between the two, above and below.
Yeah, look, they're opting to try and out-heal just to keep themselves in the game longer, to maybe extend that window of opportunity for a refresh. And you're seeing Peterbot activating right now. It's Bolts he has his eyes set on, but they won't give it up too easy. You see now now the desperation has kicked in, Jacob. They want to get in and fast.
Yeah, they realize we can't continue to out-heal this. We'll have nothing left over. Storm Surge hits. Peter Brock goes down. Polio trying to stay alive. He strikes folks down. Still below the damage threshold, though. Active Surge. He finds himself above by cleaning up that elimination. Miracles do exist.
We told you he only needs one.
And they found it, and now he's got plenty more to work with. But as a solo, it's going to be all the more complicated. Still, you know Acorn can't possibly be happy about that. It looked like they were going to get out scot-free. Instead, it cost them so much along the way.
Back-to-back games right now where Pollo's going to have to play this game out as a solo. He played it phenomenally in that last one, but he needs a repeat performance, which might not last too long. Shark and Teeny waiting in the waters to strike, but he escapes with certainty. But how much distance can he create himself from one of the most dangerous teams in the lobby?
This might be one of the worst case scenarios though for Pollo, but his saving grace here is that Shark and Teeny, they're prioritizing the positioning. They don't need to waste their time on someone who's clearly just way too tattered to actually do something back. Vico Malabuca though, this could be a great opportunity for them to strike first as Victor B left by his lonesome 349 below. He might just be delaying the inevitable here if he doesn't find a pop-off in an instant.
Victor B looking to try and be our next young star to make a pop at this stage. He'll have to wait till game 3 though. Too much pressure from the lobby. And Ju, we bigged him up earlier this game, but can he back it up with just 9 builds remaining in a very, very steep search situation?
One of the problems that Ju and Badil have encountered along with other teams that are struggling with Surge is that these rotates, you're so much more exposed. There's not much to hide behind from the territory just surrounding Sandy Strip. And with that in mind, teams, they're forced to expend almost all of their materials. They're trying to make these tunnels to find those clear paths, but everyone is just on the lookout, constantly trying to find an opportunity here. And Ju making the approach now. It could be Cold next.
Chance is going to go down. Cold the Rapid immediately steamroll that one elimination. They backtrack, trying to get seconds, but it's Tyler who actually steals that one away. You can see the entire lobby coming online here. Even high ground. You got Belusi, you got Zangi, Javi, Aminis trying to make a claim for it. Even Agers and Ritual. They saw what went down in game 1, and they want to be a part of the mix.
But this is a sight right now. We're seeing Scroll and Sky paired together. And now, 426 above, the world is their oyster. They're ready to make a move. They've got the mobility off the overdrive grenade. What's next?
Trying to move forward, using the gauntlets to try to move past, but you see Chino, Pablo, they go down. Belusi and Zangi, they go ahead and exclusively be one of the only teams up above. It's Vico and Malabuca take down Karama, and this is one of the most dangerous parts of the game if you're not ready. But high ground has to be careful. Agers and Ritual, they're towards the backside of zone. They could pop off at any moment with just one shockwave.
Zangi and Belusi, they have a tough task on their hand holding on to this one. They have to be eagle-eyed as Vico and Malabuca look to potentially make a play in the back. They will just move towards the front side, maybe just waiting for that next zone, that next opportunity. They certainly have the resources to deal with it, and the chop will come out.
But all the while, on the lower tier, Shark and Teeny are starting to really find some momentum here. Vico, Malabuca from secondary height, making sure to continue tarping directly below where Belusi and Zangi are at. But they're on the move here and now, straight up towards that front side of zone.
They have so many materials, but it's Alex and Reckless that actually look up and try to contest the high ground. They at least get the knock onto Zangi. Belusi has to give it up with only a few materials left, and being a solo, it's his only hope to try to get more points.
Oceana came to play today. Alex and Reckless are just causing so much noise here up top, but they're forced to drop. The chop is good to go. Ritual and Agers now with a surprise come up here on height.
Jacob called them out. They were waiting in the wings, waiting for that opportunity. And as soon as they sensed some weakness, they went up and took it. But now it's about delivering and closing this game out, as there are still so many duels left in this one, trying to fight for the win.
You got Thomas trying to move forward, reunite with Focus, which is a necessity because he has 0 builds left. Even with 7 eliminations, they're falling short in terms of materials in the end game. And eventually, they're going closer and closer to Sky and Scroll. But it's Shark who goes down. Sky and Scroll will not be denied.
And they're just taking everything from everyone, but Scroll yet again left as a solo, beaming Ritual up on height, but now he's made presence known, forced the drop, but he has the build. He's ready to make a move.
Ritual Agers, though, they denied any team from coming up once. They're going to try to look to do it again. 5 eliminations from Agers. Spoke too soon. 6 eliminations for Agers by himself. But down below, you have to be careful. Vico and Malabuka, they are the ones that are running the low.
They're so content. They're just chilling with their pizza. Everyone else is having to duke it out. But these two, they're ready to try and bring down Ritual and Agers. Vico loses Malabuka, though. They might have 7 eliminations, but can Vico get some more?
Yeah, with Malabuka going down, that leaves Agers and Ritual, the only duo left in this game, but you have to watch out. Scroll, dangerous. Vico, we know he can clutch up, but up above, they're pressuring both of the solo players, forcing Sky and Scroll together. Agers drops down. He gets the elimination. 2v1 situation. Agers and Ritual seal the deal by taking down Vico.
All they needed was just to get the ball rolling. They make it out of Latte landing, and they immediately convert it into a victory royale here in Game 2. They've got to be feeling so good about it.
Your layer is never too safe. If Ritual and Agers are in that endgame, Frankie, what do they have to say about that one?
Guys, that endgame was sheer perfection. What do you think was the reason you were able to get to such a great endgame?
I just think we're the best duo, and we were triple con the first game and the second one, so it's the first game we got to play.
And now you know how to get off spawn. Ritual, it was interesting seeing you manage to take height cleanly. When we spoke the other day, you said you were more comfortable mid to low ground. Why did height feel right today?
Sometimes you got to get outside your comfort zone, and I think that's what we did, and it was the easiest game ever.
So the comfort zone is now height?
It's everything now.
It is everything now. So, you had a problem game 1, triple contested, game 2, flawless. What's game 3 gonna look like now you have a target on your back?
We know what to do now. We weren't expecting the triple con because we were practicing against Freud the whole time, so we're ready.
All right then. Düsseldorf, please give it up for Agers and Ritual! We'll take a short break when we come back. Game 3.
So, ihr Lieben. Ich bin gleich wieder da. Ich bin gleich wieder da. Ich bin gleich wieder da. Da. Viel Spaß beim Gucken.
Hey! Trinkst du etwa meine letzte Müllermilch?
Müllermilch. In vielen unwiderstehlich leckeren Sorten.
Zum Genießen gemacht. Unsere Hey Obi-Angebote, wie das Lounge-Set Morenzi für 1.099 € oder der Enders Gasgrill für 499,99 €. Obi, alles machbar.
Red Bull verleiht Flügel. Sie sind privilegiert. Sie werden hofiert. Sie sind die Loyals. Sie sammeln Punkte in der App und genießen viele exklusive Vorteile. Fürstliche Mahlzeiten.
Man bringe mir den Big Mac.
Feinstes Merch. Service am Tisch. Werd auch du ein Loyal. Jetzt App laden.
Papa öffnet die Govi-Lights-App. Sonnenuntergangsglow. Es gibt ein Licht für jede Stimmung. Warm zum Entspannen. Lebendig zum Loslassen. Fokussiert zum Arbeiten. Oder Einschlafen. Die Menschen kontrollieren das Licht. Ich das Sofa. Govi Smart Lights. Licht, das verwandelt.
Wie geht's, NRW?
Sauber.
Easy.
Großartig.
Stabil. Weil wir vom öffentlichen Gesundheitsdienst regelmäßig die Hygiene kontrollieren, für den Infektionsschutz sorgen, uns um die Gesundheit der Kleinen kümmern und bei Sucht und psychischen Belastungen unterstützen. ÖGD.
komme aus der Wirtschaft und habe nach einem Job mit Bedeutung gesucht. Hier arbeiten wir mit modernster Technik, für die wir eigene Lösungen kreieren. Und ich kann mich persönlich weiterentwickeln.
A favoritism mask on for just a moment. What's up? NA on top of game number 2. That's right. Ah! Okay, took it off there. Unbiased Zeke back.
I come back.
Crazy stuff. Wait for one back on. Ages and yes! Ages and Ritual get up here. Okay, back off. Anyway, sorry about that. Sorry you had to see that. Congratulations to the duo showing up when it matters, right? Finding that momentum, finding what was crazy too, the high ground of all things. And I love hearing from Richie himself, like, hey, it is now. High ground is right now.
Zeke, I don't need a mask. I feel like the slightest increase in how big my smile is after an NA team wins a game should be telling enough. I mean, incredible game from the boys here. And we were kind of watching this one fizzle out. And it's like, you know, we kind of tune into them. They're on the high ground. They're chilling. Agers, man, ends the game. What was it? 8 eliminations. Ritual over there with 0 as well. Obviously, we know Ritual is good at making those IGL calls. What he's known for. Yeah. But Agers having a performance like this, man, incredible to see.
Really, really nice to see these guys clutching up, claiming that high ground as well. The way they took height was absolutely perfect. Took it at the right time as well. Something we've sort of spoken about throughout this weekend is the time that you take height is super important. If you take it too early, like we saw with teams like Alex and Reckless, took it a little bit too early, had it taken off of them. But there's a point in these end games where if you have it at the right time, you can ride it out to the end. And especially if you're a team as good as those guys, they are capable of doing it. Triple contested off spawn as well. Like I mentioned in that interview by Nalu and Rainy was the sort of surprise con from the East. Really, really great job from those guys.
Yeah, that's not what you would want to hear, right, on LAN. Yeah. Oh, we're triple contested. Apparently, Agents Ritual, they do not care. We have a listen in from that last game. Let's check it out.
Good. I got blasted.
Coming over.
I'm good.
Where?
I'm med bombing.
Yeah, watch this back wall. It's weak. I'm holding it, but
be awareness for me. I'm grabbing slices.
I'm just holding walls.
Give me some hearts.
Yeah, take those. I'm 5-0-1.
I'm good mats. I'm good mats.
Yeah,
hold.
holding.
You hold. Hold.
Got it. Dead.
150.
Holding.
Hold.
Can't get it.
Second.
What are your heights? Pizza box. You want to play all height? You want to go height now?
I'm down. Yeah, throw it.
Throwing this.
Right.
Jumping in. It's Ryan. It's Ryan second height.
Yeah, it's right. Break.
Zone. Med bomb. Look at it.
Yeah, I'm staring.
He's going up. I'm in. Dead. Come on.
That's what I like to see. What's really interesting too, of course, they had the high ground, but then in that like kind of pivotal moment, they're like, let's just drop low ground. They're expecting us up there. Let's just take the fight to them, catch them off guard, blindside them, ends in a victory royale.
Yeah, incredible stuff there. Love to kind of tune into the listen-ins because something that we can't really pick up when we're just watching them heads up is like, what are all the things that these teams are aware of? You kind of heard that he was calling out head missed end zone. They could, overdrive up with that. So they were fully aware of that. With that game right there, after a rough game, number 1, Agers and Rituals find themselves flying up the leaderboard, 30 spots to join the top 5. We needed an NA team up there, but yeah, they're going to be 4th place after that one, 105 points.
Yeah, really, really great performances, guys. I'm looking at first place right now. The new first place on the leaderboard. Teeny and Sharp. We got to bring it back to EU, all right? That's what I'm here.
That's right.
These guys started the game really interestingly. They actually lurked on Dharma Dimash, our ex-first place team, and took them out of spawn. Really bold play at the beginning of this tournament. They've only just had one game prior to that. So it's like we are playing for the win already. We are trying to take this by force, and that is what they then continue to do for the rest of this endgame. Exciting stuff,
We're only 2 games in, but it starts to feel scary when Mini Miner kind of makes the point, hey, listen, Shark and Teeny game number 1, you guys got to make the most out of that. They did. It comes over to Wonky Land. They have a great game. This was nowhere near Wonky Land, man, right? They had to rotate across the map, but they still did very, very well. And that's when it starts to get scary for me, when I start to take a look at how good some of these teams just are at playing Fortnite, and not to mention this change in strategy as well, like you mentioned, early in the game. So they look prepared.
I wasn't prepared to see this many teams up in that leaderboard as dominant as EU, we got our one up there, right? But so many high-profile duos as well. Vico and Malabuka themselves. We saw Ages Ritual climb to 30, but Vico and Malabuka climbing 11 spots. Remember, we kind of talked about their first game, maybe a little bit slower. They said second game, let's kick it into high gear.
Yeah, there's a few really nice things they did in this end game. They were shaping up to take height at one point in that game. They were looking for it later on in this end game, and they were thinking, right, do we go for it, do we not? And there was a moment where they decided, okay, let's not. Let's play out our materials. Malabuka, Vico picking up a lot of those refreshes, and it was around this sort of moment where they thought, yeah, let's just play out the mid ground, play out the low ground layers as well, and it was right here. Vico decided, yeah, let's just try and play out as much as I possibly can, going back into the storm. And then, of course, when Ages and Ritual came down, they took out Scroll. So he managed to clutch up that second place. And something that I just noticed about Vico, right? A lot of players, when they're walking off for that break, we actually walk by them when we get to the desk. They're very chill, very, very calm. Vico's a lot of fans, of course, chanting his name. He was fired up. He was feeling good, and I hope he carries that into the next game.
All right, well, you know what? I'm actually getting word the next game is ready. So, casters, let's kick it back over to you.
Already 2 games down, 6 more to go. This is looking a little bit more like a marathon instead of a straight foot race.
You would think so, but with the way that Shark and Teeny are playing, they're looking to eliminate anybody that's coming close. Darm Deemish, targeted intentionally. They were in that first place position, but an early departure now means Shark and Teeny might look to take over here in Game 3.
We're still in the beginning stretch of the entire tournament. And where you are now on the leaderboard isn't too impactful. There's 6 more games left to pick up those points, eliminations, victory royales, and close the gap. We're looking at who is the best in the world as of now and top 15 for the Global Championship.
And we're already seeing one more of these hotly contested off-spawn battles. And it's up to Hero now to try and make sure some of the mistakes of previous games are not repeated. Epic, Well, and Pump did not come to muck about at all. They are ready to win this fight.
Focus and Hero down below. It's a little bit of a mismatch, but they're going to still take the fight to Epic Well. Drops him down to just a little bit of HP. Pump finishes that elimination, and they go back to back. They each get their own, and they hold their ground yet again off spawn.
Thought we were watching a zero builds competition for a moment there. No one had any materials to work with. They were both just so quick to the jump. They knew that they had to try and find those eliminations as fast as possible.
All right, next on our off-spawn tally, Tinker and Resigns versus Chap and Flixie. They don't want that smoke this time around. They want to get the chance to actually play their game. And this might have been the best possible decision they could have made. Big early damage done onto Chap and Flixie, and they have no answer as they landed way further towards the east.
But it would have felt so much better if they'd actually been able to connect and find at least one knock. That gives you the opportunity to actually push and pressure, because now you're dealing with 2 duos that don't have a lot to work with, and Leo and Romero were still around.
Let's see what that OC duo can do in this game. For Reet and Cooper, they started last game with a fight up against the Asian duo of Nalu and Rainy. This time around, Ritual has gone down after winning that previous game. And so things here at Lalte still haven't been figured out as far as what the dynamic of the day is going to be. It is still a messy situation, Taco.
For Reed and Cooper, it's just anything you can do, I can do better. They have a point to prove up against the likes of Rituals and Agers. And I know you guys might have seen things getting a little heated on socials, but here in the lobby is the best chance to come out on top.
Every single time Noah, Riley, and Razan just kind of pop up on the screen, I just hear the arena erupt. I've never seen so much energy outside of last year's Global Championship, really kind of giving it their all to their favorite teams. It's something that you love to see. And for Noah and Razan, they're just doing a good job here, not necessarily putting it all into just one contested fight. They're saying, hey, we might not get the best loot off spawn, but this is something we can gather as the game goes on.
And already in game 3, major off-spawn switch-ups, Rainy and Nalu, the Asian team who had their struggles landing in the northeast of the map, trying to take fights in Latte that just weren't working, have now decided to land that Riptides, and I'm not sure if Focus and Thomas are quite aware of just exactly where they are.
But at the same time, they didn't exactly have anything great to work with. They have to be so precise with when they pounce if they want to net any kind of eliminations here. Momsy, Sky Jump, they've had so much difficulty just trying to find their footing in these first 3 games, and it's looking like things might go from bad to worse here if Momsy isn't careful.
Yeah, this is a tight situation because they're fighting a 2v2, but then you got Shark and Teeny, or at least one of the two, over from Wonky Land, disrupting this fight, third parting, causing a little bit of a distraction, landing some of those shots on a Sky Jump and Momsy. And if they didn't get tagged up, that would have been a huge green light to go.
And I understand the aggression from Skyjump and Mumsy. They really struggled with Surge in that last game, but you have to pick your fights wisely. You don't want to put yourself in an even worse situation as the games continue.
And traditionally, Skyjump and Momsy have been the team that just actually gets a third-party profit whenever they're challenging others on the map, but those opportunities just not presenting themselves here today. Other teams kind of fluctuating with their rotational paths, and another one that's been impacted from the start because of that early split. Tinka resigns. Tap, Flixie, they still have to figure out who's going to actually come out from this position.
Yeah, and because they split that drop, you kind of saw it in a moment. One of them is out of medium ammo. That's going to be Flixie. He's no longer going to be able to put pressure from up above. He does have the Chaos Reloader shotgun, so he can fight back, but that go ahead and controls, or at least changes a little bit of what they're able to do here. They can no longer continue to fight safely, so they have to disengage and find a little bit of more resource.
King and Tails surprised the world yesterday with their qualification into this final with a big win. Started off the day ruining the party for the NA Central champions Venno and Curve, and now looking to make waves here again in game 3. Oh dear, what do we have here? Vidil and Ju. Ju taking Reason out. Friendly fire going on.
It's like in those moments, you can just tell the crowd's not really sure whether to be happy or sad, but ultimately, only one can survive at the end of it all. And for Vidil and Ju, they've managed to come out on top, but will it be short-lived? Because Kanata, Victor V, creeping around the corner, checking to see whether or not they can get into a better position to find the opening tags.
And for a team from NA West, where they typically stayed at Sandy Strip, in order to get a lot of their Storm Surge on that region, they were uncontested. So a huge difference maker coming into the weekend, having 2 other teams land there. Games 1, Games 2 didn't go their way, and now they're forced to flip the script, trying to get a lurk play. They probably heard the noise in the distance, and they're trying to go.
Not only that, but Kanata and Victor V, they are so exposed. If any other teams just happen to get a little bit of leverage, a little bit of height, they'd have the chance to see that these two are out in the open right now because they don't want to make any sound. They can't really afford to toss out a build. They want to ensure that Ju and Vidil are completely caught off guard.
Vidil and Ju, though, from the way they're playing, seems like there's some sort of inkling something is being cooked up here. And I hope they persistently stay on top of it, and they will. The jig is up. Kanata and Victor V will look to dip as they realize there is no free opportunities here.
Curve and Venno, game 1. Didn't necessarily expect to get lurked on the south side of Battlewood Boulevard. Ever since then, I feel like they've been put on notice, Taco.
A lot of their tactics have definitely revolved around their fighting potential. Both of these players are able to deliver some big blows and some big clutches, but at the same time, you can't factor out the competition, and it's scaling up with every single match that goes by because everyone's looking for the perfect adaptation.
Lurk after lurk here. Thomas HD and Focus trying to do the same things. LB Works and Bot, they're the ones up above on the mountain, but the bush just hiding their exact location. So Thomas and Focus, they're gonna have to take what little information they currently have here and try to figure out how they're gonna run away with it in this play. Kind of moving from the bottom up. There's a huge height advantage, natural terrain, so they can see it. But they might have spotted out Bot, just kind of run off to the side. This could be a chance for them to try to take a 2v1.
Yeah, they've got to know that there's a solo in the bush now. But he's also aware of the potential of someone to come. If they can find the right timing, this will be a great 2v1 opportunity. They might also just patiently wait for Bot to return. No, they'll jump into the bush. They want that damage. They want that fight. They saw bot leave the hill and decided it was their time to strike.
Yeah, at least bot came back, trying to draw back a little bit of that pressure. They did land some damage though, so that's the combo that's building for Thomas and Focus. Good shots connecting yet again, but the distracting third party bringing everything to a halt in this moment. Thomas Focus, they immediately box up on top, realizing we're in the zone. You still got to come to us. And now they have a moment here where there's a little bit of advantage here in terms of positioning.
Their prey just barely managed to escape. Thomas was trying to find that full box in, but it just didn't net itself in his favor. And now, because of the shots ringing through from Battlewood Boulevard, it's just going to be another delay, another slow down. And they've had a rather solid start when they've made it out of Riptides, but it's evident that they are on the hunt for some very aggressive plays.
This was my fear. With New Sanctuary, if Resigns and Chap couldn't figure things out between themselves, would things start to get messy deep into the storm? And that is what we're seeing take place here. They can't close it out. He's able to escape, but he will continue to hunt.
Yeah, and it puts you just in a tough situation. Whether you win these fights or lose these fights, they're so drawn out. You're trading damage. Even if you get the eliminations, Taco, you're not necessarily going to be above that damage threshold. And with the zone pulling far away, it's going to be hard to get it back.
They've just spent so much time fighting and dealing with each other that they've left both of themselves in just worse positions, because even for Resigns, even if he makes it for the reboot opportunity, Chap Flixie, they're also still left in a world of hurt because so many other teams are going to look to try and hold them captive inside the storm, not giving them the proper opportunity to rotate through the edge of zone.
Last time we see Curve and Venom kind of lurked in a different situation, trying to play safe. But as we tune in now, empty item slot, but they're going okay. On the other side, though, may not be necessarily the same. Malibuka dropped down to just a sliver of HP. Vico, though, able to save the day, pick up that knock, get the elimination, and is now giving Malibuka valuable time to heal up before they have to make their journey to zone.
Hey, go Vico, go after all, and this is exactly what the young superstar needs to be doing. Malibuka on the ropes, and just like that, Vico able to turn it around.
I mean, if these guys are going to come out fighting and Malibuka is going to come out swinging, it takes the pressure for Vico to deliver. But when he has to, he'll hit shots just like that. Darman Demish, a second chance in this lobby. They started the day on top. Their second place competition took them out in game number 2. And here in game number 3, they'll look to recapture that first place position.
Just pulling it back to where things actually ended up here for Chap and Flixie, and Tyler just caught lacking, had no idea that there's still a team sitting around New Sanctuary.
Yeah, Chase is already down, though. Minut's going to be able to certainly clean up that elimination. Siphon can allow him to survive just a little bit longer inside of the zone before he has to pop any HP, and I like what Javi's doing here. Instead of fighting a 1v1, giving him a chance to possibly win, he just converges back onto a Minish. They get into the same box and realize, hey, there's a huge strength in numbers. We're up on the Storm Surge. We didn't take much damage. Let's just take this moment as a win.
Practically 5-5-5-2 on their next entrance for that rotate, so we'll see what happens next. But Peterbot Boyo, quiet start. A different strategy. It's very foreign to see these two not with a whole slew of eliminations already built up in their counter, but they have clearly devised a plan and a strategy that revolves very heavily around playing inside of the storm.
Zone pulls far, and they're waiting. You can see Pete is in the base waiting for players to rotate past, but unfortunately for Pete, those players aren't going to come in, so there is a good chance we see another game where these guys are down and out of luck when it comes to Surge, desperate to try and jump into somebody's box. Kanada and Victor V, we saw their desperation earlier when they were trying to make plays happen. Now the situation has worsened. They have to make something happen right now.
This is the only decision they can make, but it's going to be one they're going to regret. Kanada goes down. Matt and Nicole were able to get that elimination, and these guys have been the unsung heroes. They qualify out of NA. They make some big plays. They make it from the upper bracket, and now they're shining here in game 3. First elimination, sometimes that's going to be the hardest, but Victor V finds him so down in the depths when it comes to damage. Almost 400 overall. That's almost 2 full eliminations worth of damage, and that's where it gets tough, because even if you're able to take down Cole, you're at a disadvantage, 2v1, and this one's gonna be tough.
Victor V can't even afford to stall. The Surge is just going to start ticking away at his HP, and for Matt and Cole, they've already gotten exactly what they were after. Sure, Vic's able to pick up the splashes, but what else could he do with it?
They need to be careful on Victor V's side and on the other side with Peter and Poyer lurking in the zone behind them. Veno and Curve, what do they have for Resign and Tinker? A great little lurk play. We've seen Veno do that many times over the years, and he did that as well in the NA finals, and Tinker and Resigns clearly weren't prepared for it.
We've seen how things fared for one half of that stalled out engagement over by New Sanctuary. Flixie Chap trying to see if they can change their fate, though. Opening starts, seems like it begins with Liam.
Yeah, 35 below the damage threshold. Looked like Liam was going for the reboot. He gets denied. But you notice they went from barely below the damage threshold, getting that elimination, to barely above. So for Chap and Flixie, when it comes to Storm Surge, they're not safe just yet. Even Agers now winning that game, going and kind of trying to ride that momentum. It gets cut short, 151, and it's active Surge.
Just ever since the start, when you're not able to fully survive that off-spawn contention, you're going to be left trying to play for the leftovers. And for Agers and Ritual, it's very obvious that this zone pool has not done them any favors either. They've had to go cross-country, but Agers looking to get fraggy with it. Won't get the shots to connect, though. Cringe and Twi instead come out on top.
It was always going to be a difficult game with how things started off for them, even after that impressive win they got, but this duo is not out of it just yet. We will be hearing more from them over the course of this day. But for now, they'll leave it to the rest of the lobby to cook up for us. For Deal and Ju looking to do just that. Ju already starting the game with one of them onto Reason, and they will look to quickly improve on their standings. Just 30 points so far, but plenty more to grab in this one.
Yeah, almost 400 above the damage threshold, so they are looking good. No necessity to peek. Curve and Veno, same thing. 5 elims, 900 plus damage. Gets cut short a little bit as they kind of break through the builds, but you see in Veno and Curve persistence here. They see a pile of loot, but instead of just running in, getting greedy, they're playing very, very calculated.
This might be where they fare best, though. They want to be in the thick of it, because that's where they'll get the best opportunities to shine. Catching players off guard, trying to work their way through those lower layers undetected by the teams that are already boxed up a little bit higher up on height. And speaking of which, Shark Teeny already trying to get that little bit of leverage, because they need to find a solution to being underneath the search threshold.
You know how this one goes. 130, 153. Storm Surge begins to activate. Every 7 seconds, Teeny and Shark will be stricken with 25 damage shield or HP, and it does not turn off until there's 40 or less people in the game. Right now, their strategy looks to be to out-heal it, but now Shark is out of heals. Now he's put on a timer that will not last forever.
But look who's avoided almost everything along the way. Acorn and Bolts. Teeny has fallen, though. No opportunities to bring this one back. His body being carried away there by Ju and Badil. Shark looking to see if he could try to scramble, pick up the pieces, but as a solo with no HP, what more can he really do?
He doesn't look like he has the answers to that question, Taco. With just 1 HP remaining, Shark and Teeny will leave their first place spot up for grabs.
So many of our Titans go down early, and you're kind of seeing how Teeny was able to go down, but Deal and Ju just caught him lacking, edit the wall, and get that elimination. Even during all that chaos, we saw Cold and Rapid went down as well. Veno's gonna get knocked. Curve trying to be a hero. One knock's already there, trying to get the second onto Sky, but he gets denied that opportunity. Rightfully so. He goes right back into the box, trying to get the revive onto Veno with his own pushing him in. He can't be the hero he needs, but there's still a knock right in front. one. Curve trying to save the Siphon for the last moment.
Curve needs it to kick in now or never, but he can't afford to see if he can find another shot. Eventually, though, he might be saved just in the nick of time, but when you've got two titans of the lobby, two major champions going head-to-head, now's the time to see who's really on top.
And Curve might not have been able to save his teammate, but Sky certainly could. Scroll back in the game and back with a chance to make things happen. Curve with just 17 HP needs to tiptoe his way around and he will be caught out. And so it's up to him now to get things done. On the front side of the zone, Shadow and Virgo positioning. Pixie looking to do the same. Malabuka, Vico. We've seen how strong they've been so far today. Will this be their opportunity to take first place?
They're trying to get that whole side of the zone, but they get cut short, cut off, kind of tagged up all at the same time. Vico's going to go down. A lot of pressure has just been put on Malabuka's shoulders. 132 points. They're so close to the top of the leaderboard, they can taste it as he tries to steal another one away. But that one's going to go to Momsy. The flank comes in. He doesn't hear it. Swizzy and Pixie take him down.
Swizzy and Pixie are primed and ready. They are just looking back, spraying down every single one of these teams. All of the players that are just a little bit too late to the punch. And now Pixie, Swizzy, with the damage having been done, they're ready to see whether or not they can make their move towards frontside.
If these guys can rise to the occasion today, it would be exactly the type of story you expect out of Swizzy and Pixie. Peterbot playing the storm now as all this madness ensues. Ju and Vidil, they are looking to take this game for their own. They don't care who's in this lobby. They want the high ground and they will keep it for now. But that is just for now. They have to continue to hold it and apply the pressure below.
They're feeling like they're on cloud 9 right now. The entire arena cheering them on, but they draw their attention to Shadow and Virgo, that second height team. Anybody in that position could use a shockwave and disrupt everything they have going on.
You can tell though from the way they're playing it, they don't have the materials, and so the chop will come through. It's Cammy, it's Hari. We've seen them do that so many times before, and so it'll be up to Vidil now to clutch up.
But this is a spot that Vidil's been in so many times already, and now here today, Vidil trying to see if he can strike through, but his shields are so low. He's fully cracked. The movement is crazy, but he's left tumbling down the hill, trying to see if he can get out of sight. Pablo is falling, kindling right next to him, but Vidil, he's not going to be able to get the shots. He wants to try and make it through, but all of these pre-existing builds just forcing him to make the effort. Still, Vidil moving forward. Vidil brings him down.
How does he keep finding a way? He keeps on doing it. Vidil, this is ridiculous. What a game from him. Scroll will finally put an end to it, but Cammy and Hari, after chopping height, will look to finally make a play for it for themselves. Shadow and Virgo hold on, but not for long. They get wiped clean, and Scroll down below has a tough Polish duo up, trying to take this game.
In fact, they're the only duo actually up in this game. Scroll, solo, Pixie, solo. Scroll's being the focus right now from up above, trying to expand, but he's running out of material, and he's running out of material fast. Hari, Cammy, they realize he's building out a Wook. That's a sign of weakness, and they want to take over. They can't let this opportunity slip from their fingers from one team to the next. Pixie gains their attention. Scroll goes up!
But Scroll finds nothing. He realizes Cammy's in a metal box, and then there's Pixie all alone on the ground. Scroll with the siphon just in the nick of time. But Scroll, he's still got to keep going forward. Hari never gets a chance to see it coming, but it doesn't matter because Cammy had his back.
They are one of the most dangerous teams coming into this event. Contested, uncontested, that is not a problem from them. When it comes to big moments, when it comes to big events, Cammy is one for certain that shows up when it matters most.
Cammy, Hari, stand up. Düsseldorf, please give it up for Cammy and Hari. What an intense final moment, but you were in it together. How were the communications as you tried to take solo Scroll down?
I mean, it was the perfect game. We just chopped height like 3 times, killed like 4 people because of that, and it was an easy game.
That's what everyone is saying so far, but everyone online has been looking at the lobby list and saying this might be the most stacked FNCS LAN ever. Do you agree, Hari?
Yeah, this is so stacked.
So when you look at the lobby list, who do you think is your biggest competition right now?
Darm and Dimash.
Darm and Dimash, and is that because you're sat right next to them and they're also your friends from Poland?
Yeah.
And so if it could be you or them, I'm guessing it's got to be you who wins this now.
Of course.
So, Cammy, you know what it's like to be under pressure. You know what it's like to be on day 2 and in contention for the top. But do you have to change things up so you don't get snaked out there?
I mean, we can't. So, like, we just need to focus on that. Need to focus on winning off spawns and try to get some more good games.
Well, we're going to take a short break while these guys focus up. Please, Düsseldorf, give it up for Cammy and Harry!
Trinkst du etwa meine letzte Müllermilch? Müllermilch. In vielen unwiderstehlich leckeren Sorten.
Red Bull verleiht Flügel. Sie sind privilegiert. Sie werden hofiert. Sie sind die Loyals. Sie sammeln Punkte in der App und genießen viele exklusive Vorteile. Fürstliche Mahlzeiten. Man bringe mir den Big Mac. Feinstes Merch. Service am Tisch. Werd auch du ein Loyal. Jetzt App laden.
Zum Genießen gemacht. Unsere Hey Obi-Angebote. Wie das Lounge-Set Morenzi für 1099 € oder der Enders Gasgrill für 499,99 €. Obi, alles machbar.
Papa öffnet die Lights-App. Sonnenuntergangsglow. Es gibt ein Licht für jede Stimmung. Warm zum Entspannen. Lebendig zum Loslassen. Fokussiert zum Arbeiten. Oder einschlafen. Die Menschen kontrollieren das Licht. Ich das Sofa. Go wie Smartlights. Licht, das verwandelt.
Nimm das Schwert.
Ich habe die Kraft!
Ist es normal, deinen Körper Tag für Tag zu fordern? Nicht ohne das ESN 4-in-1 Magnesiumkomplex. Laborgeprüft und präzise dosiert. Für deine Regeneration. ESN-Qualität. Alles andere als normal.
Victory Royale out of Game 3, and if I could put my EU bias mask on for one, say, yeah, my boy, EU that's right, Tokata. Oh, Tokata.
I heard you repping NA. What, 1 match ago? Literally last match? You think you can just switch up that quickly, Zeke?
Yes, I can. Oh, sorry, I left the EU bias mask on there for a second. Listen, I'm gonna be biased on whoever wins. I just want everybody to have a great time. Shout outs to Cammy and Shari, rather. What an incredible game. Packed with eliminations, packed with high ground, packed with pushing other duos who are trying to take high from them out of the way.
Classic Cammy high take right here. Looking back, chopping it on out, sneaking in the backside of this zone as well. All of that LAN experience that Cammy has paying dividends for him right now. The scroll high take was almost crazy, but they held him off to Carter. And what they did really well here was they took high at, again, the right time at the right way.
I love seeing this from from Cammy and Hari now bumped up that leaderboard. But if I think to specifically how this duo plays, you can go back to the 2022 Invitational where Cammy and Seti ended up winning. Issue is they weren't known for playing very well mechanically, for getting those eliminations, but now Cammy paired up with Hari. I'm seeing much more confidence. I'm seeing them pushing. I'm seeing them play for height, get those eliminations, and you know, it's working incredibly well.
I don't know if you saw what I saw. Sky and Stroll have suddenly broken into the 200-point threshold. Oh, wow. Finding that second place against, obviously, a solo situation against Cammy and Shari, rather. Wow. This team continues to do it. I don't know how they do it, but Scroll, if we're going to put Scroll in solo clutch situations, I'm down. I'm down.
Look, I'm down to put either of them in solo clutch situations. Scroll, game one, got 52 points as a solo, once again clutching it out. But the best part is, Sky is just as capable at solo clutching. In the EU Major Finals, he had the third most solo clutch points. They can play together as a duo. They can play as solos. They were the most consistent team on EU going into those finals. Sky and Scroll have everything to take home this competition.
What a shot that was, though. Unreal. There was a moment just before that as well where Sky was down and Scroll waited. He almost used Sky's down body as bait. For the player that was coming up to take them out and continue that through. So that combination of not only mechanical ability, not only calmness in those endgame situations, but just the brain, the thoughts, thinking, how can I make the most out of this endgame in our current situation? There's a reason why these guys are favorites going into this weekend, and it's looking very, very good for the Sky and Scroll lovers out there.
What's crazy, too, using the body as bait, that was actually against the deal, right?
The deal.
The deal running through as a solo. We could hear the crowd going crazy. Even the deal could begin and finding eliminations against such high-profile duos like Sky and Stroll is crazy.
Yeah, and it's what Vidil's been doing all season long. He's had this sort of like solo clutching prowess, this sort of second wind, if you like, when it comes to solo clutching, because seemingly in every single tournament that he's playing in, he's having these amazing solo clutches. And on a stage like this, in this sort of format, getting those extra few placement points, getting those extra eliminations to Carter is going to be super valuable for him.
100%. They're bumping themselves up the leaderboards. Remember, Vidil back in 2024, he was the best performing duo, German duo alongside Reason, now paired up with Ju. They have been looking incredibly strong on home turf. I'm excited to see if they can continue that momentum forward in the later matches today.
Teeny Sharks second place, but Chino and Pablo Wingo up 4 places. Mini Minor, this second place. I mean, honestly, Sky and Scroll aren't that far away, but they are trying to make a statement, right? They're like, hey, you're doing good. We're going to stay very close by, though.
Yeah, it's where Chino Pablo operate. This is exactly where you want to have them. These endgame situations, hip to hip. If you looked at the drop map going into today, you'd almost write them off. That sort of triple contestation and standing strip. But when they make this endgame situation, when they're in these low to mid ground layers, they are just almost so in sync together. They're playing off each other so well. And this is something that we spoke about to them in an interview. They were sort of saying, yeah, if we make these endgames, Takata, we're going to have a lot of fun. And that is exactly what they're doing.
What I find interesting about Pablo and Chino is if you looked at their expectations from 2024, which was duos going into 2025, they were low. They weren't making the major finals. They didn't make global championships. But then they were one of the best trios in 2025. So going into this year, their expectations have been significantly high, and they have not disappointed, performing at the top at the EU Major Finals, and now once again topping the charts on an international stage here at the Major Summit. They are meeting those expectations currently, but we still got more games to play out.
I'd love to go back to the standings really quickly, right? I want to see that second page. So keep in mind, we know right now 98 points is where Acorn and Bolts sit, but just below, look at this. Cammy, Shari up 32 places, a single game difference. And look, just right behind, Focus, Thomas, HD, Akira, Kurama, so many names. Guys, this competition is still very much alive. Obviously, we've had a few games, but it'll just take a single game to change everything.
Oh, absolutely. And when Shari and Cammy actually switched up their drop spot towards more of the northeast side of where they're originally landing, I had a few questions. I was like, is this actually going to be the right move? Is this going to be the play that they want to make, particularly with all that contestation going on around them? And the first 2 games, yeah, it wasn't great, really. They weren't able to show us what we know they can do. 2, particularly Cammy, known as the land goat. This is the area in which he is known to operate very well. And for those guys, moving up in the standings after that one game is absolutely crucial. But in an 8-game format, Takasper, it becomes very difficult because you have to continue then to do that throughout the day.
Yeah, Cammy on EU has been a player that's kind of been known to stay ahead and adapt incredibly quickly when there's a new season, when there's new strats, new metas. Cammy is going to be on top of that. I was also looking, Thomas, HD, and Focus close by. They were actually surprise contested in the last match. Now, they ended up having the upper hand. They came out on top there, but there have been a lot of last-minute switch-ups, so I'm definitely starting to feel that pressure.
Absolutely, man, and I'd love to tip my hat to Shadow and Virgo. I'm sure Vivid, wherever you are, is probably making some noise. Currently our best performing NA team. They kind of showed up for a bit of that last game, and then Cammy and Shari said, get out. But still, I love seeing this duel, right? They had that crazy call yesterday. Hey, yeah, we'll go ahead and win this next game, and then went on to do so. So I'm excited to see what else they can bring, right? Like, just look down to the 2nd to 4th. The points are still pretty dang close. I feel like once we get into that 8th game, man, it's going to be really, really close.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that, Shadow Virgo, you mentioned it right there, Zeke, 4th place for these guys. It's so tight in and around that area, so it's going to be absolutely vital for them to actually continue to develop and have performances like they have been having. We saw it right here. I think it was Virgo that was up on top of High, actually got chopped on down and then took a lot of that fall damage. So this is where their game started to crumble. But it's something that I spoke about yesterday in the lower bracket. If you can just take High, ride it out for a good amount of time, you're still going to get some really nice placement points. And in an 8-game format, it's going to be absolutely vital to keep those games coming in, because if you can stay consistent, it's going to do you well to good.
If anyone's going to take height, it's going to be Virgo and his Shadow. I mean, if we look back at the player lounge, Virgo was winning every single realistic creative match. I mean, mechanically, he has what it takes. But then you look at the predictions, you look at all the co-streamers, you ask online, and they're putting, you know, NA's somewhat last hope per se, Acorn Rituals, you got Cold Rapid. They don't have Shadow and Virgo up there at the top, so I love to see them currently in 4th place, showing what they're truly capable of.
Dude, and I gotta say, Swizzy, I see you, all right, global champion. I see you sneaking your way just outside that top 5. Pixie right there as well. We are really starting to heat up, right? So many duos are starting to come online. I think they're all thinking the same thing. That trophy, we have to fight for this title. And also, Minnie, we can't forget as well, top 15 auto quals to global championships later on, but this is a global champion, right? He's trying to prove, hey, I won that for a reason.
Yeah, and this is a team that have sort of played against, with their backs against the walls for a lot of this year and a lot of this season. And, you know, it's kind of surprising coming out of that global championship where Swizzy ended up winning and Pixie, of course, came 2nd. So I think this kind of like one-day format actually hinders them a little bit, because this is a team that are really good at looking back at what they did wrong and then going ahead and improving based on what everyone else is doing. They'll have that halftime break to go ahead and do that, so expect big things from them in the 2nd half as well, but a really solid start from them there in 6th.
Yeah, I don't think anything can stop Swizzy. I mean, tragic end to 2024, came right back in 25, becoming a global champion. Got here a day before his tournament, no sleep, but was unable to make it through. And then in the first match at that lower bracket, all it took was 1 game. They took home the win, qualified themselves to today. And, you know, now hopefully Pixie, Swizzy, they're feeling more well-rested. They're more locked in, ready to go. And I mean, seeing them bumping themselves up this leaderboard, I'm excited to see if that continues.
I think it's really funny too, because like if you think about it, game number 1, or day number 1 rather, you got to play 6 games and be the top 25. So he's like, okay, do I play 6 games and then top 25, or do I just drop down in the lower bracket, win game 1, and then go back to sleep? Great story. I don't obviously know if that's true, but in my head canon, that's absolutely what happened. Vidil as well in that last game, ultimately shut down by Sky and Scroll, right? Kind of being used as bait there, but by himself, I mean, dude, he looks so good right now, Mini Minor. Obviously, eventually kind of had to play this out as a solo, but he looks good.
Early height take, the crowd went crazy. Everyone was hyped. They saw them on height. They saw the stars aligning for Dew and Vidil. And this was the moment where it all came crumbling down. But remember, Vidil here going up against arguably the best team in the world, especially in this domain in the low ground situation. Only on 4 HP, absolutely cooking. And this is what I talked about earlier. Scroll, that thinking ahead, 200 IQ play, waiting for Vidil to go ahead and find that finish. I think he did get the points for it though, so that's a really nice solo clutch from him.
Yeah, I mean, being on home turf, having the crowd cheering your name, roaring for your success, I'm sure it definitely plays a big part, but Badil is one of those EU legends. He's been around for a very long time. He knows what it takes to compete both online and international competitions. Paired up with the Jew. I'm excited to see them close out today.
Oh, Badil do it as well. Where's the finger guns?
There we go. There we go.
Was he about to dab?
He was about to dab. It's,
Thinking about
way
it.
back many years ago. But you saw him there for a minute, locked in, right? He's like, hey, the job's not done. I have to keep pushing on forward. But friends, I'm getting the call right now. Casters are ready. The next game is ready. So casters, over to you.
You know, I like the way Zeke just said that. Job's not done. And for Sky and Scroll, they might have about a 70-point lead, but it's exactly that. 5 games left, job's not done.
Yeah, but when it's Sky and Scroll and you start looking at the point differential that's already taking place, all I can think about right now, Levin, is what happened in Major 1 Grand Finals. But first up, let's see what actually takes place here in Game 4.
Game 4, the last game before halftime. And if you guys are no strangers to Fortnite competitive, where you're at on the leaderboard means so much. If you're going after first, you might have to have a big game here. If you're settling for that top 15, you just need to remain consistent. Thomas, focus. They know they got lurked on at the start of that last game, and they're just being a little bit more aware.
No surprises this time around, or for now at least. We have to see what takes place elsewhere. Looks like these guys might get a game uncontested. Epic Well and Pump.
Ooh.
And it looks like the Middle Eastern duo has decided, oh, well, they don't get landed on, but they do get shot out of the sky, and there will be more shooting out of the sky here as these two duos run it back.
That's just the nature of the game when it comes to these drop spots. Sometimes you have to glide in, and Flixie's just trying to go for the chest, gets the Thunder first, but not the elimination. 2v1, Tinka and resigns, the strength in numbers, and that was a little bit of a mismatch. Chap went underneath. He left his teammate alone by himself, and sometimes that's the only second you need.
Sometimes you just have to give up the sacrifice, though. Flixie fully understanding that they just weren't going to be able to pull this one back. It's better to just have Chap try and play things through. He can look for the reboot later on, but for Hero and Focus, they've got to be feeling great about the fact that they might actually get to experience a game. They've been dealing with Epic Whale and Pump, and we can go back to see where things really started to take off for them. Surprise conning Virgo. That's a bad news Bears moment, but Hero not finished with it.
Hero getting both of those eliminations, and honestly, sometimes it takes one switch up of a drop spot to get things rolling in your favor. And already we'll see how they rise up the leaderboards after this one. Triple contested still over towards Sandy's trip. It's Chino and Pablo that find themselves in a close quarters combat situation here. Victor V and Kanata on the west side of Sandy. So right now, it's gonna be Fakun by himself, just having to clutch up or just stay alive until he can get his teammate back.
This is a dispute that has been taking place since Friday. Pablo and Chino have non-stop been looking to bring down Fukun and Minifio. They nearly succeeded in yesterday's competition, but it just wasn't enough. This time, though, they've settled everything once and for all. So game 4, they'll just have to deal with Victor B and Kanata at Sandy.
And that is a balance that I think they are willing to live with, one that I think they can find success with. And so if there's anybody that can give Sky and Scroll a run for their money at the top of the leaderboard, we know it is Pablo and Chino.
We also know what Thomas is made of, especially when it comes to international tournaments. 92 points so far. Not necessarily the start that they have wanted, but still plenty of time to kind of pick up the pace. Kazzy trying to disengage underneath, focus on the chase. Shot after shot connecting until he finally gets that first knock. The elimination is there, and while on the other side, Focus cleans up one. Thomas now trying to stall out this fight, waiting for his teammate to come back, using their numbers to their advantage, and just firing off on all cylinders. Damo by himself, but not for long, as he gets sent back to the lobby with Kazzy.
It's just obvious that that Oshi duo was running on fumes here. Unfortunately for them, Thomas and Focus do take full advantage of them being pushed so early. But Poyo, Peterbot, this is unfamiliar territory now.
NA fans, look away. This is not what you want to be watching. Pollo, who's been the more reliable, it feels like today, as far as staying alive in the duo, goes down at the hands of the Frenchies, and so that leaves Pete to fend for himself and keep this duo fighting in this tournament.
Yeah, and that's something when you kind of look at the stats of Peterbot and Pollo on day one, you know, kind of leading in damage right there with eliminations, but where they placed on the leaderboard is not where you would think a team like Peterbot and Pollo would place. So it's not necessarily the actual fights and mechanics, it's the overall game plan.
So far a tournament to forget for them, but still plenty more to play. Chap has been able to keep himself in the game with a nice little lurk onto King.
That's exactly why Plixie knew he could trust his duo when he left off on a solo adventure here. Yapko and Panzer, though, profiting from what's taking place over by Latte, and they've got Cooper directly in their sights.
Yep, they were able to kind of angle out Reap by himself, and now they land a big shot onto Cooper. 2v1, they're continuously trying to push in. Cooper's time is definitely limited here, the way Yapko and Panzer have been playing. They need the points. They have to try to catch up and move up that leaderboard if they want at least top 15, but Cooper's keeping them on the chase up until now, where Cooper finally falls. And just like Taco said there, that decision to split with Ages of Ritual not working out.
And we have seen Yapko and Panzer are not afraid to fight anybody in this quadrant of the map. If they spot a weakness, they will strike and they will hit hard.
It really feels like they've been playing a lookout to see who's going to be the duo that gets pushed further north from Latte landing off the initial off-spawn contention. And every single time, whether that's been Ritual and Agers or whether that's been Reet and Cooper, you'll see Yapko and Panzer throwing their names into the mix.
As the dust settles, Reason and Noah, we've seen kind of two sides of this coin. Moments where they like to get aggressive, try to find eliminations. And then moments where they play passive, just like this, lurking. We know these teleporters, a lot of teams like to traverse through, avoid all the chaos that goes above and on the island, but sometimes it ends up being one of those plays where you run into nobody throughout the course of hiding down there.
It looked more like they were set up, banking on someone actually taking that ascender directly down to them, obviously hoping that they could get the advantage off the right side peaks, but Cringe and Twy, they'll be the closest to it. Whether or not they actually take the bait, though, that's a story left to be settled.
For Shark and Teamy, a game where they will have to prove to everybody watching that they are really here to play. We've seen them win, but after last game's surge disappointments, the question does become, when this team faces a challenge on this stage, can they rise to overcome it?
But what really makes things so exciting is that we've seen EU challenge Sky and Scroll before. You can never count yourself as safe, even when the match looks promising, because so many teams like Swizzy and Pixie all just kind of nestling in to these tucked away positions, utilizing every bit of terrain to their advantage.
And I think in the case of Swizzy and Pixie, they've almost been counted out by many, many people watching, and understandably when you look at how the year has gone, but that is too much talent to count out. Speaking of talent, Big Cold on the screen, picking Iyomzo up, and 4 fields is not the spot you want to be fighting these two. This is their comfort zone.
It's also the opposite side of the map from where we would have anticipated Iyomzo and Josh to even be at, so clearly a little bit of a mix-up already taking place.
Yeah, and just unfortunate enough, you kind of saw the no knock. It was straight elimination. Josh probably out of the game already as we tune into Peterbot. Nalu and Rainy, just like Josh and Iyomzo for that matter, just kind of landing where they want each and every game, trying to go ahead and lurk and catch a team off guard while they're going for their loop path. But Peterbot's been a solo for so long in this situation. There's been too many teams inside Squibbly and outside as well, so there's really been no chance for him to get that reboot.
But part of the problem for Peterbot is that taking that aggressive fight, that early motion up against Skyjump and Mumsy, and it not netting anything for them, it just left Squibbly up for grabs. And the moment that teams see real estate, they're going to start moving in. That's exactly what Rainy and Nalu have done. So Peterbot, he'll have his work cut out for him in terms of getting the reboot for Pollo in the first place and making it out of Squibbly Shores.
Okay, Aegis of Ritual making their rotation on over. Typically, you kind of see them use the long launch pad towards the backside of Latte Landing, but Yapko and Panzer actually ended up using it. I'm not sure Age of Ritual know they're there, and I'm not sure Yapko and Panzer are even going to try to dive down on them. Both of these teams need to get into the zone before they're eaten alive and damage being taken.
Far too far and away. It's the render distance that's just working to their advantage. They are gliding overhead. Agers and Ritual, there's not really a whole lot they can do about it either. They know they just got to keep moving forward into the next zone.
Uh-oh. Don't see Epic Well anywhere in sight. And this is a situation that might make you a little nervous if you're Epic Well and Pump. You've been performing decently well throughout the course of the day. Almost in contention of one of those global championship spots. But then you run into Vico and Malabuka, and in the distance, there's a shark in the water. Him and Teeny lurking like we know they can. They go ahead and let at least one of those teams escape. So I'm wondering, do they know Pump is here, or are they just trying to eye that duo? But Vico, Malabuka, they're returning back. They want to fight. They know this is a chance that it could be Shark and Teeny.
This is a 2v2 we all want to see, and it's one that will be interfered with. Pump takes Malabuka down, and that just helps Sharkantini, and it gives him a bit more breathing room to stay in this game as well.
Not only that, but Pump absolutely stacked right now. The problem is he is just a solo, and for Sharkantini, there's always a bigger fish, and they're willing to make sure that they take out Pump entirely. The ultimate refresh, it's not even one that is a necessity, but they'll steal it anyway. All of that loot that once belonged to Malabuka now straight in Sharkantini's inventory. 2
is better than 1, especially when it's Sharkantini.
Yeah, but these fights right now just continuing all around the map. Cold and Rapid looking to get aggressive. Probably just going ahead and being okay with just getting damage. Shield gone from Boko, shield gone from Cringe. Some shots did connect, but instead of getting greedy for Cold and Rapid, the game plan for them is simple. They don't need big game eliminations. They're just trying to get Surge, climb up that leaderboard, and then move into the zone. They don't want to get caught in all the chaos. They don't want to get caught below the damage threshold and control over their game, take it away.
They might not have a choice though. Based off where we last saw Chino and Pablo, they might be able to get some decent tags into Cold and Rapid along the way. But Darm and Deemish, what had been a very promising start of the day, cut a little bit short because of losing some of that momentum off of early eliminations in Game 2. Sharkantini trying to do what they can to shut down some of their EU comrades, but Deemish and Darm never count these guys out. They'll take their time farming it up before they get involved.
We're already seeing a couple mythics in play as well. Thomas, the Iron Pump, you saw the Chaos Reloader there. There's Ju and Vidil from their drop spot. Kind of see them instantly edging towards the zone. 418 above. Even without elimination here, you can see they're being consistent when it comes to that damage. And everybody on the outskirts of the map slowly but surely making their way in. And they have to be quick, because right now it is going to be a 1 tick, is going to move into a 2 after this, and then a 5. So positioning has to be perfect.
But there's so much else taking place. Peterbot with the comeback. This is exactly what he needed. A single opportunity. Everybody's better than Peterbot until it's time to be better than Peterbot. And QNDX, it looks like he might just find out.
And this could be the moment right here, not just for the eliminations in the case of Peterbot, but if he can get Poyo back, they at least have some loot. But again, I said the 5th zone, it moves to a 2-tick. Peterbot could no longer stay over towards Humble Hills. He has to move down towards Riptides, closer and closer towards the zone. But this could be his golden opportunity, just like that one there. QNDX gets caught off guard. Peterbot pounces and gets the elimination. But it wasn't easy. It does turn into a 2v1, and Phantom takes the sacrifice.
This is the Peterbot we want to see. Sniffing out opportunities to take advantage of players and striking hard. Can he get Poyo back in the game? If not, can he give us an all-timer Peterbot clutch?
Humble Hills right now getting more and more traffic running through. Ari down below. Don't see Cammy anywhere. Nalu and Rainy, they have no choice but to play aggressive here. 147 below the damage threshold, but that first shot is going to slow him down. Demon's coming in. It's going to make it that much harder, but Nalu hits a haymaker on one side, but another one breaks into the box. Now they're scrambling. Back to the lobby they go. Darman Demas, a strength in numbers is real.
You hit hard, we hit harder. Darman Demas cannot be toppled right now.
best part of it all. I don't even know if they realized that Ari was still there, but Chap, Flixie, this is what they needed. They bind Poyo off of the reboot, and Peterbot might just go with it. Fortunately, Flixie's down yet again, but Chap has closed it just enough to revive his duo.
Now they get an opportunity here. They are getting chunked out by the zone, but look at the extra heals they were able to get. A mending machine not too far by. That was a huge success for Chap and Flixie in this game, and this is literally what we saw yesterday. Slow start to the day, but slowly but surely ramping up.
Doesn't matter though, everything that just took place for Darm and Dimish has steadily fizzled away in moments. It seems so promising. You get the refresh, you get the abilities, but they're just so below on Surge. Just took too much damage in the exchange overall from Rainy and Nalu, and it's apparently left its mark.
This is going to be a tough rotation to make. Max pull. It's not going to be any easier for some of the teams in the zone. But for Dom now, as he makes his journey in, still plenty to do. Curve won't be able to stomach it. Dom might for now, and he does have a pathway to rotate in. What happened to Venno, though? I mean, it's rare to see Curve all alone in situations like that. Oh, that's what happened. Panzer happened.
You know, you probably wish me look away right there.
I really do.
Tough.
Shockwave into the front of the zone truly costs him everything, but sometimes you have no other option. But it doesn't matter how much damage, how many eliminations Darm has been able to get so far. He's still 246 below the damage threshold.
Who was really going to be Polish's last standing figure, and it's Darm in the end of it.
Hari said to Frankie, hey, it's going to be us that come out on top. Darm making him eat his words. Darm and Dimish, their game continues. And it's all in the hands of Dom.
You hear the crowd getting wild already in the feed. Vidil taking down Cold, Pablo, Chino just trying to move their way forward. Dropping a cup for the extra loot that they do have that they don't need to take with them. You can see their material kind of running low here. With 2 eliminations, 440 above the damage threshold. The main thing that is going to take their focus is just rotating from point A to point B, and it's just got so drastic. That is a max pull.
But at the same time, it's one that Chino and Pablo, they're avoiding all of the attention with a nice wrap around the dead side. They know that there's a couple teams trailing just ahead of them, but at the same time, Badil, Ju, looking to get active inside the congestion.
The crowd is lighting up with Badil and Ju on their screens. They want to see more Badil magic. And with them being so comfortably above Surge, this is looking and shaping up to be another magical performance.
I just can't believe that I'm watching Darm cut across the screen right now. How is he still alive? As a solo, he is doing everything in his power to fight back in this lobby and try to remain in contention for some serious placement points. Shark is weak, just ahead, but he doesn't have the opportunity to open up.
And this is a chance right here. Scroll once again by himself, 131 below the damage threshold. With the gap that they've been able to get in this tournament so far, the entirety of the lobby is looking at them, hoping they go down. But Scroll obviously making plays already from 140 plus down to 87. He doesn't look like he's getting nervous. Ju either. They're immediately getting focused, forced to back up. 171. He just needs to find this, and that's going to be step one. But it's more than one team. It's more than one player. They're all focusing in his direction.
The entire lobby is staring him down, and he won't be able to withstand it. But Darm still going. 6 more points have just been collected. And Darm, even with the search ticking away at his lifeline here, he's still waiting to see if he can strike first and come out on top. If he finds a singular refresh, that would be everything, because only 3 more players need to go down for the surge to disappear.
Yep, he has multiple med kits. Plenty of time because he didn't get that max pull, but 305, that's a daunting number to look at. So that's why he's just hoping, crossing his fingers, 3 people to go down. Maybe Vico, Malabuka could get one. Kurama moving across. Lucy's going to get dropped. Romero's going to get knocked as well. Plenty of eliminations need to be cleaned up here, but a flank comes in. Teeny surprise. Shark and him try to converge back into that same box, but they still have to rotate forward.
But look at how much space they have. They've claimed so much of the lower layers, and they're looking to continue building it out. But next, they want to take over the front side.
Down to bare bones. With just 25 HP, he has to make some sort of play happen. If anybody can do it right now, it's got to be him. Shark now has lost Teeny, and we know he has his eyes set on anybody's weakness. The arm goes down, and Shark now takes over as the solo we will watch, trying to make something happen.
He has to show why he's kind of looked at as one of the best individual player in EU as of now, but if you look up, you see it in the clouds. It's Vico, it's Malabuka. We know what they could do on high ground, and it doesn't look like any team as of now is looking up.
It's very often that you'll see them starting to really heat up as the lobbies continue to drag on, but for Scroll, as a solo, just trying to hide from underneath. But Focus is spotted out immediately. Thomas and Focus were trying to surprise contest on the high ground, but they'll be sniffed out immediately. Still, Focus and Thomas managed to make their way up, but they don't have the materials to hold this.
Vico, all alone. We've seen him here before. He'll take one with him. He's leaving with something. But the lobby will continue. Thomas and Focus looking to announce themselves now to the world as they sit up on height.
I love this play out of them. They want to catch up, but they don't want to wait until it's already over. Swizzy Pixie, same thing could be said for them. 108 points and counting. 2 eliminations. They have Tails, they have Slurp, they have everything that they need, but Scroll is still outlasting everyone into the top 14. If he can go a little bit further, he'll get half of the placement points.
He is a major problem for the rest of the lobby. And how can he be stopped? Shark doing his best impression now to try and catch up. Every single one of these solos making desperation plays. Focus will fall off of height, and that leaves Thomas now alone to deal with the damage. With just 1 build remaining, he has a mountain to climb here, Taco.
And the new generation, they're trying to take over. Scroll still going underneath, a little bit out of sight, out of mind, but it's only a brief moment. Akira Karama, they're the ones that take over frontside low. Scroll, he has to connect. He needs to bring down this next player, but it's Resign's picked off by Pixie instead. And Scroll knows his moments are limited. He's trying to see if he can capitalize. Instead, Akira and Karama finding the limbs.
We're into the top 9, half of the placement points, top 8, another one's gonna go down. Bolts gets that elimination. Karama and Akira, they're trying to dominate that layer, but Scroll is still scrambling around. He is the X Factor, big shot on a Tyler, but unfortunately he goes down.
It's the fact of the matter though, the damage has been done. If it's not me, it won't be you either. So Akira, Karama, will you find your moment, or will Bolts and Acorn take it all away?
Acorn up above, looking down, applying the pressure, giving Bolts the space to get involved if need be. They need to hold on as the rest of the lobby scurries around below. They will take Darkos down. Minori left, fending for scraps, holding on for dear life. It looks like Acorn and Bolts want the dub here.
He is striking them down one by one by one. Acorn and Bolts are in the driver's seat. Minori down below, just a sliver of HP, and it's not gonna last long. Acorn and Bolts and Ace Hope are on top.
And all it took was just that singular moment of these two holding down height. Everyone else just in absolute shambles underneath. 2 separate lines of fire, nowhere left to run. So of course the victory royale is all theirs.
Guys, you just got a victory royale in game 4, but it feels like you're just chilling. It feels like you just played a practice game, Bolt, from that reaction.
Nah, it wasn't like a practice game, but you know, we took height in the end and we were beaming a lot of people with our AR, so it felt like a really smooth game.
Acorn, as IGL, what's going through your mind when you're looking up? You're seeing the chaos unfold. What are you saying to Bolts in that moment? How do you get the timing right?
It was actually him that made the height call. I was just waiting for him to look at it. You know, we were trying to chop it, and then he made the decision, trusted him, and we won the game.
Is that a situation that happens a lot? Bolts, you say, you know what, I've got the instinct here, let me fly.
I would say it's 50-50. Sometimes it's me, sometimes it's Acorn, but in the end, we got the win.
Now, the two of you now on form, on fire, but this is a stacked lobby. Do you think consistency is something you can achieve?
Of course, always got to be consistent. You know, it's a mental game. We're doing bad. We won the game. Now we're back in it to win it.
The mentality is clearly strong and getting stronger with these two. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be talking about all the action so far. Congratulations. Incredible!
Trinkst du etwa meine letzte Müllermilch?
Müllermilch. In vielen unwiderstehlich leckeren Sorten.
Fight! Fight for Pywell!
The fight is not for revenge. Remember who you are.
Zum Genießen gemacht. Unsere Hey Obi-Angebote, wie das Lounge-Set Morenzi für 1099 € oder der Enders Gasgrill für 499,99 €. Obi, alles machbar.
Ich komme aus der Wirtschaft und habe nach einem Job mit Bedeutung gesucht. Hier arbeiten wir mit modernster Technik, für die wir eigene Lösungen kreieren. Und ich kann mich persönlich weiterentwickeln.
Wird geschrieben.
Das ist mein Zuhause. Dafür kämpfe ich.
Da sucht jemand Streit.
Wie geht's, NRW?
Sauber.
Easy.
Großartig.
Stabil.
Weil wir vom öffentlichen Gesundheitsdienst regelmäßig die Hygiene kontrollieren, für den Infektionsschutz sorgen, uns um die Gesundheit der Kleinen kümmern und bei Sucht und psychischen Belastungen unterstützen. ÖGD.
Die offizielle FIFA World Cup Sticker Kollektion ist da. Mit mehr als 900 Stickern und 7 Stickern pro Packet. It all starts with Panini.
Of course not. Me and Vivi were in the back. We were high-fiving. We were jumping for joy. I never left. I would never leave you, NA. Sorry about that. I don't know how that got back on my face there. Unbiased Zeke back. Crazy stuff out of Acorn and Bolt.
I'm not going to let you get past that. I've never seen someone switch up so fast so many times. What, EU, NA, EU, NA? I mean, to be fair, it is going back and forth in terms of who's winning these matches, but let's take a look at some of these highlights of Acorn and Bolts. Mini Miner, I know you're a fan of this team.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a great team, and a team that we've actually finally seen come alive here in these endgames. Finally getting that big win that we know that they can do, and absolutely huge for this team. They were coined as NA's last hope coming into this weekend, and we've seen already that there are other NA teams that are capable. The way they took height here, classic Acorn and Bolts gameplay, really nicely done right there as well. And we spoke about it earlier on about these zones. They were very, very good when they got favorable zones in upper bracket. This one, not a favorable zone. This is a very south zone, so they're still performing now. They figured it all out and playing up from height to Carter. Great game.
Yeah, this is big news. I mean, in terms of expectations, this is one of the duos that has the highest expectations on NA to come out on top. I'm almost surprised that it's taken so long to see them get a match like this, but I'm sure after this, they are going to bump themselves incredibly high up that leaderboard. And it's also, you know, a bit of that confidence boost that they might have needed.
I don't know if Acorn could have more confidence. He came out with confidence at the top of the show, right? We had that moment to interview with him. He just said, hey, I'm ready, be ready. It's great to see, obviously, and 8 eliminations as well. Massive out of the duo. Now, let's take a look at the standings. Sky and Scroll, they continue the dominance. This is why so many fans, players, us, were like, yeah, I think these guys are probably a big contender to go ahead and walk away with the win. Obviously, Teeny and Shark right behind, but more on that in a moment because Sky and Scroll, again, we put Scroll in a solo clutch situation, and he delivers.
He always delivers in these solo clutch situations. It seems like today has been a day of these big solo clutches, and he needed to make it happen, of course. There was a lot of teams that were up there on the standings that, of course, were down to a solo player. We saw it with Shark also clutching up as a solo. So, I mean, when it comes to Acorn and Bolts, the fact they won that game, really good for them. But for Scroll, if he can keep on making these solo clutches happen, if this can keep happening for them, they're looking really, really strong. Where's the chink in their armor? I don't see it at all.
I mean, it's working. I know Sky is just as capable to make these solo clutches happen, but for now, Scroll has been looking unstoppable. When I think back at EU in general, you know,
Was war längste Streak ohne Jackson?
previously has been a bit gatekept, but Sky and Scroll coming from not being these, you know, tied-in players earlier on in EU competitive to now building the chemistry, building the knowledge, building
endlich wieder Montag.
They have skyrocketed themselves as one of the most consistent duos, not just on EU, but in the world. So
So ein Dreck,
I
Alter.
like to see the solo clutches, but I want to see
Am besten 7 Tage Wochenende und gar kein Wochenende.
Ja. Ja, genau so. Genau so.
Diese Gegner.
But even in that game, like I was looking back at
Ich hab keine Waffe.
early game situation, they kind of went back to that strategy that we know they like to do. Sky up in that
Digga.
surge tower, up in that
Voll.
base, looking for a lot of those
Ich hab
attacks
keine Waffe.
around their POI because of course that zone did start to fall down to the south. And instead of Scroll just looking for all of that loot and re-farming, he was
Hier, bei
also
mir ist
looking
einer.
for attacks
Ja.
inside of Battlewood Boulevard. So little tiny adjustments to the strategy that's worked so well for them. And in this end game, of course,
Danach.
they made it there, and we know what happens when they do.
Hab einen Knock.
Something
Mike,
that
war auch
we
noch.
heard Venno say, not only was it looking like he was going to steal our job with that analyst that he did.
Schlimm ist selber, ja, Digga.
He was
Ich
bringing
muss
up
das wieder
that Sky
umändern.
and Scroll
Ist ja so
throughout, you know,
abfuckt,
the
Alter.
divisional cups, throughout the heats, through even the major finals. They
bin
kind of
tot.
had the
Was
same
sagt ihr?
strategy in
Freizeit.
terms of off-spawn, getting surge, and even who they're tagging.
Aber warum
in
hat
early
denn der,
to
der,
mid-game.
der
Now, the
genockt war, ein
question
Schild
was,
gehabt?
Are they
Als ich auf sie
going
geschossen habe.
to kind of get contested? Are people gonna try and
Weil das ein
counter that
Profi ist.
strategy? It didn't happen in the EU Major Finals, is what Venno was saying.
Ja,
And
besser als wir.
almost happened game 1 actually today.
Verstehe ich
One of
nicht.
them got picked.
Nein, manche Fähigkeiten haben so ein Schild beim Aim.
Haven't had too many issues at
Warte,
all.
warte,
Alter, ihr spielt Apex.
Ach so, ja, jeder hat von uns ein Schild, wenn man gelockt ist. Das musst du aktivieren.
But they've still done an amazing
Und dann
job
ist der
of keeping themselves
unzerstörbar,
on
oder
top
was?
of that lead.
Nein, das musst du kaputt
It looks
schießen, dann geht
good,
das wieder.
right? It looks good. It looks crazy.
Ja, da war nämlich meine Munition an alle.
Ja, bringt dir halt eh nichts, wenn der gelockt ist und du den killst, was bringt dir das? Gar nichts.
Na, wenn ich den töte, dann ist er doch erstmal raus, komplett.
Ja, super.
Solange bis sie ihn wiederbeleben, oder?
Ja, ja, das ist richtig, aber was soll das bringen? Dann aim doch lieber auf die anderen, die noch leben.
Ich habe keinen anderen gesehen. Ich bin erstmal nur weggerannt, weil ich von hinten bekommen habe und wollte den halt auch down machen. Komplett. Den COD, dachte ich.
Du hast es von hinten bekommen.
Ja, der Hannes öfter.
Digga, Hannes, Alter. Was macht ihr? Apex? Ich war Apex an.
Ich bin gerade Apex.
Ja, gekillt, Alter, wenn du genockt bist.
But still, we need to make something happen.
Yeah, and
Da
this is something
gibt's
that's
so ein
really unique
Schild.
to this sort of like LAN format. We're not used to seeing
Oh,
this.
Digga, da
Like
kocht gerade
win,
einer
and
mit
that's
dem
like the
Tippen,
main
ist das
thing that you're
geil.
playing for.
Oh.
But here, you're playing for that top 15, and for Akira and Grama, it's really nice to see them actually
Warum
performing
immer
at
echt,
this level
Digga?
on
Ich
this
guck mir
stage,
grad
because
die
they're a team that
Finals an
have
in
so much
Düsseldorf.
potential. They've been showing it in moments, little individual
The
games, little
Finals, die
instances
Major
where,
One
yes,
Finals
individual
von
tournaments, they've been
Fortnite.
incredible, but just overall,
Langweilig.
we haven't seen that
Mit
massive
Vadial und
dominating
Rison
performance from them. So
und
for them, that kind
Peter
of
Bo.
works to their favor this weekend.
Ja, nur weil du das nicht kannst, ne?
They can just play their own games as they want. They
Langweilig.
set the world on fire. They don't need to try and necessarily win the entire thing, which
Danke
of
für
course
die
they
Antworten.
will.
Was?
Was?
You're not going to not want to win it, but it gets to a point where you think, right, let's just try and solidify that top 15, and they're
Das
a
war die
really,
Frage.
really good team at doing that,
Was?
consistently making those endgames.
Ja, das war eigentlich eine Frage, ja.
For them. I mean, this is the in-person
Was
event
hast du
that we've
gefragt?
had with the most
Ob Reson da drin ist.
Ja, Reson spielt auch mit, ja.
players playing together. One of them is Akira and
Und Vadeal auch.
putting
Vadeal
themselves in the top
kenn
10
ich.
so far.
Ja.
Vadeal ist ein-
Aber die haben sind Duo-Teams, Das sind die Duo-Majors.
Digga, wo bin ich hier gelandet? Hier sind überall Gegner.
Of course, being the halfway point, we've let the players kind of take a deep breath, head back on over. They have a little bit of a break here. They'll be looking to readjust, look at things, whatever they need to do, right? Because with 4 games left to go, we'll have to keep this fight going. Now, Thomas HD as well, for that moment, saw him on height, and dude, my eyes lit up. I was like, yes, Thomas,
Highlights.
you know, not sure what led up to Focus being eliminated. Thomas having then to
Wie
kind
steht
of
jetzt
solo
Hilfe?
push a little bit, but look at this, man. Just seeing him on high ground, it took me all the way back.
Yeah, I think they got chopped out there, was it Focus, and they went down to full damage in the end, but Thomas HD clutching up a few extra points right here. I feel like we haven't really seen them too much, although they're on decent points. It hasn't been like an amazing performance from very
Aber
similar
ist
to
mal
what we
interessant
saw
zu
when it
sehen,
came down to
wie die spielen, ne, mit Baum.
in and around those endgames, performing well.
Nein, die haben
They
gerade
never
Pause.
had
Ich
that
weiß aber nicht, welche
massive
Runde
game
das ist.
performance that we expect and that we can come to
Ich guck
expect
den auf
from
Twitch,
Thomas
guck ich
and
die.
Focus, because I mean, the names, both of them have
Da
been
kannst du aber auch bei
performing
mir
so well.
gucken.
When's it gonna happen, Thomas?
Nee,
When's
nee.
it gonna I know you have
Nee,
what
auch-
it takes. I mean, 2024 Global
Kannst ja auch so, musst
Championship.
dich ja nicht anmelden,
Thomas
weil
HD
ich kann's ja
got
auch so gucken.
second place, adding, you know, to the 4 second places he has in FNCS Major Finals, the 4 third places he has, 11 top 5s. I mean, Thomas has been around. He's one of 2 players playing today that qualified both to the 2019 World Cup and also this Summit Major LAN. Duoed up with Focus, who is kind of that new up-and-coming EU talent. Actually, you know, tarping, even gets the shotgun at their POI. I'm liking what I'm seeing from this duo. They started off a little rough earlier on this season, but they've been looking incredibly strong recently. So one big game is all I'm hoping for from this
That's
duo.
right, dude. That's what we can't forget, right? Is like it's just gonna take one really great game to kind of turn all of this around. Wanted to take a moment here to highlight. This has been a fantastic weekend of Fortnite. Camera, can you get this over here? Look at this. This whole little section here has been our co-streamer booth. So if you've been following along with them, they've had a fantastic time. So many showing. What? Ozzy, is that you? Ozzy, Ozzy, come up here. Ozzy, come up here. Ozzy, yo, Bucky, you wanna come? You wanna come up here? You wanna come here, Bucky? Yeah, just him, just you. Come, Ozzy, come here. We got to get him up here. You know, you've heard from us. You've been able to hear our thoughts. Why don't we get Aussie Antics up here? Fan favorite. He's so cool, so handsome, so tall. Come on. Don't be shy, Aussie. Don't be shy. Everyone's here to see just you. No one's here to see anybody else, just you.
Rechts rüber oder wo wird der?
Aussie Antics. I don't know why you wouldn't know, but maybe you don't know, and that's okay. This is Aussie Antics. Ozzy, what have you made of the first half of the competition so far?
It's been good. I mean, I was talking to my chat about this. I think this is the most stacked lobby in the history of Fortnite, and I think we're seeing that. Like, anyone can take it. I was trying to do predictions last night. There's about 10 teams, I think, that could win this, and no one should be surprised. We've never seen that before.
Yeah, I mean, we saw you doing some predictions on stream earlier on. I want to know how are those sort of shaping up now, halfway through the tournament.
Well, they're looking okay. I had Sky and Scroll up there.
Yeah.
That was good. I had Shark and Teeny up there. I had them both getting top 3, so I'm feeling good.
Nice.
My Pete Poyo prediction, basically, everyone had faith in for NA. I had Cold and Rapid winning it.
Yeah.
I had Pete and Poyo getting top 5. So I basically shouldn't have had any faith in NA, apparently.
You think what would you think is the biggest surprise that you've seen today in the finals?
Biggest surprise I've seen so far in the finals today. I mean, Curve and Veno getting contested. I did not see that coming. That was crazy. And I mean, they're handling it pretty well. Outside of that, I think Shadow and Virgo were looking incredible. Again, they're kind of always a dark horse when everyone talks about them, until they also got contested.
Yeah, that's tough, right? Going back to Curve and Veno, right? How do you think, how would you even imagine you have a plan, you come in and then...
Die Astros eigentlich morgen schon.
Nein. Dienstag erst.
Dienstag erst, ja.
Wir müssen morgen noch alles zurückschneiden. Das nehmen wir alles noch weg. Dann muss ich noch die ganzen Folien anzeichnen und markieren und einlassen. Und Mittwoch bin ich wahrscheinlich im Intel-Haus Mittwoch früher.
Oh, was?
Ich konnte den ganzen Umzug gar nicht machen.
Ah, okay, okay.
Wir haben gestern war ich im Ikea und dann wurde mir gesagt, wo ich wieder kam vom Vermieter, ja, der Subunternehmer arbeitet nicht mehr weiter.
Was?
Also alles Zimmer ist immer noch nicht fertig.
Alter, okay.
Deswegen wird jetzt wahrscheinlich erst Mittwoch was. Und Mittwoch nach Arbeit, kommt davon, ob wir pünktlich nach Hause kommen, habe ich auch keinen Bock mehr, den Umzug zu machen.
Ja,
Wieso kann ich den Rucksack nicht anlegen?
Weil ich gleich nach.
Outside of that, we all watched the EU grants. Like, they looked incredible. But honestly, I'm super proud. And even Shark as well. I think the thing I'm most proud of Shark is I've seen him in the player room, got to hang out with him. Lovely kid. He's so humble as well. Like,
Bist du Umteil oder was?
Was?
Bist du oder was? Wie Umzug?
Ja, wir sind ja in unsere kleine, nebengelegene Wohnung gezogen. Mussten wir ja, damit unsere große renoviert wird, weißt du?
Achso.
Mhm.
Dann geht er wieder zurück.
Genau. In die große.
I mean, they're having a good time. They're enjoying it a lot. I had a little like teaser announcement. I don't know if I'm allowed to like tease the announcement I teased on stream. They're still trying to guess what that is. We got a little like something coming up. They've been loving it. Honestly, they love the show. My chat, I think, also very just locked in on competitive. This is again the best lobby we've seen in such a long time. It's sad we don't have faces like Clicks and Savage here, but you get to see the best go at it in a one-day format. They're as hyped as I am. Let's be real.
Bro, well, thank you so much. Before we let you go, obviously, you've got your stream going on right now. You've got Bucky, you had Savage. You're up there as well. Yep. Fortnite fan, if you want another perspective, this is where to go. Anything you'd love to say to the fans out there? Anything you want to say?
I mean, fans, thank you so much for giving me the dream job. As always, is incredible. I get to call this a career. I traveled all the way from Australia for this. I wouldn't do anything else. But also, I want to give a shout out to the other co-streamers. They've all been phenomenal this week. We've had so many people together. Boob's been killing it. Fax has been killing it. Leo and Ma, like the collaborative effort from all the content creators to bring the most out of this land has been amazing. So please check them out as well. It's been incredible.
Ozzy, thank you so much, bro. We are so excited that you were.
Thank you.
Know this guy in forever.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it.
For sure. Take that. Yeah, go ahead and drop it right there. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of it.
He's got a streak to go. He's got to go back.
Ozzy Antics, everybody. Thank you again to Ozzy. Frankie is apparently standing by. Let's go check in with her and see how things are going.
Thank you so much. I had to ask Sky and Scroll what it's been like for them so far. They're currently #1 on the leaderboard. But Sky, game 1 started with you having to reboot Scroll. Talk me through what happened.
I mean, Scroll got camped on in a bush. It was a bad mistake. We should have been prepared, and yeah, it won't happen again. Went on to reboot, and then I died to storm sickness, but Scroll clutched up the game.
And this is the thing, you guys have pivoted so well, because after that first game, we haven't seen that happen again. But what we have seen, Scroll, is you continuing to clutch, notably a 2nd place finish. You were on your own for
Liebe Grüße an die Spülmaschine.
Spülmaschine?
Tim? Ja, Waschmaschine. Was hat sie in dem Video gesagt?
Pomocki, schöne Grüße an die Spasti-Waschmaschine.
Wie wähle ich denn das Matic aus auf meinen
Alter, und dafür bin ich erstmal gesperrt bei TikTok Livestream Dienstag.
Nee, weißt du, ich bring alle um. Ich bin fertig, will mich gerade hier, dann ist da so eine Spasti-Spülmaschine, die da einfach rumsteht und mich einfach sniped in seinem
Holt die bei mir?
Aber ich bin alle um, ne? So eine richtige Scheiß-Spülmaschine.
Genau.
Fullteam bei dir?
Ja.
Nee.
Los.
Weil ich alle umgebracht habe
Die wollen
und
die
der
so.
einfach in der Ecke abgewartet hat, um mich dann zu snipen. Nee.
Also, ich wollte ja bei TikTok einen Stream-Key haben, ne? Dass ich das über OBS alles laufen lassen kann, wegen der Computerauslastung, ne? Werde ich aber nicht machen. Ich werde das weiter über Studio machen. Weißt du warum?
Alter, hier explodiert alles.
Weil TikTok dich dann zurückstuft und du 30-40% weniger Aufrufe kriegst. Wenn nicht sogar 50. Weil die wollen natürlich alles, das über ihre Software läuft, ne? Aber ich weiß, das interessiert dich nicht.
Oi.
Ich weiß. Ich wollte sie trotzdem nur sagen. Ja. Wo wollen wir hin?
Egal. So.
Oh, Steffi H. aus S. Ja. Das können wir machen. Das ist hier, ne, bei mir. Jetzt kann ich keine 3 Stücke Pizza mehr mitnehmen. Ne.
Ja, klar.
War wegen dem Event, ne?
Upsala. Hab ich gerade selber kaputt gemacht. So. Und runter?
Ja.
Da kommt einer.
Wo ist der?
Der schon tot.
Okay.
Da ist der nächste.
Bist du?
Ist er drin?
Wo ist der, unten oder oben?
Da unten. Oh.
Ist oben am Turm.
Ja. War oben.
Wo ist der?
Im Haus, wo ich ihn gezeigt habe. Alter. Hab ich noch getroffen, ne? Warte mal hier.
Ist weg.
Nee, das ist nicht weg. Das steht eben auf.
Hattest du auch gerade ein Déjà-vu?
Appen. Appen. Yes. Okay. Ey, wollte ich gerade machen.
Echt? Aber weißt du, was mich gewundert hat?
Was denn?
Dass er eben kein Wort darüber verloren hat, ne? Über das Vibe.
Worüber?
Über das Vibe.
Also ja, will ja auch nichts sagen.
Warum?
Keine Ahnung. Um erstmal jetzt darüber zu reden. Wer ist da?
Also unten auf dem Boden.
Ja. Und der eine kommt auch jetzt hier.
Mhm.
Auch nicht.
Ne, der holt ihn jetzt irgendwo da hinten. Lass mal da hinten hin. Der holt ihn bestimmt irgendwo.
Direkt hier. Der ist hier bei mir.
Selbst? Ja. Mit jemandem am Fighten. Am Wasser.
Oh,
Oh, toll, hab keine Munition mehr. Komm schon.
du hast doch noch deine andere Waffe.
Ja, denkst du, ich will dann gegen 2 Leute kämpfen?
Na, weil du gerade dachtest, du hast keine Munition.
Da dachte ich erst, und dann habe ich ja noch mal geschossen. Oh. Oh. Ich tue dir hier einen Chuck-Chuck hin. Die kommen. Geflogen.
Geflogen. Sind aber im Fight.
Das geht oder nicht? Wir schießen die nicht mehr. Davon lief einer. Oh, Steps bei mir.
Wo ist der? Da oben.
Team.
Der ist bei mir.
Oh, einer hat mich auch gut erwischt gerade. Ich hol mir den jetzt.
Ja. Was ist das?
Ist dein Kumpel jetzt? Oder ist beide?
Nein, der Kumpel ist weiter oben. Der ist da hochgegangen eben.
Kommt geflogen.
Ja. Lass den runterkommen. Wir sind unten. Der hat mir die Tat angemacht.
Mhm, das war einer von denen.
Ja, das ist der gewesen. Der ist hier bei mir.
Okay.
Ja, gemagert.
Oh, scheiße, ich bin down. Der ist bei mir. Du hast ihn gebracht.
Wow. Wem ist der noch im Fight?
Hier irgendwo hin hielt ich. Ich flieg da oben hin.
Ja, der kommt gerade hinter mir her. Ich muss mal gerade weg.
Oh fuck, hier oben ist auch jemand.
Einer kommt hinter mir her geflogen.
Ich bin im Auto eingestiegen.
Ich muss weg, hier die kommen.
Ja. Ich gehe hier hoch. Und hier oben sind auch welche.
Überall welche. Mein Auto ist gleich kaputt.
Als Haus. Hier unten auch ein Auto. Wenn wir gleich ans Brocken. Oh, hier kommt jemand. Scheiße.
Der steigt jetzt auch aus. Jetzt sind alle dann noch am Fighten.
Bei mir sind Slaps.
Bei dir?
Ja.
Ja.
Lass ins Auto einsteigen. Oder wollen wir den holen?
Das ist Crack.
Ha.
Ah, da wäre Mitte Zone. Blaue Markierung. Was ist hier drin? Schuhe.
So. Komm, wir steigen ins Auto ein. Soll ich da hoch?
Blaue Markierung. Warte. Das wäre, also da wäre Mitte Zone. Blaue Markierung. Erstmal. Ich würde hier oben bleiben, oder?
Oh shit. Da unten fighten die. Können wir gleich wieder ins Auto einsteigen. Ah, das ist Männchen. Einziger Schuss.
Munition, ey.
Kein Blumen. Irgendjemand war das. Warst du das?
Was?
Nein, da kommt jemand.
Nein.
Doch, da kommt jemand.
Ja, aber ich war das nicht.
Ja, okay.
Sound ist da vorne gleich.
Haben wir Auto?
Der Sound ist ja nicht weit, ne? Unten bei mir. Da. Ist jetzt am Schießen?
Ja.
Am Dach.
Da.
Einer ist auch rechts irgendwo. Ist noch da, ne?
Oh, Pizza ist da. Oh mein Gott.
Er kommt. Nein, ich habe keine Munition mehr.
Komm ins Auto.
Nein. Oh, zu viele Ticks.
Ach toll, jetzt muss ich erstmal umdrehen. Oh, fick dich, ey, du Hurenbock. Oh, scheiße, direkt da aus der Stelle. Komm, ey. Ja, was möchte ihr mein Zeug tun? Das ist aus 2. Chuck, chuck.
Einer ist sogar links von mir. Einer ist dead, ne?
Vielleicht, ne? 3 Stück sind noch. 2 Stück mit dir. Und die fighten gegeneinander. Lass die.
Ja, aber ich fighte doch mit dem...
Ja, okay.
Hat jemand den Arzt gerufen?
Rechts. Da vor dir, genau vor dir. Bei den Bäumen.
Ja, da.
Da ist der andere. Ich bin da an einem anderen Stein gegenüber. Den kannst du eigentlich gut kriegen. Obwohl, es ist auch der Einzelne.
Ja.
Ja, dann lassen. Dann kämpfst du mit dem
Rechts
Einzelnen
ist der
zusammen.
Einzelne und die anderen sind halt da oben drüber, ne?
Ah, die haben den gesehen. Da kommt der. Schleicht er. Wir werden jetzt erst den nehmen. Der kommt zu dir.
Alter, komm, weißt du, anstatt der denkt, Alter, scheiß auf den.
Ja, aber du hast ja auf den geschossen. Ja.
So eine Runde? Jetzt erst mal gucken, wer gewinnt. Okay, dann ist das so. Hast du schon auf bereit gemacht?
Ja, ja.
Der war alleine da, ne? Der Penner. Was willst du da machen? Was willst du tun? Einfach nothing.
Ich muss ja gleich noch den Koffer packen.
Stimmt. Ja, aber das ist ja wirklich...
Alter, was stimmt mit dir nicht, du scheiß Frosch? Tschüss.
Wo wollen wir hin? Es ist mir egal. Oh scheiße, ich bin raus.
Ja.
Ihr werdet mich nie kriegen. 2 sind links, 2 sind hinter mir. Wo wollen Sie hin?
Hey, doch, wollen wir da runter?
Oh. Fein.
Selbst bei mir.
Oh, nur bei dir. Bei mir auch. Ich hab was mitgebracht.
Oh.
Nee, der lag. Ah, ich wollte gerade.
Dad.
Ich wollte gerade helfen. Sind schon hier.
Mhm.
Ja. Ja.
Okay, ich sehe sie.
Ich sehe noch nicht. Du musst unten bleiben. Komm weiter rüber. Einer Knock. Einer ist bei mir. Steps bei mir.
Bei mir auch Steps. Aber ich sehe ihn nicht. Jetzt. Hab ihn.
Ach, Dicker, was ist das für ein Touch?
Touch me. Touch me.
Dicker.
Ist wieder hoch, ne? Und dann wäre der Wagen. Okay, okay. Wo, wenn du noch so einen Zauberstab oder irgendwas anderes findest, ne?
Da vorne lag eben einer. Mit 240.
Er macht
den hab
natürlich
ich
noch
eben
einen Double
getauscht.
Touch.
Warte.
Unfreiwillig.
Ja, ist egal, Song kommt ja
Wo
jetzt.
Rivalität ist. Da auf dem Steg. Das ist doch so ein Steg. Das war mein Alter mit 245. Sohn kommt.
Ja, ja.
Dicker, was machst du?
Bevor das Auto nehmen. Oh, ein bisschen kaputt, oder?
Ein Gebrauch habe ich gemacht.
Achso. Ja, meine ich doch.
Nein, das kannst du ja extra einschalten.
Ja, ich meinte doch dich, bisschen kaputt.
Nee, das ist ja extra. So, ich im Kopf.
So, wir warten jetzt da, bis sie kommen. Nein, wir dürfen uns ja nicht sehen, Mann.
Ja, ist ein bisschen schlecht hier, oder?
Halten Sie die Fracht auf.
Oh, mach doch mal, ey.
Ich bin doch wieder im Auto hier.
Ich meine doch nicht dich. Ich meinte das Männchen.
Wow.
Warte einfach, bis alle fertig sind mit Schießen.
Hier ist aber noch einer drin.
Mir hilft doch was Bescheid.
Weil schon halt, liegt auf jeden Fall viel Stuff rum, ey.
Und jetzt warten wir, bis sie da fertig sind. Und bringen wir die um. Okay?
Echt?
Oh, selbst bei mir. Alter, ich werde umgenockt. Oh, weg hier. Ja, komm.
Wo ist der? Der ist hier unten.
Unter mir. Kommt einer geflogen.
Siehst du den?
Ah, nee.
Ich sehe ihn. Komm außen rum.
Oh shit, liege. Kommt auch einer. Oh, ich fahr mit dem Bus wieder.
Wow, da kommt noch einer. Bleib liegen. Bin noch gerade bei...
Ich bin gleich tot. 2, 4.
Hast du was zu heilen?
Ja.
Der kam weg, Commander. Wo waren Sie?
Meine Pizza
Machen
holen.
bei mir. Lass
Pizza,
mich einfach
Pizza.
hier und
Heil dich.
dann mach ich das.
Lauf mit mir mit. Ich habe einen Heilstab.
Ich habe auch einen Heilstab. Spann dich.
Vor uns. Ah, ich liege am Boden. Nein, nein. Ja, gegenüber. Aber wir waren gut. War eigentlich gute Runde.
Gute Runde? Eine gute Runde.
Ja.
So, ich bin eine raus. Dann will ich mal eine halbe Stunde Pause machen und dann nochmal 2, 3 Mal spielen.
Was? Und dann?
Nochmal 2, 3 Mal spielen.
Achso, ja, dann macht man Pause. Dann erstmal Lobby.
A couple of seconds before he is struck it out of the lobby completely. Shark's gonna fall. Now Teeny with his back up against the wall. A necessary sacrifice. As Shark goes down, he lands a shot and he gets up above the damage threshold.
Most people might be scared to see Teeny in this kind of solo position, but you have to remember, Teeny's been throwing out his own punches, even at 5 eliminations, if I'm not mistaken, in that secondary lobby, so he's been popping off.
And I mean, you can look at all the little things that they could have done differently in that moment to keep Shark potentially in the game, but the mistakes were made way before this point in the game, and it's just up for Teeny now to just keep himself ticking for that much longer. Eventually, he will crack, and that is the end of that for our second place team in this game. And so an opportunity for Sky and Skrull to continue to improve their lead. But what do Chino and Pablo have to say about that?
Wow. A flashback right now. Peter Bot and Pollo literally flying under the radar. They have that one elimination, 280 damage above, and they are starting to heat up. Sayas is going to go down. Ages of Ritual taking a lot of the focus, but they're constantly changing targets. They don't want to let anybody breathe. That's at the back of the zone. Now Pump is feeling the pain. No eliminations yet, but for Peter Bot and Pollo, they handled their surge.
There's one spot you never want to see. It's Pete ahead of the rest of the lobby because he just goes into target practice mode. A lot of damage applied, but they still need refreshes. They need to make it to the bodies because they need to build up more materials, a better loadout. Swizzy, on the other hand, he's already got it. He is set and perched on the high ground. Pixie directly next to him. Who's going to be the first, though, to bring an elimination in?
If you know anything about these two players, this is where they like to be. We have seen them on this stage and in EU make waves from above, but this is not over when you have Acorn and Folks looking to try and make the back-to-back happen.
ja nur die
Still
Anmeldung dafür, wenn du
so
auch in
many
den Chat
strong
reinschreiben
players,
willst.
so many strong duos left alive in this one. It is not an easy high hold for Swizzy Pixie.
But this is the best chance. Agers and Ritual, they are pouncing on the leading challengers here today. And that elimination onto Scroll. Sky, what are you left to do?
Yeah, you foreshadowed it yourself. He was the one doing a decent amount of the solo clutches. Now with no build, can't take a singular tick up the zone. He's gonna fall. An opportunity has just opened up for the rest of the lobby. But Swizzy and Pixie, they're trying to control it all.
Agers is out of here. Pixie knows that Peterbot's right behind him. And Swizzy has fallen. Pollo's taking him out. The Mythic Reloader. Could it be the difference maker? Peterbot's waiting to see who dares challenge him next.
It was only a matter of time until Peterbot and Pollo reminded the world why they are so feared in NA. This is time to make their game happen. People that have been down below still gonna make it happen. If they can keep it up, they might just take height off of them.
I wouldn't call it way too soon, though, because we've seen so many teams get overthrown in these moments here. One shockwave is all it takes. Pixie lands a monster of a shot on the Momsy, pushing him back, making him go and retreat back to Sky, jumping. It's not enough. Another attack from down below. Vico gets elimination of his own. They're fifth of the game, but they're outside. They need to find the shockwave in. They need to make it inside the zone because they have very, very little extra HP.
But the thing that they did have was full control of front side. They have escaped all of the congestion. They were able to utilize every single one of their white heals, and now they are ahead. Looking back, preventing anyone from challenging the vicinity. This territory belongs exclusively to them. Front side is completely out of reach, but Pete and Pollo, they're more concerned about the high ground.
Music teams down below, and that just plays right into Vico and Malabuka's hands. They're looking for a refresh, and Vico will hit the shot, won't go for the loot. They want to keep a hold of the front side alone.
But they are dropping down. Ree and Cooper, they've overthrown Peterbot and Pollo on the high ground. The tables have turned, even for Vico and Malabuka. One of them's down. Vico's now forced to clutch up, but high ground continues to fight it out. Ree and Cooper will not be denied. 2v1 situation on height, but they lose it all. Pollo is answering back with elimination of his own, but it only starts with a knock.
Cooper's ready to forward, but he won't get to stay here in the lobby. Pollo bringing it back. Darm, Demish just underneath. Pollo, how far can you truly rise when the moment calls you most? When the lights are at their brightest, Demish is fully cracked. A big 150 pump. Pollo just trying to see who's going to try and challenge him first. But Demish, Darm, they're both just so weak. Pollo's got the chug jug. He's sitting back. Another shot into Darm.
Oh, kann er nicht einfach reingehen.
Alter, der Falcon von der Polo von Falcon, Alter. Hä? Oh mein Gott. Haben die gewonnen jetzt? War das Finale? Ja, ist rum. Wir haben es gewonnen. Ist das Peter Bot? Polio. Ja. Ja. Das Peter Bot?
They had no mat, so I was just able to.
Das war Polio.
It was a 2v1 situation. You were solo for a considerable amount of time. We saw you on the high ground, on the low ground, figuring things out. It
Alter,
was
hast du
not
den
that
Sprung
chill, was
gesehen,
it,
wie er
Pete?
die dann einfach
I
geholt
mean,
hat?
I'm playing with the best player in the world. I mean, I don't even know what I just watched. I mean, comeback starts now.
The comeback starts now. We just watched a Pollo masterclass. Pete, it's been an up and down day so far, as you said. The comeback starts now. Are we going to see prime Peterbot?
Might have to come out soon.
He might have to come out soon. I think he needs to come out now. Pollo, you're on fire. We've seen you clutching. We've seen such peak performance from you in the first few games. Do you think now that that trophy is a possibility?
Yeah, I think that's the game that we needed to start the comeback, so I think maybe we can win.
Okay, Pete, you're always confident, but Pollo even now is saying that you can win. Do you think it's going to be NA on top?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Peterbot, come on, I need more confidence from you. Is it NA on top?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's head to a break.
Polio und Peter Bot. Das sind gute Spieler und die sind alle so, sind jetzt etwas älter, aber so 15, 16, ne? Game 6, ja. Ja, also, es gibt 8 Game-Runden, glaube ich. Was braucht der Lukas? Vadial auch? Ja, aber Polio und so. Hast du gesehen, wie Polio alles geholt hat jetzt zum Schluss? Oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott, wie Polio noch alle weggeholt hat in der Runde.
Kilometer rein elektrisches Fahren.
Oh mein Gott, oh mein Gott, oh mein Gott. Umbau. Ich bin der Kalle. Umbau. Ich esse Pizza, das wisst ihr genau. Ich esse Pizza. Ich bin einfach nur am Singen, Alter. aber schon krass, Alter, wenn du dir die Majors mal anguckst, ey.
Alles Loser.
Alter, was Polio und Peter Bot gerade da abgeliefert haben, das war schon, Alter. Boah.
Ach, alles Pussys.
Wo läuft die Scheiße überhaupt?
Alles Pussys.
Auf Twitch, Fortnite. Da ist jetzt, die haben jetzt die fünfte Runde von 8, glaube ich, gespielt. Ich weiß gar nicht, Vadial und Reason sind, glaube ich, schon draußen.
Ja, aber
weil die schlecht sind.
Ja, dieser, ja. Aber, ne? Aber wenn du dir...
Spieler. Ich schreck die, wenn ich Fortnite anmache.
Wenn ich Fortnite anmache.
Ja, will ich reingucken, habe ich Werbung. Fotzen Stream.
Ja, das ist ja da immer so, ne? Aber da ist generell gerade Werbung. Noch 1 Minute 20 bis für die nächste Runde. Also das ist in Düsseldorf, ne?
Ja.
Diesmal. Ja, die Majors, die sind im Moment, also jetzt, das ist in Düsseldorf. Und die Halle, die ist ausverkauft, Alter, das ist Wahnsinn, ne?
Ja, also passen wahrscheinlich 50 Leute rein.
Was gab's denn für eine Pizza?
Eine Wagner Pizza.
3,62 aus dem Kaufland?
Pepperoni. Nein, für 2 Euro irgendwas.
Zu teuer.
Ja, ist mir egal, Alter.
Wie zu teuer.
Brüder, Geld spielt keine Rolle. Schmidt, Junge.
Ja.
Das Wochenende war wieder viel zu teuer, Alter.
Warum?
Digga, 200 Euro Ikea. Dann Einkauf für die Pyjama-Party, 70
Was für eine
Euro.
Pyjama-Party?
Dann eben 60 Euro Bus tanken.
6, ich glaube 8 Runden.
Den scheiß Schmidt-Bus.
Falcons. Alter.
As a solo, down on low ground, unbelievable stuff. And then at the end
kommt
of
er
this
noch
game,
auf
look at
Polio.
this one actually, let's watch this shot again. I want to see it. 3, 2, 1, and
Da einmal und jetzt, wie der aus der Zone dann hüpft. Guck mal, das ist die andere Perspektive. Wie der die...
Oh nein, bitte nicht.
Und Peter Bot. Oh.
specifically
Ja.
for this duo.
Und Peter
I mean,
Bot
they
ist ein
got
sehr,
second
sehr guter
first
Spieler.
in 2024 and even won the 2024 Global Championship in
deshalb
2025
sag
as
ich,
well. Second, first. I mean, the expectations for Peterbot and Pollo coming back into duos have been at an all-time high. They have not been meeting these expectations. You'd look at the placements and you'd say, they're great. They've been playing really well, but they haven't been firsts. They haven't been seconds. They haven't been winning, which is what we're so used to seeing with Peterbot and Pollo. And with that performance that we just witnessed right after halftime, I think we're into a very fun surprise here.
And a mask back on. Step off, Polo! Step off, my man! Put some respect on that name! Okay, sorry about that. Sorry, I don't know how it got on there. Well, it's crazy stuff. Peterbot and Pollo. What the heck? The solo clutch. Guess what? We have a listen-in from that game. Let's take a listen.
Oh, dead. I go for it. I'm gonna go for it. Look at him. They're going up. Good. I'm the match. I'm dead, probably. Dead. Nice. 3 build.
Muss noch duschen.
Ich
Play
auch.
choke. Nice.
Letzte.
1v1.
Was?
He's gonna die.
Es ist
You're
warm.
Ja.
Nice. Let's go!
Disgusting!
Kommt wieder, ne? Ja.
But the mask was back
Alter,
on. I
Hammer,
don't know why
Hammer.
that keeps getting over here. Sorry, but
Das
I'm gonna
ist so,
keep that
dass
over there.
so Teenager eigentlich freut, wie gut die spielen, ne?
Congrats to the duo. How does this impact the standings, though? We have to take a look. What's important to note here, Sky and Scroll fell just inside placement, right? So they didn't get to earn as many points as we wanted.
Aber Sky und Scroll, die sind glaube ich noch ein bisschen jünger. Und der Scroll, der ist wirklich gut, ey.
Hallo bitte, ich spreche nicht so gut Deutsch.
And of course Peterbot, but man, Acorn and Bolts, they needed this game, right? They needed a point. They saw that in the feed. Sky and Scroll down. Go!
Absolutely crucial that they had a
Guck mal,
good
wie eng
game
die
here.
Zone
You
ist und
mentioned
wie
it's
viele da
Sky and
eigentlich
Scroll
auch noch
going
leben,
down
ne?
early in this
Wenn
game.
du rechts mal
Same
die
with
Karte
Shark
da
and Teeny as well,
beachtest.
another top team in that section of the leaderboard. They also went down, so they needed a good performance. Not the best game that we've seen from them, and not gonna, of course, shoot them up the
Guck mal,
leaderboard
der ist ja alles
massively, but
zugebaut, ne?
keeping them in
Wenn du
that
da mal
position on
guckst,
the
so.
leaderboard to Carter. And this is exactly what this team need to do. They need to keep these consistent end games coming in, consistent placements, favorable zone for them as well in the end, but they're playing well, they're cooking.
I'm starting to get nervous for EU here. I mean, we talked about it earlier. Shadow Virgo, they were on top in terms of the NA teams, but we look back at predictions going into these finals. Acorn Bolts, they were always on that high end of these predictions, and after a big game before halftime, now continuing forward with another solid match, they are creeping their way up to first.
Oh my gosh. Guys, I wanted to keep talking, but so much happened in the last game, but I'm getting word games are ready. We're jumping right back into the action. Casters, take it away.
You know, before this tournament started, I was asked so many times, who do you think is going to win? Who do you think is going to take it all? You know what I said? I just want a close tournament. Peterbot and Pollo looking like they're going to deliver.
This is what it's really all about. Pete, Pollo, you know, they've kind of been waiting it out, feeling out in the lobby, but they're sick of it. The comeback has to start now, but they're not the only ones, Love It. There are so many teams creeping their way up.
I don't blame them. They saw the party that's being had and they said, we want to get involved, we want to jump in. And if that's a sign of what's to come, this next game is about to be fire.
Pivotal game 6, and normally we would be talking about this being the last game of the day. What do teams have to do here? But there's still 3 games left, and that's why I look at consistency. So even though Sky and Scroll may have fell early, they're still in a lead. They still have a cushion, and they still have a game to spare.
And it's easy to try and fixate on that top 5, but there is still a lot of contention for top 15. Danikush, Tiggs, Reason, O'Reilly, who's going to be the first one to fall?
Yeah, nice. Both of them are able to get the floor loop. Down goes Tiggs. A huge advantage here now in numbers. Siphon comes in. Reason is respectfully full health. Now Danikush tries to be the hero, but he ends up going down.
Doing it for the fans. They roar at the sight of that victory. And Reason and Noah will play this game out.
Reason, he end up maybe a little bit of practice in between the games of 4 and 5 on that 1v1 box fighting map makes a difference after all.
This is where Noah and Reason right now, they have a chance to start to build that confidence. We really haven't seen them in this position in a few games. Now they're able to win off spawn, right? And since they didn't have a lot of shields, they didn't lose a lot of HP. So in the overall Storm Surge battle, they had to have come out on top.
It's not often we get to see Chap and Flixie just farming things out. It's been so expected that they would have to try and duke it out for their spot south of New Sanctuary. But teams starting to realize, starting to understand, if we want any sort of momentum on the secondary half of today's lobbies, we're gonna have to survive it first, and Vico not gonna allow that for Cole.
I spoke to Vico in between that last game and he said, Levin, it's so hard at the top. Sky and Straw don't give up. We're gonna have to make these next couple games count. And if this first fight is a sign of intent, then Sky and Straw are gonna have to look closely over their shoulder. Vico and Malabuka are here to play for it all.
And you have to remember, Vico Malabuka, they've already done it once to Sky and Scroll. Granted, it took place in a divisional finals, but the impact is still there. A lesson was learned for Chino Pablo. That might be teaching a really big one right here, right now, in a moment, to Jason Liam.
You gotta be careful. This is the same exact thing they did in that last game. They found it successful, and they're trying it again. Don't fix what isn't broken. Jason, Liam, they have not got the memo, and they're separated as two different individuals. Luckily for Jace, though, he's going to narrowly escape danger. He doesn't even know how close he just got to getting taken down by Chino and Pablo.
It's one of those instances where you can't help but hold your breath. You expect that Chino Pablo is still going to have to Liam, Jace, they're splitting the loot. They're feeling like they've gotten an ability to bring things together. And Pablo Chino just staring them down. They know Jace is right behind, and Jace might be finished, but the patience, the reservation here, the trigger fingers not firing off.
That's just the little decisions that really carry on to the end game. Left instead of right, up instead of down. Jason Liam don't know, but they made the right call.
Ja, oder wenn die auch vielleicht im Fight sind oder so.
In this battle, you just got to take the damage, I feel. And yeah, that opportunity has completely slipped through the fingers. Now Liam and Jace are long gone. Still, I understand why they didn't pull the trigger. They felt like they had a big fish waiting for them.
Auf jeden Fall, finde ich.
But they didn't take the bait. Scroll, Sky. I mean, what more can we say about these two? Plenty to say about this situation here. Ju left alone as a solo against Yapko and Panzer, who we have seen them in box fights like this today, and they have been relentless.
Yeah, in terms of just straight damage and controlling the top side of the map, they've done a wonderful job so far. They just need to be able to convert that into either high elimination games or playing into the top 10 consistently to close the day. But for Ju, he's just kind of waiting in the wings. He just has to have this moment here where he does nothing. But Taco, he's officially on the clock. There's no extra heals in his inventory, and he's now in the zone.
And even if he's able to scavenge some bandages, a medkit, it just might not matter. Yakko and Panzer can hold him, but Curb, get him. Braggy with it. I know that he's still got a long way to go before he makes his way towards the top, but every little bit helps at any stage.
Absolutely. Akira and Karama, a team we've seen much of in these mid-games. They've been an ever-present force, still yet to be the protagonist of one of these end games. Looks like they're going to run into Kindex and Phantom, who have something cooking up for them. Will these guys waltz into that building? I know they're hoping so.
This is part of the problem that kind of gets established over at Battlewood Boulevard when you have so many teams just setting up, posturing, preparing for the ultimate ambush. Akira Karama, they're going to be spotted out first and foremost by Benno, who's trying to stir a little bit of a fuss here, but Kurt on the other side of things, he might just be too isolated.
This is playing out perfectly for Benno. They get the elimination. The work works out perfectly. Now they're able to kind of bolster their loadout a little bit more, and for Venno, you can definitely feel the pain.
There's just too many buildings. There's too many hiding holes, and that's part of the reason why Akira is taking advantage of some of the chaos, but it's not the big punch you'd expect, just a little bit to kind of lean off or continuing that fight.
Well, all this is going down to the south side of Battlewood Boulevard. You got to think Sky and Score are getting the best of it, but Noah Riley trying to save the day. Razan is already down, but he's able to clean up one elimination rather quickly, kind of forcing the member there on the other side to try to make a decision.
Die heilen sich, die spielen ja Duo, aber die sind so abgestimmt. Der eine wirft dann eine Heilgranate zu dem und der eine heilt den, der andere heilt den, weißt du?
So Panzer's time here has run out. No choice but to disengage.
Where does that leave them as far as this game is concerned? Recovery isn't impossible. but it is improbable, you'd say, for a team that has had their fair share of struggles today. Speaking of struggles, Drew on the other side, these are just not the two teams that this arena wants to see in this position right now.
You just can't forget, Juice been here the entire time. While Yapko and Panzer were preoccupied trying to deal with the likes of Noraili and Rizan, they encounter this whole new problem of Vadil now being brought back into the mix. Granted, there's still a lot of damage left to be undone here. Ju and Vadil have a far ways to go before they make it into zone. All of the teams that are ahead of them, all of the teams that could potentially be looking to run back this direction too, for that reboot inside of the storm, it's just not going to be very easy to climb their way out.
Oh, sneak plays.
Aber die spielen alle zwei Waffen, Impulsgranaten und dann zwei Heal-Dinger.
Wow. Oh my God, there, Lemon. He really thought he had it. The stair was in the way, and as soon as the stair came down, it was like a jump scare. A whole team jumping into the box, turning that one around rather quickly.
For a moment, I think we all thought that he had him, but darn Deemish, they understand. They cannot afford another lobby when the standings are this tightly knit.
Klar, du musst ja jetzt erstmal hochkommen, ne?
Before the placement points really have a
So, und
chance
die bauen
to
ja
impact
so,
things,
dass das nicht alles direkt bei einem Schuss kaputt geht,
these
ne?
other teams inside the top 6 specifically have more than enough opportunity to catch up and overtake.
Pixie and Squizzy over towards Squibbly Shores. Trying to make their move all the way over from Dark Dominion. Rather now instead of later with the rest of the lobby, which is going to make it hard to maintain your position on Surge. Ju probably spots out a reboot coming through, able to get a knock onto Yapko, but a whole nother duo comes to crash the party. And there's a 14 at the bottom that's moving closer and closer, but the one right here that he has to worry about is Cold and Rapid. They're trying to close in on the distance, and while they're focused on Ju, a revive is going to come out. And Scary and Syaz as well. That was that 4 team I was talking about. Shoot off into the distance and clean up that elimination onto Ju.
That frustration really starting to build up because when you are at that 80 to 90 points range, it's hard not to overtake it, but Rapid Cold, don't get distracted now.
Yeah, we have to remember, for a team like Vadil and Ju, the prospect of falling and getting a top 15 to be able to solidify a spot for the global championship would be everything. These guys want more than that. And Yapko and Panzer, again, in one of these fights here in Storm, not somebody to play with, even if you're Cold and Rapid.
Fresh off of what looked like a revive situation down in the dirt. I'm not sure how they opened that one up on the Cold. They took him down, and now they leave Rapid in a peculiar situation. He has enough gold. He can bypass this situation and try to get the reboot, but I'm not sure he wants to leave all that loot behind.
I just watched Yapko go from 15 builds to over 110. He got his loot llama. He doesn't need to stick around to see what happens next with Rapid. They know they need to get out of dodge and start actually making their way towards the zone by Rapid. He's sick of it. You're gonna rule my game. I'll take yours down with me. Yapko has been knocked. The delay now for Panzer. Do I commit or do I back off? But Rapid's not gonna let it happen.
Rapid, who are you feeling like? I mean, if this is what you're gonna do, then we really want to see more of you right now. Panzer needs to be careful because Rapid is not messing about. Even with the free builds he has, you still fancy him here to find something. Panzer just has to regain control, use the mat advantage he has to keep the distance, keep the separation, and keep the angles in his favor.
And for Rapid, that was huge. Going into a 2v1 situation at that, and now he's trying to put pressure. Doesn't want to let the revive come out. A fake shockwave, and the elimination comes through either way. Rapid kind of even in that exchange, but you could see he wasn't able to get any of that loot. Only 6 builds left to his name, so wherever he goes for that reboot, Panzer will be there.
He was so prepared for the challenge, but he had 0 materials. He could not afford to just charge head on into where Panzer was directed, but the damage has still been done. Panzer will have to play this game as a solo for the time being, and making it to a reboot ban with so many other teams closing in is not going to be easy.
Great to see that Vico and Malabuka are back up. Earlier in the game, I did see in the feed that they were taken down, left as a solo, but right back at it. That's what happens sometimes when you have Frigid Fortress to yourself. The zone goes to the south. There's a lot of open space and opportunity, which is needed by Vico and Malabuka. They're the team that's right on the heels of Sky and Scroll, especially for them that are performing so well.
Talking about teams
für den Turm gebaut.
putting in big performances. What we just witnessed from Pollo in that last lobby, absolutely disgusting. But they're going to need even more still. They're really going to have to put the pedal to the metal. They are still trailing in terms of top 5 potential here. But with Pollo and Peterbot, if they can keep firing off on all cylinders, it might just be
nicht in
game
der
over.
Zone.
The trend we've seen with Pete and Pollo
die sind safe,
is that they like to heat up towards the back end of competitions. And usually we see that in 6-game tournaments, right? Where game 5 and 6, they have their pop-off moment. We got a couple more games after that. What happens when that continues and continues and the momentum builds? Are they still a potential threat at the top of this leaderboard? These two will try and make that not possible with just how consistent they are.
It's just so scary, though, if you're Scroll and Sky, because you are leading the pack. You are ahead in the standings, but you also have all of that additional pressure. They are our Major 1 champions for EU, but even after that accomplishment, it's another thing entirely to pursue it and receive it and take it over in a LAN environment.
Essentially, this game right here, about a 46 or so point difference as of now. Sky and Scroll still leading in first, but you have multiple teams, including Acorn and Bolts, hot on those heels. And for them, they're 183 above the damage threshold. Bolts and Acorn have been playing consistent. They have a win in the tournament so far today. It's just about making it really matter in the last half. And I think one of the biggest difference makers, especially for a team like Acorn and Bolts, is they don't necessarily go elimination crazy.
Could be the case. Shark and Teeny, though, certainly a team that can deliver those big-time performances. Heavy elimination, strong placements, but first, they're going to need to see if they can take out Garn and Deemish. Caught them a little bit off guard here. Going to force out the build spot of retreat, but Shark is just beaming anybody he can in the lobby. He needs all the damage he can get right now because they are currently still sitting just above that damage threshold. And as the players start to rift in overhead of Humble Hills, this could be even more complicated.
Still, shots are connecting. You can't overstay. It is going to go from 2 tick per second that you're inside of the zone to 5 ticks. So he immediately tries to beeline his way there. Rightfully so, because you look at where the zone pulls all the way across the map. Max pull for the majority of the lobby. We're headed on over to Battlewood.
Pretty big confidence decision, though, from Shark. He was hanging out in the storm so far away from his duo, Teeny, and yet they weren't punished for it. They kind of scouted out the fact that they had an opening for Shark to kind of stick around, look to try and punish some players. We're a little bit later than the rest of the lobby, but now Swizzy, Pixie, they're on pace to try and take over the top half of that leaderboard.
See with just how this zone is shaping up, all those early rotations will be crucial. This isn't the type of zone where you want to be running in late. It is so easy to get focused here as these players move in. Pixie, Swizzy, looking for a refresh, looking for any sign of weakness. They won't find it in Vico Malabuka. Those guys are looking good. Shark and Teeny, a tournament-defining game for these two.
Yeah, as soon as they made it inside of the zone on this side of the map, Teeny immediately took damage from Belusi and Zangi down below. But I like the approach. Instead of getting aggressive and trying to fight back, they're letting them move forward. We'll follow them in the rotation with these shockwaves because right now we don't need Surge. We just need to survive.
That pizza box was the last of their resources. They don't really have a whole lot in the White Heels department. And for Sky, Scroll, the pressure is on. Kanada, Victor B, trying to see if they could challenge and take down their EU opposition here. But Scroll and Sky will have none of it. They are protecting their space, refusing to allow anyone to try and catch them off guard.
Like, this is the point in the game. You almost have to have Sky and Scroll go down because this is where they excel the most in the end game, whether they're together as a duo or playing as individuals. So as the day continues to go on, depending on where they're at in the leaderboard, I want to see somebody try to make a play.
This is exactly what we were talking about. It was always going to be a tough task for Ritual to rotate in, and Those guys took the opportunity. Again, we see Sky looking to, again, get a bit more of an advantage as far as Surge is concerned, not looking as comfortable as we typically see them.
And part of this issue is just stemming from the fact that when they were based up in their hill position, all that action was taking place on the south side of Battlewood Boulevard. They didn't really have the best opportunities to establish any early surge because everyone was hiding out inside the buildings instead. So that's bleeding over into their problems right now. But Sharktini, they're creating so many issues in the lobby.
Shark he's trying to cook something up right now. He might be overcooking. Just got to take a moment to breathe and stay and follow Teeny. Vico, what are these guys cooking?
That was tough. A big elim there because that is not just elimination. You saw they locked that player outside of the lobby. That means they're one step closer to placement, just like Peterbot and Pollo. They caught fire in that last game. And what a better time to catch fire in the second half of today's tournament. 91 above the damage threshold. Peterbot and Pollo are looking for more.
Will lightning strike twice is the question. Can we have another crazy performance that leads to a win for those two? There's plenty of people in this lobby who are going to get in the way of that. Vico and Malabuka poised to do just that from this position here. Great priority as far as being elevated into moving into that next zone. Sky and Scroll, this is just not where we want to see them, looking so uncomfortable, looking desperate for damage.
This is a nightmare of a scenario. 87 below the damage threshold. No extra heals. They're able to bump right up the top of that damage threshold, but they have to rotate again. They have no extra shields, but they're on the front side of the zone. They built themselves a little space. Shark and Teeny, aggression turns to bite them in the behind instead. They lose all of their shield, all of their momentum right there in that one moment.
But both still trying to keep it rolling here on the low ground. Vico, Malabuka, they've had the chance to heal, and that might have been the only breathing room they needed. Vico, Malabuka now going to start to make their approach from the backside of zone. Who's going to be next? They're going to continue to wrap around. They've got the white heals. They can afford to tank a couple of ticks of storm, but Bolt's coned up. Builds so limited. 80 left on the Chug Jug. He's going to try and play his own life, buy a little bit more time. While Shark and Teeny, they've eliminated enough players, but can they get another? Because they're going to need the refresh.
Pollo is down, but that's okay. It's time for a flashback performance from Peterbot, but can he stop the freight train? That is Teeny and Shark. Bolts is doing his best, but he's just ran out of builds, trying to hide the cone. He gets found out. He's seeking for more. Victor B gets struck down by lightning, but Bolts cannot pick up the elimination. Even Scroll, they're feeling that same pain, separated once again.
But now it's Sky's turn to pick up the ball and carry it forward. Sky doing everything. 5 overdrive grenades, but only 39 HP. Flowberry missed grenade. He knows there's a team that could potentially be trying to make a play for height. He's going to be able to siphon off some shield from it, but first and foremost, he has to figure out where can I go next, because bodies are just surrounding him everywhere, and they're closing in.
And even with Vico and Malabuka's best efforts in this game, the longer Sky stays alive, the harder it is to catch up. He is doing everything he needs to right now.
Yeah, into the top 12. Half of the placement points come in at that top 10 marker, but again, he's aggressed. Shockwave's out of position once more, but he's quickly running out of builds. A lot of his resources going right down the drain, but an opportunity there onto Darm. Breaks into the wall. Oh my, a perfectly placed ramp is going to save the day and allow for Sky to not get the elimination, but he's still on the hunt for more.
No build.
Armor.
He's going to keep hitting shots like that if they present themselves, and Sky now patiently waiting for that next opportunity to strike.
Sky trying to see just how far can he carry the torch forward, but look from the land down under, way up above the rest of the lobby, Tinka and Resigns. They've just been silently building overhead, throttling everybody in these congested lower layers, and now Flixie Jap, how will they respond? They have to contend with everybody underneath them. They might need to take out Ozone, who's directly in front, but still Flixie trying to just keep pushing forward.
Him and Chap are not slowing down. Even Sky, he will not be denied. He's essentially the inevitable player in this game. does it again. He takes the crown away from King, puts it on his own head. Into the top 4 we go. This is a run like any other. Can Sky clutch up?
Ja, die Sky und Scrolls, die zwei, die sind schon gut, ey.
To continue to keep that lead. Flixie will try and move above, but it's going to be the OC duo trying to close out this game and get the first dub on land for OCE.
Surely they won't let it happen. Surely Flixie won't actually take them out. And sure enough, Resigned and Tinka bring this one home. Game number 6 is all theirs.
The thunder from down under the boys from OCE. Do it. They're putting their entire region on their back. They don't want to just win here. They want to go to the global championship.
Resigns. This isn't your first rodeo, but it is OCE's first win at an FECS LAN. How does it feel?
Honestly, it feels amazing. This is the best feeling. This is the best feeling.
Tinker, you haven't always had the best results on land, but here you are proving that it can be done for Australia and everyone watching back home. You had the high ground, you had it clean. Did you know once you had established yourself that this was in the bag?
I think the main thing is just to play with confidence. You got to forget your OC and you just got to play like you do at home, and it works.
It worked. Was always the intention to go for high ground?
I mean, yeah, like on land, everyone's pretty scared, so like we just don't play scared. We just take height, don't die.
It's our good friend Queasy. He established that one a while ago, and it's clearly working for you. But the key thing now is consistency. You haven't had the best game so far, but do you feel like this win is going to give you the confidence now to get off spawn and get to the finish line?
100%.
Well, boys, congratulations again. Making history for OCE. It's Tinker on Resigns. We're going to head to a break, and maybe more history will be made.
Wir machen Fahrzeuge. Gebrauchte Fahrzeuge. Renew. Erfahre mehr bei allen teilnehmenden Renault- und Dacia-Partnern.
Worauf wartest du noch? Worauf wartest du noch?
Oberdorfer Helles. Geh es hell an.
Schon in WM-Stimmung? Jetzt gibt's zu 1&1 DSL und Glasfaser ein offizielles WM-Trikot. Inklusive. Einfach wechseln und im besten Netz günstig surfen und telefonieren. 1&1.
Oh, yo. Lit. Was geht ab, my friend? Digga, die sind schon krass, ey.
Wow, gähnende Leere. Passwort vergessen? Mach Online-Bezahlen einfacher mit Click to Pay. All deine Angaben gespeichert, damit du Zeit für anderes hast.
Let's go. Oh yeah.
Toast schmeckt allen gut. La 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 la.
Egal was du trägst, Hauptsache Axe. Hol dir die neue Axe FIFA World Cup Edition.
About this is we're watching the game in the back, and for a moment everything's kind of going chaotic, and then we look up and we're like, we're signed to take it. Okay, well maybe they can hold it. I mean, there's so many of the names that we know will contest height. They're not here. They're gonna win. Wait, OCE's gonna get a win. Wait, OCE's gonna get a win.
An incredible effort from the guys, and as you can take a look right here, it's not like they kind of jumped up on the high ground the last second, right? They were kind of holding this throughout the entirety of the end game. Kind of the meta within the meta here on land in game number 6, taking a little bit of a change, because as been watching through all of the games today.
Wir müssen einmal refreshen.
Off was around 150 points-ish, and I believe they've surpassed that with that match. Now, obviously, we've got to see how the points continue to kind of change from all the other teams that also place well, but they have a solid chance of getting top 15 now, and not only being the first OCE team to ever win a game on land, but also qualify themselves directly to the Global Championship.
Oh man, of course, massive shout outs to them, but as we look at this top 10, Sky and Scroll are at 352 points. What I like about this game is now we finally get to see a Sky solo clutch, right? We've seen a few Scroll side, but now Sky's like, hey guys, listen, I know that guy can clutch, but I want to make sure that you know that I can clutch too.
These guys give it a rest, man. Like, holy moly. We're trying to have a close race here towards the end of the competition. It's like, oh man, the duo looks like they're going to go down early. Yeah, the duo went down early. There's still one of them left, though, every single time. I think more than half, actually, I'm pretty sure more than half of their total point amount right now is 100% through solo clutch points. Like, it is incredible, the performance these guys are putting on right now.
I mean, this happened back in the EU Major Finals. I talked about it earlier on that Sky is just as capable to get these solo clutches, but I remember I was telling Vivid, right, when we were watching this match, I said, okay, Sky, he's got like 17 HP. You know, he can solo clutch, but it's going to be a little tough. He shut me right up in an instant when he just came through zone, elimination. I mean, I don't even know how many points he clutched in that match, but both players have been playing incredibly, and they deserve that #1 spot they're currently sitting at.
Dude, they can see it, right? They can see the light at the tunnel. They can see that trophy. They can see themselves wearing the little crown on the top of that trophy. They better wear it when they stand up here. But now it's about holding on, right? Where like I'm gonna continue to say, the job's not done. We still have 2 more games to go. Look right behind though, Vico, Malabuka. We are seeing them come alive. This is the Vico we have seen in the past. It is one. All kinds of stuff. Vico is online, and he sees one thing standing between him and that trophy, and it's Sky and Scroll.
A super, like, nuanced approach I feel like we're kind of seeing from Vico and Malabuka in the second half of the day right now is that they sort of go ahead and play around with the fact that, you know, they go up towards the high ground, they're up there for a little bit, and then they kind of just start to feel a little bit uncomfortable, so they drop all the way back down to the low ground continuously. And this is where they really start to make things happen. Every single time we kind of tune in them when they're up on the high ground down here, it's like low mats, but they continue to find the refreshes to keep their game going.
And they have low mats because they changed their playstyle from last season to this season. This season, they play incredibly confidently. They have some of the highest average eliminations. They even had it in the upper bracket qualifying through today in the EU Major Finals. They know how to get eliminations, but they also use a lot of mats. They run out of materials, but they are so confident in their ability to get refreshes that they just make it work.
And one thing that I love doing whenever we kind of see some of these players go down, obviously this was a great game from Vico and Malabuka, right? But the reaction there when they do finally go down, it didn't really seem like Malabuka was happy with that one at all. And to me, that feels like he knows that the chase is on between him and first place, and every single point matters. So anytime he goes down, it sort of feels like a failure because he's not catching up.
Look, there's a reason Vico Malabuka were the only duo to have not taken storm damage in this whole tournament. I'm impressed.
Dude, me too. I'm also impressed by Acorn and Bolts. Obviously, we swapped places with Vico and Malabuka, but right now, this is NA's last hope, right, to walk away with a title for NA. But with 2 games left to go, I think now more than ever, we need to pick up that pace. We need to make something happen if we're targeting that #1 spot.
Yeah, after we kind of take a look at the leaderboard when this event finishes, if we do not see a team like Acorn or Bolts up in first place, I think we have to look towards game number 6 right there, because they were so close, right? They were sitting up there top 3. It seemed like all of the points were just, you know, they were in distance, striking distance. But they go down early in game number 6. They don't get a lot of points right there, right? It kind of feels like they faltered just a little bit. They had the momentum. It gets slowed down. They've got 2 games left to kind of catch up. Can they do it?
You said it yourself, a couple matches left. This is where you start feeling the pressure. This isn't a 2-day competition. This is the last chance that these players have to crown themselves FNCS Major 1 Summit champions. The top 3 are all titans, legends in Fortnite competitive. I don't know. It's gonna be close.
Dude, I don't know. I'm starting to think about that top 15. Let's scroll on over. Let's see. Oh, dude, Chap and jumped up 12 placement spots after that last game. I'm telling you, I'm gonna keep saying it. 1 game. 1 game can turn every single thing around. If the competition was over, right? Technically, it should be. That was game number 6, but we have 2 more here. 1 game can put a duo into that top 15.
Look, there's a reason Flixie was the best performing player in 2025 trios as a German, representing in his home turf right now. Everything is on the line. He's had a tough drop spot. He's had tough early games, but they've been making it work. They've been making it happen. And now with that bump in the leaderboard, Vivid, I'm excited to see how they close it out.
Guys, I want to keep talking. I do, but the games are ready. I feel like we just got to jump back into the action. So, casters, over to you.
You know, with 2 games left, it almost feels like we have 2 tournaments in one. A battle for first place, the best in the world, and our top 15 are global championship spots.
It is going to be a tight finish. That is one thing I can guarantee you. All over the leaderboard, we're seeing so many big names that we've expected things from fighting and converging all into this game number 7.
Great title.
If there was ever a chance, if there was ever an opportunity to try and steal it away, Game 7 might just be your best bet. The drone shot, it's not coincidental. What's going to take place at Battlewood Boulevard?
This is where we've been waiting for quite some time. Sky and Scroll, and it seems as of now, business as usual, uncontested towards the north side of the map. So if we're expecting any surprises on first, it's going to come in the last game of the day.
Understandably, I think they could have went either way as far as looking to try and make the play to win the tournament. Around the map though, again, the desk hyped it up, and we will continue to as well. So many different teams pushing for top 15, a chance to qualify themselves for the global championship in Antwerp. No Riley and reason, we've seen them win this off spawn in that previous game. Outside of that, it's not been the best of fortunes.
There's definitely a big point differential between these 2 teams that are clashing head-on as well. For Reason and O'Reilly, they're going to need a big come-up to try and cut the gap. But for Danikush and Tiggs, losing every off-spawn from this point forward would be devastating, because that's likely a global spot on the line.
To the side of the map, Chap, Flixie, even though they didn't get that elimination, Tinka is down. Romero is the one that's going to get credit for that one, but either way, Resigns is going to be by himself, and Chap and Flixie are starting to go on the chase. They're closing the gap, 1 box away, but it does look like he's trying to fight back until eventually they're closing in and get that elimination from on top to on bottom.
Reminding us why they are 2 top fighters, the pinch from both sides. He had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide.
And it's crazy to think that at one point, even before leading into globals, when they first found their spot cemented for this competition, A lot of the community was asking, when are they going to split? Jap and Flixie, we haven't really seen them shine the way that they both look to be as individuals, and yet here today, they are proving that sticking it out has paid off dividends.
Over here at Sandy Strip, more shenanigans. Will there be any damage dealt from it? Not for Chino in that instance.
This looks like they're going to take their time this time around. With one less team to worry about, they just saw them leave Sandy Strip. They got a little bit more space to work with, a little bit more loot to try to get this time around. It takes Danny Kush. We did see in the feed, they got an elimination onto one, but Reet and Cooper, they quickly crashed the party. This game, I feel like, is going to move at a swift pace. Everybody realizing what's at stake, but it may cause some mistakes in the game plan. Reet and Cooper taking probably way too much damage, they would hope, trying to third party this fight.
It's less about Danikush and Tiggs and more about where Vico and Malabuka are at. Vico taking every single advantage given to him from just overhead. Finding those damage applications off the surge tags is just going to keep applying steady pressure, steady control. Sharkantini, though, they're taking over.
Sharkantini started the day loud, but as the race for first place slowly slips them by, this game could be the one that pushes them back into contention. Peterbot, Pollo, something left to be desired from their last game. They look to make amends here.
They have two chances to really make a run for the top side of that leaderboard. And right now, they go to lurk onto one. Realizes he's caught out by himself, but they're unable to capitalize. No real damage, no real knock. And it does look like Nosif is going to try to close the gap. Peterbot landing a couple of tags, sees him trying to run, and they instantly close the distance with a shockwave. Nosif again, causing a little bit of confusion, but he bumps into the tree until he eventually goes down. Peterbot and Pollo realize where they're at on the leaderboard, and if they want to take first, they're going to have to come online.
Pollo and Peterbot are doing just that. They'll go ahead and start leaving the vicinity because they realize there's other games afoot.
We've seen them pick up one of Izzy or Nosif in these games and still go on to struggle later down the line. It's about piecing it all together as the game continues. If they have any shot of having a respectable finish for players of their caliber.
Things might get a little sticky here, though, at Riptides. Focus and Thomas waning on their material count, but Nalu just overhead. Creeping about, waiting to see if the opportunity presents itself. Will they strike? Sometimes it's best to remain out of sight, out of mind, and just look for the reboot opportunity.
Just kind of looking right now. Tom's focused. They have 2 eliminations. You saw kind of backtrack. Nalu had at least 1, so it almost seems like Thomas Focus crashed the party that Nalu and Rainy were in. And so Nalu has no choice but to hide, disengage, and try to survive for now. Swizzy, Pixie, again, almost everybody in this lobby moving at such an accelerated pace. A lot of the teams were not even seeing remaining in their POI like usual.
And this is something that has taken Swizzy and Pixie some time to figure out, but all of that contention that took place over at Dark Dominion, helping them out so much later on down the road. Curve and Benno, they're ready to take out Garama and Akira. Enough of the games. They're just going to win it all.
And look, it's not quite been the night that Benno and Curve would have been hoping for after they lit up NA. But there have been signs of greatness and plenty to learn from as this duo continues their journey. And who knows, maybe back-to-back crazy pop-off gives them a chance of solidifying a spot in globals. Chino, Pablo, we've seen these guys trying to make plays like this all day long. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. This time around, in the tunnel.
Yeah, underneath painted palms. The original teams that kind of land over at this side of the map have kind of been distracted for a good portion of this early game, but they do hear noise. Reet and Cooper up above, farming up the metal that they don't necessarily get access to over towards Latte Landing. But it's just a matter of, do they hear that chest? Are Reet and Cooper going to try to go underneath and try to get it all?
If Chino and Pablo are willing to wait it out, something tells me they have a pretty good idea that Reet and Cooper are eventually going to keep searching for additional loot, and playing from inside of the tunnel could be a big difference maker, but We'll have to wait and see whether that actually pans out in their favor. It's a big time commitment either way.
Last time we waited in game 6, it didn't quite pan out. So they'll be hoping for better fortune this time around. Oh, what do we have here? Vardial up against Panzer and Yapko again in the storm here at Painted Palms. And again, Yapko and Panzer will come out on top.
Yeah, to start this game off, 15th place was 174 points. So they got at least a little bit of a goal line to try to achieve. Reek and Cooper as well, 148 points currently. A little below where they need to be, but that's why you can see they're lurking around trying to get the eliminations. At 4 points per elimination, if they could just find a couple here, have a good game, they'll at least put themselves within reach going into game 8.
But look, even if it's a one tick, they're not the only ones that have those same intentions. Pablo, Chino, they've just been steadily following along at a snail's pace. Only they'll have the opportunity to at least use a couple of bandages, put themselves in a slightly healthier HP position. Reed and Cooper, though, clock's ticking. Splashes are gonna have to come out. They're building against the direction that Yapko and Panzer are facing, and they might be running straight into the clutches of Pablo and Chino.
So just one of those moments right here for Chino and Pablo. They've been all around the map lurking, and you see how early they left that sandy strip, and you saw their material count. They sacrificed loot, they sacrificed loadout, everything, because they realized one of the most important things in this entire tournament is Surge.
Some lessons to be learned here for Pablo and Chino, as far as just investing that time and waiting for the payoff. And even they eventually will have a point in which they say, maybe we don't want to do this, but maybe they do. Not too far away, but no, they will continue to run back towards the safe zone with nothing to really show for it, and now negative damage to show for it.
Negative Surge, not a whole lot of material count. They've had to spend the brunt of this lobby essentially just waiting to see if any of their plans would even come to fruition. And with all of it being just a nothing burger at the end of it, there's just so much that they have to now try and recover.
While one team waits in the mud, another team sits from their perched up seat from above.
Kann sein, vielleicht fordert
These
irgendwas
guys,
an oder keine Ahnung.
Honestly, you
Die
could
kommen halt
capture
einfach
this
nur aus
frame
Versehen
here
drauf.
and tell me it was from any game this season, and I'd believe you. They love that spot, and it does pay dividends for them.
Very scary zone to see as well if you are Vico, Malabuka, Acorn, or Bolts, because you know that not only are Sky and Scroll in a home base position, but they're also in very familiar turf. They know how to navigate these final moments from this side of the map, and if it continues drawing in their direction, that's going to make it all the more complicated for Vico and Malabuka to even have the slightest opportunity, because they need to eliminate Sky and Scroll or put them in a position where the lobby can take care of them. But when you have to make such a long trek across the map to even get close to them in the first place, those opportunities, you just start to think back, was the Battle Bush Challenge where we should have been?
You have to have the courage to make the tournament winning plays. It's something we see on a weekly basis, Jacob, as far as EU and NA competition goes. Teams are willing to make those plays. We've seen Vico and Malabuka make those types of plays against Sky and Stroll. It's a matter of stepping up when the lights are the brightest here on this stage.
Honestly, it was Vico I heard in between games just kind of yelling to, I don't even know who, saying we're doing this. He's trying his best. He realized one of the only ways is to get those eliminations. That's why each and every game you see them getting more and more aggressive. Lucy Zangi, same thing for them. They're roughly 64 points away from that top 15, and that means every elimination counts. But as he tries to shoot down, get damaged, it gets stolen away by Hari and Cammy, and they're instantly closing the distance. If not for the elimination itself, which you saw Belusi kind of cleaned up, it's for the loot that they feel that they earned.
For Cammy and Hari, they're really just trying to find a chance to step it up yet again. We've only really seen them once hit the highlight reel, and ever since, it's just been so difficult. But that is the caliber of lobby that they are contending with. Ritual Agers, very much in a similar boat. they're trying to do everything in their power to see how can we actually leapfrog our position on this leaderboard. But if you're going to make these kinds of drawn-out plays, you've got to hope that you're ahead of the rest of the lobby, and they're doing a great job at positioning themselves for every zone.
And that's the beauty of the summit, right? Of course, we get to crown the champion, but the implications for the rest of the year. Imagine how valuable it would be for Ritual and Angels, who we have seen the struggles they've had with their off-spawn situation. If going into the next major, they have a spot at Globals already. They need to keep this up to keep a top 15 global spot.
See Shark and team.
Oh, dear.
Rotating through Sky, goes down. Peterbot and Pollo, they've done this year after year. Whether it's duos or trios, they go after first. It's the best chance they got. And now we're scrolling down to 40 HP, forcing out the splashes. Look how close the zone is. Third parties are now interrupting this fight. Peterbot and Pollo know at a time, if they stay alive, it'll become mathematically impossible. So they have to slow down the point game here. It's now or never. Because if Sky and Scroll continue to stay alive, this tournament will be over.
Peterbot and Pollo, they don't want to let Scroll have any sort of chance to slip away from them. They are chasing him down hard body, but at the same time, the lobby, the interventions, but it's not going to save Scroll, not just yet. And look at the direction he's headed, straight into the likes of Shark and Teeny, and they might have heard all of the commotion. They're right around the building face. All they need is to see whether or not Scroll's right behind them, but he's managed to escape. Every second counts, and now, just like that, Scroll sends out a shot. Teeny's alerted, Shark looking back, but Scroll's on the ropes. These are his last legs.
71 HP, and right now they're chasing him down, and that HP is not going to last long, especially if it activates, but Shark doesn't let it come to that. They are down in 39th place. We have a tournament on our hands.
Vico and Malabuka. This has to be the
Sky und
game.
Scroll sind draußen, aber halten noch die erste,
To bring it to number 8
den ersten
and
Platz
give
mit
yourself the best shot
352
at
Punkten.
taking that trophy home.
Jeder Kill zählt natürlich Punkte, ne?
But do they realize?
Nein, das ist dann schon clever, ne? Deshalb ist auch eben Peter Bot und Dings sind auf den draufgegangen. Ne? Das ist natürlich...
Surge going to jump in a moment. 99% of Malabuka and Vico's points being earned with both players is ridiculous.
These are two players who we usually praise them for their individual solo prowess. That hasn't been what's been delivering the goods today. It's been their teamwork and their efforts together, and they need that here.
For a moment, we saw second and fourth about to clash. But you have to remember who's also in the mix. Acorn Bolts cutting it right down the middle in third.
This is so close, and even them, 522 above the damage threshold. Even though only 21 players need to go down before it's no longer a thing, they are so far above, they're not going to have to worry about it. So this here is a moment for them to just weaken the lobby, try to take them out one by one
Ich
by
finde das
one.
immer geil auf der Map oder so, ne?
Swizzy and Pixie.
Swayze sieht auch aus wie
Spotlight's
die
on you
8, ey.
right now. Can you break away from it, though? They'd rather play it through the shadows. They don't want the attention of the lobby, not when their material count is already so thin. But Pixie, Swizzy know that everything's working against them, and just like that, Sayas is gonna strike. Pixie is down for the count, but Swizzy, in a moment of peril, manages to bring it forth. 100 builds now. He's got the potential to see how long he could cling on for life.
Both of our solo clutch players there in that situation. Even Ritual getting an elimination, but you can see when the dust settles, Swizzy got that elimination, but he's still 244 below. He realizes he cannot keep Pixie up in the game. They don't have enough heals to out-heal it.
And this is a big moment for
Die
every
Deutschen sind
single
raus.
one of those players
Guardiano
in
Riesen
that
sind,
top
glaube
5 or 6
ich,
area.
Runde schon
This is your
verpackt, ey.
chance to close the gap and make game number 8 a final battle between all these different teams.
Ja. Oder die Steffi Haus.
Swizzy.
Wie nett.
It's got the HP. Tyler, definitely in some threats, but Shark, Teeny, they're really starting to pick up the pace here. Werix and Kiruo are going to be some of the next in their line of sight.
Aber was
They've
ich komisch
already got
finde, ne?
one piece of the
Gibt ja auch
puzzle.
genug,
They
sag ich
don't
jetzt
even
mal,
need to go after the next. They'd
von der
rather keep
weiblichen
tabs
Seite
on what the
her
rest of the
spielen
lobby
oder
is
so,
doing.
ne? Aber
But
da
they're
sind
gonna have to get
Hüpfen.
active. Epic Whale and Pump. This the
weißt du?
last thing you want to see charging
Weil
right at you, but for
die Jungs
Shark
haben da
and
einen
Teeny,
anderen
their
Fokus
moment is
drauf.
now.
Really just trying to take over in this game. They had a few stumbles that they didn't expect, but with first place down, they're trying to close that gap. You can see they're neck and neck with Acorn and Bolt on that leaderboard. Even Shadow and Virgo looking back. Tyler is down. That's an elimination for Shadow. 4 more points, but they're not going to be able to get the loot.
Yeah, but what's he cooking up? Annie and Ari. Blink and you might miss it. They are
Die
sent
holen
right
grad
back to the
runter,
lobby.
Alter.
But look at where Shark and
Follow
Teeny are
Peter.
positioned. They're doing a great job at elevating themselves, and they're not the only ones. Bolts, Acorn, also sitting idly by, waiting to see just how much effort they're going to have to put forth into this next rotation, because they might be able to conceal themselves on the move, but Peterbot and Pollo, they're after the big ones. They're trying to go fishing for some more eliminations. 4's just not going to be enough. They want the comeback more than ever.
Yeah, they're not just playing for prize money. They're not just playing to qualify for the global championship. They are playing for first place. We saw that as they went on to Sky and Stroll, but with them going down, opens up an opportunity for Vico and Malibuca. They quickly transition from the backside of the zone all the way to the front, especially more so now because we're going uphill. But Peterbot and Pollo from low ground to into the clouds.
We've seen them climb bigger mountains before. A win here.
Die
And even
rasieren
more
aber grad, ne?
eliminations could be just enough to put them in contention.
Ja. Und dann siehst du aber bei, also wenn du jetzt mitbauen spielst, so wie die jetzt, ne? Wie wichtig dieser High Ground ist, oben zu sein in dem Spiel, ne?
Underneath them, if they can prevent anybody from challenging this layer on high, ultimate high ground will be their winning contention point. But Teeny still going directly underneath it all. A decent amount of builds to work with, trying to see if he can commit towards that front side of zone. But eventually he'll have to layer swap. Eventually he'll need to find a refresh, and it's the same instance that Swizzy's currently trying to deal with.
Much worse though, no builds and no time left. He goes down, but for Teeny, this is another chance, still tied at 285 points with Acorn and Bolts. They're still alive in this
Und die
game,
bauen
but they're
immer diese
staying back.
Spitze
They're
mit einem
staggering
Boden
themselves.
darunter,
This
ne?
is a clue.
Das
A
heißt, wenn der
chance for them
Boden
to go
unten
for
kaputt
high
ist,
ground.
ist immer noch
Vico
das
and
Dach da.
Malibuca, it's not ready for them yet. They're just continuing to take it one foot in front of another. They don't want to make any big leaps or boundaries just yet.
Das ist wie so ein doppelter Boden. Die müsste erst den Adrian kaputt schießen.
Just a warning shot, won't get a chance to collect, but at least he's got his way forward. Cooper Reek also finding Acorn. This is a travesty now for one of our top 3 teams, because Acorn and Bolts, they'll have to watch and see what happens next. But look at Vico and Malibuca.
Und die sind so fokussiert unten auf sich drauf, dass oben die irgendwie gar nicht beachtet werden.
Another
So richtig.
couple eliminations
In dem
here. They're
High
trying to
Ground.
close the gap. 326 points. They're still in second. But with top 10 here, a chance to win the game. All the opportunity in the world is theirs. King underneath just trying to escape. Vico Malibuca not getting desperate just yet. Meanwhile, Reed and Cooper getting pressured from not only above, but below as well. Everybody can feel what's at stake with only 2 games left. But Vico Malibuca, they steamroll King. They want to take first.
And that is exactly what they needed to do. The job is not finished. They have to continue to clear out the layers beneath them while Pete and Pollo wait from above, waiting for their opportunity to strike down below.
And it's insanity to think that all this time, Teeny has just been haggling his way through these layers undisturbed. But Pete, he's ready to drop. He's ready to throw his name into the mix and really start the demolition derby underneath. Pollo still by his side. Just when you think that they're about to find some more eliminations, Vico realizes he's all by himself.
The pressure is mounting. He needs to hit this shot or get out of the
Aber
box.
der Damage
Either one
halt,
will
ne?
do. Just
Und
stay
du
alive,
siehst, guck
people.
mal, das ist alles so eingespielt. Ne? Guck mal, wie schön die immer beisammen sind. Ne? Oder der eine die Wand öffnet oder der andere gerade den Kill macht.
We saw
So, ne?
Malibuca go down. You see, with only 3 builds left.
Ja, aber auch
Empty item
umgekehrt.
slots, no extra heals. It's really all up to
Peterbot
them.
und Pollo sind bereit jetzt. Die sind bereit jetzt, die kommen runter. Jetzt kommen sie runter.
And that's the worst case scenario now for Vico and Malibuca. But check out Cooper, check out Reed. They've got Craze. Now it's all about them trying to take out some of these other Titans in the lobby. Another refresh for Reed onto Ozone. And now they just gotta look up.
Here comes the drop. Peterbot and Pollo.
Hier comes the
they want
drop.
The back-to-back. Big shot on the Reed. Pollo will not go down. But
Peter ist dead.
Yet again, another 1v2. That feeling of deja vu. Can Polyo do it? Shockwaving up, looking to create distance. A chance to put down pressure, following the zone. He knows that Reed and Cooper are weak, but he doesn't
Peter ist dead. Es ist wie eben. Hologen 2.
This is not what you want, but Polyo finally landing another shot on the Cooper, who shockwaves up. They're trying to attack from both sides. Polyo with everything here. It's all or nothing.
Wow. Ey, der Spanier ist gut. 1v1? 1v1 nur noch. Jetzt hat er. Ja. Alter, geil gespielt. Oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott, schon wieder Polyo mit Peter. Ja. Na, du wirfst jetzt gerade die Impuls. Nein, der hatte die geworfen, damit er in die Luft kommt. Genau, und die haben immer die Nebelgranaten. Mit der hast du auch kein Volldamage. Jetzt kommt das Finale. Das war das zweite also, ne?
But how do you stay calm in those situations when everything is going on?
I just knew they had nothing. Like when we first dropped down, they weren't really building or anything, so I knew they had nothing.
And you were able to keep it on clean on height this time, Pete. So you must have been feeling like, yeah, we've got this.
Yeah, 100%. We played height perfectly that game, and it was just a textbook win.
It was a textbook win. You were 9th going into this one, but now you can have your sights truly on the trophy. Qualification surely for globals is yours. You just need top 15 for that. But what are we going to see from you two in game 8?
I can't say. You'll see.
Look at that camera and tell me, are you switched on?
Yeah.
He doesn't need to say anything. Stay with us, Düsseldorf, after this break. We crown a champion!
Mal guck mal, wie dem Polyo da so eine Last runterfällt, wo der dann das Ding da gerade geholt hat, ne?
Da fehlt doch was. Stimmt. Probiert jetzt die absolute Freshheit von Ebersteiner.
Seit sich die LVM um Felix Versicherungen kümmert sich Felix mal um nichts. Wir kümmern uns. LVM-Versicherung.
Die Story ist, dass du hier festsitzt, bis du dieses Zauberschwert findest. Damit klingst du echt ein wenig voll durchgeknallt.
Skeletor hat unsere Welt zerstört.
Ich habe die Kraft!
Ich versuche hier, dich auszulöschen.
Nicht mal ein Kratzer.
Erlebe He-Man nur im Kino.
facts? Facts! Facts! Stand up right now. Can you hear me? Facts! Give Peter Butt some love, baby! We're back, baby! We are back! Let's go! Okay, sorry about that. Sorry you guys had to see that NA bias mask off. Here we are, guys. Why does it always happen like this, Vivid? Why does it always happen like this? It's like, oh, Peter Butt, like, he's one of the best players in the world. Oh, he's not doing that hot. Then he comes back, and it's like, when it matters, oh, just kidding. He's just showing up. 2 victory royales on the day in a finals lobby of the quality and caliber of this lobby, both coming down to solos from Poyo.
This is just the same story over and over and over again, it feels like. Over on NA regionally, and even globally speaking, so many times these guys start to get counted out as the games start to get deeper and deeper. And then somehow, some way, these guys just fly up the leaderboard. They find the momentum that they need. They find the energy from the crowd, the fans, from people like Fax, and they just ride with it, man. And it's all in the back of Poyo. How many 1v2s is this guy gonna pull off today?
Unbelievable. I feel like we've seen this before. Poyo has this meta, has this shotgun, this chaos reloader down to a T. The way that he's moving in these 1v2 situations is unbelievable. The timing that he seems to have on all of his loot in his inventory, knowing when to stay back in the storm, when to heal up, when the shotgun's reloaded in his inventory, and then when he can go for the next shot. He is so in tune with the game right now, and it's showing there in the end game.
His approach, by the way, Peter Butt and Poyo's approach, to that game seemingly was focused around the strats that Sky and Scroll have been known to kind of implement. Because remember, if we think back to the middle of that game, who did they push? Who did they eliminate? Sky and Scroll themselves. Of course, they only got one of those eliminations, but they did enough damage to effectively render them useless. If they're going to make a push for this win here at the Summit with 1 game left remaining, they've got to do that exact same thing again.
Oh my gosh, and I'm getting word production has a listen in from that game. Let's check it out.
Nice. Pizzas. Shock him out, maybe. Nice. Good build. Shock up. Let's go! Oh my god, let's go! Let's go!
Oh my gosh, I love that Pete's just giving Poyo the moment to focus on in there, to make sure he needs what he has to have complete calm in that moment, to find and land the shot. What's crazy too, we saw this fight happen not that long ago, right? Poyo also eliminated Reed along the way to get his previous victory royale. Man, Mini Miner, we have 1 game left to go, and take a look at these standings of 6 placements. Peter Butt and Poyo, 306. At the top, Sky and Scroll, 352. Vico and Malabuka at 342. And honestly, even look 1 row down, Teeny Shark, 301. Boys, this is coming down to the final game.
It's always interesting going to the final game, isn't it? How does it always happen? It's always coming down to the wire, and for Sky and Scroll in that last game, unfortunately for them, they went down super early. Their first stumble in every single game we've seen them today, and it's so unfortunate for them. What it means for the rest of the lobby is that they can now push up on through. But for Sky and Scroll, this was the moment. This was the game where they could have solidified their win. They've taken it all the way down to the wire, Vivid, all the way down to the last game.
And this one's got to feel bad, right? Because you caught it out earlier, Mini Money. You were looking for the chink in the armor for this duo.
Yeah.
It doesn't even really look like they did anything for this game. I mean, we tuned in with them. It was like 140 builds available for them. They were 400 above the Storm Swords threshold. There was one problem. Pete and Poyo were in the lobby.
Can exactly you see in the background? Poyo is looking in right over.
Oh my gosh.
Are you guys catching that in production? Are you guys catching? They are looking at him. They're like, could we see an invitational type situation? Could we see, look at him, Poyo still looking at Sky and Scroll. I cannot believe it, guys, with a single game left. We can't also forget Vico Malabuka. Remember, Vico Malabuka are firing on all cylinders right now. They've been trying to catch up to Sky and Scroll, and now Peter Butt and Poyo cleared the way. Now they're up front. They can make this happen.
10 points behind, I think it was there on the standings. They could actually do it right here. They made the most of the fact that Sky and Scroll went down early on in this game, and I was watching them a lot during this endgame. The way that they played this endgame, this huge refresh onto Kingaling right there, even the understanding. They had a really nice 10-zone pullback, which really helped them out. They didn't need to go for too many crazy refreshes, too many crazy frags. They understood they could play that zone, play inside of those boxes that have already been built, and then ride out those placements, because for these guys right now, they don't need to do too much. 10 points behind, I think it was, as we'll have a look right now. Yeah, 10 points behind the leaders. Honestly, Vivid, they could do it.
They very well could. Vico and Malabuka have been so dynamic throughout the day. It feels like every single game, it feels like they're kind of playing different. Acorn and Bolt's there in 5th place. If you kind of paid attention, 3rd place, Pete and Pollo, there we at 306 points. Acorn and Bolt's in 5th place. We're on 295 points. So as it currently stands, only an 11-point difference between 3rd and 5th. As you can see right there, refocused in on the battle between 1st and 2nd as it seemingly stands. Vico is locking in.
And this is bigger than just this tournament. This is bigger than just this game. This is legacies on the line. Are the new kids on the block, Sky and Scroll, are they the real deal? Is it gonna be the older guard? Vico, Malabuka, players that have been here, that have done it in Peterbot and Pollo. This is where we find the answer to that question. Who will cement their legacy, or who will rekindle theirs that so many thought was lost?
Genuine chills just went up and down my arms as I'm taking a look at the POVs of these players right now. The vibe meter that Levin was kind of talking about, I feel like it's been so high throughout the course of this tournament for Vico and Malabuka. Right now, they seem so stern. Has the pressure finally hit going into the last game?
That's exactly what I want to talk about. That's exactly what I want to talk about. We have one game left to go. 5 duels all in contention. You can even argue that top 6 as well. Half of these players have been in this type of situation before, right? Even look at someone like Shark and Teeny, right? Shark, this is his kind of first time being in this situation. This is the hardest and the most intense. The pressure's going to be on them. Look at Sky and Scroll, same thing, right? Peterbot, they've been here before. They know what that last game looks like. This is a rare Vico we don't often see. The focus, the quiet Vico. Pollo, look at him. He doesn't look scared. He looks focused. He looks like he's in his element. He's clutched twice already. The pressure. This is it. All eyes are on this stage. All eyes on these 5 duos. That's the question, isn't it, Vivid? It's the pressure.
The pressure.
Ja.
The pressure is what makes the difference every time. Every single one of these players that we've kind of interviewed throughout the weekend, they all try to seem like they're cool, calm, and collected. They try to make it sound like nothing really bothers them. But does anybody ever really believe those answers? I would have a very hard time myself believing it, especially when you take a look at some of the facial expressions that we are getting going into a game that feels like it's weighted so heavy.
This is the time, though, to turn those doubters
Aber das Zocken ist ja die eine Sache, ne?
In the future,
während die da Pause haben, ne? In der Pause analysieren die mit dem Coach das komplette Match, wer wie wo gespielt hat. Ne?
They've done it already. Let's see if we can do it again. How are things going to go down for Sky and Scroll as well? Newer players coming on through here. Can't wait.
Guys, Fortnite fam, this is it. The last game
Guck mal, die haben einen Ausdruck von der Karte daneben.
We are looking to crown champions. The top 15 will move on to the global championship.
Jetzt geht's los.
One last game settles it all. Cappers, over to you. This is it, the final moment here on the Summit Land, where 50 points separate our first place team and our entire top 5.
And you wouldn't think that the margins should be this slim with the way that we've seen so many of these teams having their respective highlight moments throughout the course of today's games. But it all comes down to this. Game 8. Let's see it.
Game up. Das ist schon eine große Arena, ne?
Everybody at home, everybody in this arena, we're all asking ourselves the same question. will Peterbot and Pollo do it again? Year after year, championship after championship, they are the ones known to do it all.
We have seen crazy plays happen in final games all year long. It's Fortnite heritage at this point. But this time around, it looks like everybody is going to do their best from their own spot. Damo and Kazi, are they going to play spoiler here? What's going on? Hold on a minute.
He gets the AR. He gets tagged up though.
Was hat... Oh, fuck. Squall und erste Platz weg, safe. Oh, die sind raus. Guck dir das an. Boah, die sind am Boden zerstört jetzt. Das sind nämlich die Newcomer gewesen. Boah, die sind am unteren Platz.
The door is wide open for any one of those teams in that top 5 to try and win the tournament.
What did it say?
I think everybody that is playing in this lobby now saw that in the feed and realized what's at stake. And for Peterbot and Pollo, in that last game, they didn't land on him. They went and hunted them down. Now, Taco, there's only one team in their path.
But you can't forget about who else is hot on their heels. Shark and Teeny. Only 5 points separating them between the next spot on the leaderboard. And with that in the back of their minds, sure, you can keep Vico and Malabuka, but if the fight takes too long, you might just be cooked for it.
Skull dice. Be calm. Yeah, I know.
Stay calm, Malabuka, reminding Vico, the job is not finished. Stay calm, our chance to strike is now.
We're having all these conversations about Vico Malabuka, Sharktini, Peterbot Pollo. We can't leave Acorn and Bolts out of the mix. 295 points. I believe not too far behind them either. Swizzy and Pixie sitting around that 274 threshold. But Wonky Land fairly undisturbed for the time being. Teeny and Shark just going to surge base it out. But at this rate, the lobby is going to be picking up in pace rapidly because currently
bald musst du, wenn du oben bist, musst du wieder umbauen und hier, das ist gar nicht mal so einfach.
Maybe the gloves just come off with Sky and Scroll being out of the lobby, but they don't want to risk what they feel like is their best shot at first.
I mean, as the game goes on, the room for shenanigans tightens. And honestly, it just becomes about putting your best foot forward and playing your best Fortnite here in game number 8. There is still so much to play for, not just that first place trophy, all across the lobby. Players desperately fighting for a spot in the top 15 to qualify for globals. And now everybody left in this one is playing for something here.
But why not me? That's got to be the theme running through Vico and Malabuka's minds right now, but they have to stay focused.
We saw Vico saying a prayer before the game began. It looked like his prayers were answered. He just has to finish his part of the deal now and deliver the goods.
10 points separate what Vico and Malabuka are at now. And first place on that leaderboard. And if they can get that, close out the game, they would be your Major 1 Summit champions. But they still have so much competition to watch out for. But again, Levin, you said it yourself, there's room for so much shenanigans. Shark is gonna go down. Teeny's by himself. Iyamzo and Josh are the ones hunting him down in Wonky Land.
They've had a rough go about the day, and they're looking to try and change their fate in the final hour here. A massive game is necessary for Zoe and Josh to bring this one back, but when they've taken out a priority fragger here at Wonkyland in his own backyard, Josh and Iamzo have the chance now to step it up.
And everybody's been bigging up these newer faces at the top of the EU mountain. But here in game number 8, nothing but struggles from our bright young stars. It's up to the experienced vets, the former champs, to try and show them how things are done.
Uh-oh. They know. They know. Right now, they already got that elimination onto Shark. They see a giant surge base at the top of Wonkyland. Typically, this is where you would see them, but they just can't find them.
They don't know, though. They have no idea that TD is still hidden, tucked away so discreetly inside of the safety of his surge base. But just one pinky toe out of line. That's all he's waiting for. The slightest opportunity. And if he can put down Zoe or Josh here in this moment, Darman Demish might just choose to strike. They're going to be drawn to any sort of immediate battle because even the polls are aware of the fact that every singular point matters, not just for the prize pool, but for securing your place at Globals in top 15.
Iamzo and Josh will leave. And like you said, Taco, no clue in the world that Teeny was still right beneath them. And that room might just be enough for him to keep Shark in this game and keep their chances alive.
Peterbot and Pollo up above. No fast moves coming at him this time around. And it's just, the gap is that close that they don't really have to worry about it. And a lot of extra heals for Peterbot and Pollo. A whole pizza shop underneath. And Peterbot is the one greatly taking the role right now, being on top of that surge power to take control of their storm surge.
It's the fact that Pollo had dropped everything in his loadout to just prioritize gathering as much resources as possible, taking them back to their surge base because they know, they likely saw it in the elimination feed too. Shark is gone. Sky and Scroll fully eliminated. So many top contenders now left in a very awkward position. And so their best bet might just be to play to their strengths. And Levin, earlier on in the last lobby, you called out the fact they're a team that tends to heat up as the game goes on. And right now, they're seemingly on fire. The only duo in this lobby to strike with 2 victory royales on the day.
Yeah, they might just go for a third tackle. That's the type of form they're currently in. When you've got the greatest of all time, Peterbot, and he's not even the best player on his team right now. Pollo playing at unbelievable levels.
Great corner bolts, see the strategy. They kind of mix together the fizz grenade, the shockwave, and that long launch pad towards the back. Kind of moving out of render distance for most players.
Die haben die Impulsgranate mit auf den Trampolin geschmissen. Deshalb fliegen die, deshalb sind die so hoch katapultiert worden, können über die ganze Map bald fliegen.
Shark is no longer in this lobby. Teeny will have to wait around. Wonky is just too distracted, cannibalizing itself from the teams that made their entry points after the fact. And darn Demish, they're willing to stick it out. The vending machine camp out might just come to an end here for Iamzo as he gets hunted out. Fully ambushed.
Iamzo loves that vending machine. We saw him run to it so many times today, so many times in the lower bracket yesterday, and here he is punished in this final game.
That information right there is huge. Teeny knows Iamzo and Josh took down Shark. Now he knows Darman Demas just took down Iamzo and Josh, so he knows it's still not safe to move out of there just yet.
And that sort of delay to his overall game strategy for Shark and Teeny in comparison to a team like Vico and Malabuka who have the luxury of just playing out their full storm potential. They are not in any sort of rush. They just have to keep their wits about them, keep their bearings. Vico always drawn back, I think, to that moment when he
Also wie die sich alle erstmal eingebaut haben so, ne? Und
But this
abwarten. Ne?
time, he's much more reserved, he's much more composed, and he knows it's all about staying side by side with Malabuka to bring this one home.
when you have a player as talented as Vico, but as emotional as he can be. There is no better pairing than Malabuka. Stone cold, never too high, never too low. And against an on-fire Peterbottom Pollo, that is the temperament you need.
Pete Pollo just non-stop scanning into the horizon. It's going to be so difficult for Kaz
Ja,
and Hero
andere
to
Sachen
even make
wieder
their
erstmal
way
zu nehmen,
over
ne?
that hill
Das
face.
ist
They
schon
are
geil, die haben sich ja
looking to
richtig
fully
eingebunkert
lock them
dann, ne?
out the edge of zone.
Peterbottom.
Teeny has rebooted Shark, and so the marathon continues. Things aren't as easy as far as the pathway to a potential victory for these two as it is for others, but it certainly is not over. Shark has been one of the best players in the world this year, earning more and more, experiencing more and more, but he needs to be at his very best here in game number 8.
It almost feels like we're going to have a lot
Lemon,
of our top teams
alles gut bei dir?
kind of stacked and positioned at the north side of the map. We got Acorn and Bolts. Just saw Peterbot and Pollo. We know Shark and Teeny are towards the north, along with Vico and Malabuka. So no matter where this zone goes, to the north or the south, there's a chance all of our top 5 remaining teams could come to a clash.
Shocking factor. Teams that have been performing the best in the lobby here today, now currently sitting in some of the best positions for this next zone. Pixie and Swizzy continuously looking back. They know that their destiny is fully under their control for global championship, but what they want is another step upwards. They need that top 5, even better still, maybe even dreams of top 3.
And this is the type of team that if you're one of those players fighting for the victory right now, you don't want these guys kicking it in the lobby. They are going to be a big threat. We have seen that. We know P and Pollo like to play high. Shark and Teeny do too. Swizzy and Pixie are always going to be impactful in those fights. Still so much talent in this lobby that can play spoiler to any one of our top 4 teams.
Just got to keep in mind as well.
We're
so focused on first, rightfully so. That top 15 mark coming into this game is 214 points. Goes to show how stacked this leaderboard actually is on both ends of that spectrum.
And old grudges might be restored here depending on what happens next. Cooper, Reed, so close to where Ritual and Agers were just at. I know it's easy to kind of sort the difference before the day has started, but it's another affair entirely to kind of throw salt in the wounds and find yourself eliminated by the team that's been contesting you all weekend long. But first and foremost, Ritual Agers, they'll have to try and sort out what's directly in front of them because the lobby's closing in and their wiggle room is just so limited.
At points in today's competition, Shadow and Virgo look like the best representation NA was going to have. And while they've continued to fight and be a threat, this final game will be their biggest test. Will they stumble in the final hurdle? Will they continue to do what they have done and be a solid team in this lobby?
Ja.
I like their
Okay.
process here. 104 below the
Spezi, was geht? Willkommen im Stream. Gucken uns gerade die Finals an. Wie geht's hier? Ganz gut soweit. Wir sind in der letzten Runde von den Finals.
But the thing about Shadow and Virgo is they're not a duo that we often see struggling to maintain their surge threshold. So the fact that they find themselves in this position just underneath, UNDX gonna solve that problem for them. A little bit of pressure alleviated, only 11 below, just one more tag necessary. They don't want to have to expend any of their blueberry mist grenades so they can avoid it, but players are just refusing to budge. No one is giving an opening, and that goes back to the original point. It's difficult to find your marks.
15 to 68 to even finding elimination on the Minori. But Virgo takes a shot from above. All good things eventually come to an end. Only spending a short moment on top of that storm surge. Now they quickly fall below. It's active as well. Every 7 seconds, 25 damage will get ticked to eventually taken out. Not knocked
Ja, dass du das Video machst, mein Support ist bei dir.
as
Ja,
well.
Dankeschön. Aber wie gesagt, ist die letzte Runde der Finals, also Vadial und Reason schon gar nicht mehr dabei. Sky und Scroll gerade, die warten den ersten und die wurden in der Runde direkt geholt. Polo und Peter Bot haben gut aufgeholt. Polo und Peter Bot haben gut aufgeholt, also die könnten das noch gewinnen. Jetzt wird es interessant. Hallo, geil, dass du das Video machst. Mein Support ist bei dir. Dankeschön. Dankeschön, Spezi.
You almost would have never have guessed this team was almost an inch away from getting sent out of this lobby. But now they're back.
High Ground wieder, ne?
400 above the damage threshold. They have a little bit of high ground, and they've regained control of their own destiny.
It only makes sense for Game Mate to come down to a forest zone location. This is prime time territory for Shark and Teeny, and it also makes height all the more difficult to control. It's very obscured vision up amongst the treetops, and so for Malabuka and Vico, they're gonna stick to the low ground, but they're gonna wait for their moment to try and strike above.
But that'll be no problem for this duo. I mean, they've dominated the low ground at times today. Comfortable on any layup, and that's what you need to be when you're fighting till the end.
Yeah, you gotta remember it was Vico on day one.
Wie meinst du, wie kannst du das anschauen? Ich guck's über PC.
Of eliminations, 314 here. They're just taking it one step at a time. They realize with a leaderboard this stack, all it takes is one misstep, one mistake to really cost you a chance at that first place. And even more so, there's over $1 million on the line in this tournament. Each and every placing, you almost lose thousands of dollars.
And for a duo like Peter Bot and
Lieber
Boyo,
Fortnite oder wo? Yes, darüber kannst du es
these
gucken.
last few lobbies, they have been going absolutely ballistic and frontside control.
Aber interessant ist, dass sie diesmal in Düsseldorf sind, die Spiele, ne?
Virgo trying to see if he can make the wraparound, but the problem is
Also
he's
wir befinden uns in
285
Deutschland.
below. Even if he makes it
Auch
towards
sehr
the
gut.
frontside position, he still has to look back.
Aber ich glaube, sowas könnten wir öfter mal machen, ne?
One-man operation.
Sowas könnten wir echt mal machen, so Watch-Party-mäßig.
This could be the end of it all.
Fullscreen, also mein Fullscreen, du bist ja jetzt auf YouTube, den Fullscreen, den findest du auf einer anderen Seite.
18 HP. He needs more than a miracle here.
Fullscreen findest du auf
and a lot of that is getting stolen away. Nearby, Peter Bot and Poyo, 144 above the damage threshold for them. Poyo deserves all the flowers in the world with how he's been playing this weekend, really leading the team to the promised land.
Here we're looking at wraps right now for Virgo. One more tick unless he gets this shot in. Twy, though, gonna manage to just slip away, and Virgo won't be able to make it through. Twy and Cringe safe for the time being.
Die haben sich aber gerade diesmal keinen High Ground geholt. Boyo und Peter Bot.
Still want to play for height. They take Acorn down, and that is perfect for their standings. They take down the team, or one of the players of the team, just beneath.
Sky und Scroll immer noch. Oh, okay, auf Platz 1.
Will they continue to play for it?
Noch 2 Punkte noch. Da ist Sky und Scroll sind dann runter von Platz 1. Und es sei denn, die werden jetzt geholt, ne?
And this is where it becomes very challenging for Vico and Malabuka to keep their composure. You're seeing that elimination feed light up. You're witnessing Poyo and Peter Bot, Shark and Teeny make their surge up. And yet, you still have to try and play to your own strengths. You don't want to lose any sort of
Okay, ist ja zweiter Platz. Vico Malabuka, Platz 1.
Okay,
okay.
The tournament is in their hands. There has never been a bigger moment in Vico's career, and this is his time to live up to that moment.
but he still has to deal with the likes of Pollo and Peterbot. He just has to play his own game. And from this front side low position, everything seems achievable. Right now, they are leading the charge in the underground. So much space has been claimed. They keep continuously looking back. The pre-builds are established.
Okay, bei
but
Pika
Peterbot's ready to
und
fire off.
Volus. Okay, nice. Nice. Polo steht einfach Peterbot die Show.
With first place in his hands, Malabuka allowing him to lead the charge for a moment. This is the best case scenario for this
With
duo.
Shark.
This is it right here, though, because it's going to come in point in time, Taco, where Vico and Malabuka just stay alive. It's going to be mathematically impossible.
And Malabuka Vico, though, they know exactly what it takes in these final moments. They're ready to bring it up. Malabuka goes big time. There's the knot. Vico with the finish and the siphon for HP. Vico, go! Vico, go! Every single part of the way.
They can do it. They are beginning
Vico,
to run
weil ja,
away
die gewinnen das, die gewinnen das.
Winning the game for Peterbot and Pollo is not going to be enough because they are bulldozing their way through the competition. But Malabuka goes down. Vico left by himself. He just needs to stay alive long enough.
Malabuka ist down, Vico ist alleine. Oh, das kann interessant werden. Ja, ja.
Cammy is in his sights, but he just has to connect with the crucial shot. Running in and out of the zone, it's Vico.
Ja, ja. Vico ist dead. Okay, okay, jetzt wird's interessant.
Pollo's still alive as a solo. I'm not sure what the point gap actually is. If he needs all the eliminations, if he needs the victory royale, but if there's one person this weekend that proved he will not go down without a fight, it's this man here, proving that maybe chickens can't fly.
And all Pollo has to do is see if he can get the first bit of confirmation. Epic and pop.
Ah, er kommt, Polo kommt. Ah, schade. Trotzdem schade. Champions. Vico und Malibuya sind die Champions. Huh? Ja, ja, ja.
They got eliminations. They immediately destroyed the rest of the lobby. This is their moment. This is their chance. Vico and Malabuka, you are the champions.
Oh, ist am Zittern ist der Vico. Hä?
And just like that, history has been made.
Aber die haben auch gut gespielt, ey, das muss man sagen, ne?
To bring home the title of Summit Land Champions, securing their spot at the Global Championship 2. But that trophy, it belongs exclusively to Vico and Malabuka.
Go ahead, guys. Lift that trophy. You are champions.
So, Jungs, und morgen geht's wieder in die Schule. Nein, die werden Sonderbeurlaubung haben. Die kommen ja nicht aus Deutschland, ne? Ich weiß nicht, wie das da ist, aber ich glaube, die werden Sonderbeurlaubung haben oder so, ne? Oder kann natürlich auch sein, dass ich schon so ein Alter habe. Ja. Nein, oder kann ja auch Reason sein, der ist nach der 9. Klasse abgegangen.
I promised
Ne?
my mom I was gonna win this year, and I mean.
Der ist Deutscher.
And she's watching you right now. Is there anything you want to say to her?
I'm gonna say it on German. Mama, ich hab's geschafft. Ich bin der beste Spieler der Welt.
She's been
Oh, das ist schon emotional, das ist schon schön. Das ist schon schön.
into a champion. And Malabuka last year 8th at Globals. It wasn't enough for you, was it?
Yeah, well, I didn't suffer this.
Er
I
nicht
got beat by
ist,
my teammate and we just did everything. I couldn't have asked for a better teammate.
And the two of you, it's like your opposites. Vico, you can see this man, he's so hyped all the time, even
Boah,
when
was
you
meinst
don't
du, was
win.
der jetzt
You
gehypt wird
cool,
dadurch,
calm
ja?
and collected, but has this man changed you?
He did change me. He changed me a lot because I really love to play with him. He just makes the game feel easier for me.
And seeing the two of you together, Vico, you can see that crowd. They want a word with you. I want this man to see this crowd and to give them a message, Vico. What would you like to say to them?
Danke für deinen Support, Düsseldorf. Ich hätte es niemals geschafft, dass ich das hier...
Ja, geil. Sehr, aber sehr sympathisch, ne? Sehr sympathisch, der Kleine. Ja, sehr sympathisch auf jeden Fall. Vico, richtig sympathisch.
Und das erste, das ganze Geld jeder. Die Mieteinnahmen von 0 bis jetzt. Kann das Studium mir wieder vergeben.
Oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott, sehr, sehr gut gespielt. Sehr schön gespielt.
I cannot believe it. Vico and Malabuka. Your champions, you can hear him celebrating this way.
Oh, was er am Ausrasten ist. Geil. Das ist der Vater. Das ist der Vater. Das ist der Vater.
Ja, wirklich.
Ne, das ist Amar. Das ist Amar. Das ist auch der promotet und macht auch auf Twitch. Der promotet halt auch, ne?
Your champions. Malabuka, Vico.
Sorry, this trophy's really heavy.
It's so heavy.
I know.
Did you want to take the crown off it? You just turn it. You just turn it.
I just turn it.
The little top here, the little bit right here. There you go. Now pull it off.
I'm so bad at this.
It's okay. You're probably shaking. Everything's okay.
He's shaking.
I'm so shaking.
It's okay. Yesterday,
nice.
There it is. You can
to the real king, to the one and only GOAT. This is all. Let's get it one more time for Malabuka. You're the man. You're the greatest, bro.
Congratulations to you guys. You know, I think the best way I feel like I can summarize this moment is what Frankie actually said. We've watched you guys grow up. To see you guys be in this position, to show up